Chapter 1, Final Task. Chapter 1 Final Task. Country R, deep underground in a big theater in Dongjing, a wide space is staged a life and death hunt. On the ground illuminated by the dazzling white lights, even people's shadows can't be seen, and the sirens that resounded throughout the underground space were one after another. Bullets made of man-metal. He was designed by others. Zhu Weihong threw off the broken sword in his hand and cursed, and then quickly hid behind a machine. Let Lao Tzu go back alive and you will be caught, and you will not kill your Lao Tzu and your surname. At this moment, a playful voice sounded in the underground space. Zhu sang, "Do you still want to escape and ascend to heaven? Who are you? Come out hiding your head and showing your tail." Zhu Weihong roared and asked in a safe corner. "It's really rude. I invited Zhu Sang here. I haven't had time to introduce myself. I, Fujiwara Norihide, is the deputy head of the Imperial Household Department of Country R. He is mainly responsible for the handling of supernatural incidents. This time I invited Zhu Sang to the main office. I want to wish a little bit of genetic samples." Fujiwara Kiide's voice was peaceful, and he sounded like a gentleman with a good education. "Is someone cooperating with you? Otherwise, why is there such a targeted arrangement here?" Zhu Weihong's tone was full of contempt. "Zhu Zhang is really sensitive, but Zhu Zhang, don't you think that this kind of guessing game requires you to find the answer from the broken clues to have a sense of accomplishment?" Fujiwara Kiide's voice is still steady like a machine. "It seems that someone is really cooperating with you inside." Zhu Weihong, who got the answer, was a little bit decadent, and he couldn't help but sounded in his mind what his old captain had said to him. "Weihong, although your ability is very strong, but remember it's too easy to break. Some things need to follow the trend, and you must pay attention to your actions." "Old captain, I know what you said is right, but who made me have this temperament? But maybe I won't need the old captain to run for me after today. If I retreat, I'll have to enjoy my life, right? Then this SSSS level mission is fake, and the Xian Golden Beast gene sample is also fake. Read more at wuxiax.com. Zhu Zhang, you laughed. How can the fake Xian Golden Beast's gene sample pass your intelligence system? It's just that the Xian Golden Beast's gene sample is already incomplete." Fujiwara Norihide's words still calm, but there seemed to be a trace of admiration in his tone. "You are really treacherous." Zhu Weihong lay down on the ground instead, completely relaxed. "Thank you Zuzan for your praise." Fujiwara Kiide responded very well. "Tell me so much, it should be arranged." Knowing that this time he will undoubtedly die, Zhu Weihong's spiritual consciousness has become clear. The mysterious sixth sense brought a feeling to Zhu Weihong. It seemed that he would not really die. It was a peculiar feeling. Did Zhu Zhang feel it too? "Time is about to come. I hope Zhu Zhang will like the I-43968 electromagnetic beam, and I wish you goodbye." Fujiwara Kiide's voice slowly dissipated in the underground space. Under a strange pressure, a thrilling scream suddenly sounded. Countless huge current beams shot out in vain between the ceiling and the ground. Zhu Weihong couldn't move because of her girdle. Her muscles were constantly being scorched and then healed tenaciously. The Special Forces team that had just pursued him had already gone to see their Amaterasu at the moment the electric beam fell. The Xian Golden Beast gene sample hidden in the abdominal wound was suddenly shattered by a strong electric current, and the Xian Golden Beast gene was constantly self-healing blood, muscles, and strong electric currents causing unknowable changes. The current in the underground space was intensely absorbed by Zhu Weihong, in a secret room in Tokyo. Fujiwara Kiide saw Zhu Weihong on the screen, although he could not move by the I-43968 electromagnetic beam, but he was not life-threatening. A dense flame-like rune suddenly appeared on the right abdomen, and finally spread throughout the body. To activate the self-destruct system, he must die. An immortal warrior will make the Empire suffer unpredictable losses, and such a chance will not be the next time. Even if it is an order, Fujiwara Norihide still has no waves. The ear-piercing alarm sounded in the underground laboratory. Warning, warning, please evacuate the staff when the self-destructing device is activated. Warning, warning, please evacuate the staff when the self-destructing device is activated. Countdown 15 minutes, except for electromagnetic beams in the laboratory. In addition to the thrilling scream, only the cold metal sound continued to sound. At this time, in Zhu Weihong's consciousness space, he seemed to be floating on a sea of orange and yellow fire, and above it was a sky composed of electric currents. Electric currents and flames would collide with each other and make a roaring buzzing sound. There seemed to be a faint roar resembling a lion in the sea of fire. Who am I? How can I be here? Where is this? As he woke up, the surrounding fire and electricity seemed to have discovered his existence in vain, and the two parties seemed to have negotiated. At the same time, they swarmed towards Zhu Weihong's soul body. And into the external space counted down for 3 minutes. At the same time, large-scale power outages began to occur in the area around the underground laboratory until the entire southern part of Kyoto was paralyzed. You know, Tokyo is one of the world's most populous cities with 23 metropolitan areas and a total area of 2,155 square kilometers. The electricity in the southern region alone is enough to be equivalent to the sum of the electricity generated by a small hydroelectric power station in 1 month. The countdown in the laboratory was 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, boom. The entire underground space was instantly flooded by fire. The flames surged upwards, and the ground shook violently, and the people who had not yet come and evacuated in a large theater were reduced to ashes in the explosion. Naruto Theatrical Edition, Road to Ninja was printed in the scattered posters. The gloomy sky resounded from the explosion, and thunder seemed to sigh for Zhu Weihong's death. Chapter 2, Rebirth Naruto. Chapter 2 Rebirth Naruto. Zhu Weihong's soul floats freely in the endless darkness. There is no concept of time, and there seems to be no form of space. I don't know how long it has been floating, maybe more than 100 years. Zhu Weihong thought of self-deprecating. Damn it again. There is no end to it. Is it fun? All of a sudden, blue and orange-red light appeared on Zhu Weihong's soul. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Weihong was constantly irritated by a sore spot that seemed to have his soul torn apart. Zhu Weihong cursed. In fact, this was the only counterattack Zhu Weihong could do in this dark space. A long time. The two colors of azure blue and orange and red occurred from time to time, and Zhu Weihong's soul was used as a battlefield. You come and we are constantly changing territories, and every inch of Zhu Weihong's soul has been regarded as a home by both parties. While the two-color energy destroys Zhu Weihong's soul, Zhu Weihong's own healing ability is also constantly repairing the damaged soul. I don't know how long it took, and Zhu Weihong felt as if more than 100 years had passed. Finally, I don't know whether the healing power suppresses the two-color energy, or whether the two-color energy feels that no one can beat anyone. The two-color energies in the soul are tightly held together to form a pattern similar to Tai Chi. Immediately afterwards, the pattern of Tai Chi is divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and the self splits continuously. The smaller and smaller it was, surging in the soul, and when the last split was a few minutes smaller than the cell, it finally stopped splitting. But at this time, the smallest particle composed of the soul is completely fused. Am I going to mutate? I don't know what it will become. At this moment, a little light appeared in front of Zhu Weihong within reach, and Zhu Weihong instinctively reached out and grabbed it. Then Zhu Weihong's whole soul was sucked in by the light like milk. Heavy body, loud shouts in the ears, and the smell of blood in the throat. It's great, I finally feel this hateful feeling and then loses perception again. I don't know how long it took. Zhu Weihong woke up in a daze, and found that he was not in the ward of the base but on the cold floor, with the white light in front of him, and the figures swayed around him. It seemed that I could smell a little potion, and all the shouts in my ears were in Japanese. Are you rescued? Zhu Weihong thought, and then a deep fatigue struck Zhu Weihong again and passed out in a coma. Read more at wuxiax.com. When he woke up again, Zhu Weihong realized that it was late at night. From time to time, there were painful groans from all around, into the white walls and ceiling. It all shows that this is a hospital, or it may be a larger clinic. Zhu Weihong raised his arms and wanted to rub his face to drive away when he was not too heavy and sleepy. But I found that the arm is so small, only the size of the arm of a 2 or 3-year-old child. What happened to my body? Zhu Weihong sat up suddenly in shock. At this moment a nurse with purple hair came over. He reported Zhu Weihong gently, "Are you okay? How could there be purple hair?" With Zhu Weihong's eyesight, he could tell that this purple hair is absolutely natural and not dyed. How could there be purple hair in Asia? Zhu Weihong wondered. This is when I suddenly heard this Japanese greeting, and instinctively replied in Japanese, "No, it's okay." As a member of the Dragon Group, how can you not speak Japanese? But why is my voice so immature? What's wrong with me? Why are you here? As soon as this question was asked, the purple-haired nurse kept tears. Consolation said it was all right, it was all over. While humming softly, Zhu Weihong couldn't understand the ballads. Although Zhu Weihong was still very puzzled, the habit he had cultivated all the year round made him calm down instantly. Through some reflections on the glass in the corridor, Zhu Weihong saw that there were many people in the crowd wearing green vests and foreheads who were busy. Zhu Weihong understood his situation instantly. "I'm still alive, I just passed through. This is the world of Naruto." In the following 2 months, Zhu Weihong kept thinking about the past, and finally understood a few points. First, I was betrayed by others. The bureaucrats colluded with the Japanese in order to die. In order to obtain their own genetic samples, the Second National R took out a full set of the Xian Golden Beast's genetic samples to attract them to the bait. The little devil is really daydreaming, but my genes have long been judged to be unresolvable. After 20 seconds of being out of the body, the gene carrier of the supernatural power will be lost, which has long been confirmed in China. Third, his own healing ability has also passed through. Fourth, I should be an orphan. How can I not come to see myself if I have relatives for more than 2 months? But fortunately, although I am in the world of Hokage, it is really unacceptable for me to call someone a father or mother. Looking at the huge Hokage rock outside the window, he couldn't speak. But his mood is not very good, because the 4th Naruto head portrait on Naruto has just completed more than half of it. It should be before the beginning of the plot. After being discharged from the hospital, Zhu Weihong was sent to a house on the edge of the village. An aunt came in, seemingly to take care of the young Zhu Weihong. The conditions at home can only be said to be average, with a picture frame placed on the cabinet facing the bed. In the frame, a pair of handsome men and women are smiling happily holding a little boy who is somewhat similar to him. It seems that this is his mom and dad. Zhu Weihong carefully looked at the look of his mom and dad in the photo. His father has fiery red hair, big eyes, a high nose, and sword-like eyebrows, which are 5 points more handsome than the Hong Kong King Lu Tian in the original world. Mother has a black hair and a pair of big purple eyes, is also a big beauties among the big beauties. It seems that the appearance of this body should not be wrong. After living for more than a year, Zhu Weihong understood his environment and time in Hokage. Zhu Weihong was a little over 3 years old this year. His parents died to protect Zhu Weihong when Nine Tails attacked the village more than a year ago. His father was a ninja from the Uzumaki Clan, and his mother was a pharmacist. Zhu Weihong, who lost his relatives in the incident, was not sent to an orphanage or favored by the roots, but was raised by the order of the 3 generations. Because Zhu Weihong's parents left enough financial resources for Zhu Weihong to be over 20 years old, Konoha recruited people to take care of Zhu Weihong after taking care of Zhu Weihong's finances. Zhu Weihong can receive a portion of these money every month, and when Zhu Weihong reaches adulthood, he will pay the remaining portion in one go. Chapter 3 – First Encounter with Naruto. Chapter 3 First Encounter with Naruto. Time just passed day by day. Our protagonist Zhu Weihong finally took his identity seriously. From today onwards, Zhu Weihong will be called Maelstrom Myanmar. The sun and the moon flew, and his face was numb in a blink of an eye. He was already 5 years old. The aunt who took care of Iori Myanmar also moved out last month, because Iori Myanmar has shown wisdom and action abilities far beyond ordinary people. Of course, more importantly, there are many children living independently in this world. For example, Naruto. In the past few years, although ninja training cannot be carried out because there is no chakra training scroll, the facial numbness has not wasted time, but the body is still too small now, and the numbness does not dare to do too intense strength training, and can only continue doing physical flexibility exercises. In his previous life, he developed a set of foundation building exercises based on ancient yoga and internal exercises. The flexibility of the child is good, and it is easy to exercise. It must be known that the better the body's flexibility, the stronger the bones and muscles. When there is no one, he will also practice Xingyi Iquan and Bajiquan of the previous life. In an uninhabited corner of the mountain, Myanmar took a deep breath and started today's training. The Xingyi 3 body pose, Xingyi 5 elements boxing, and Xingyi 12 shapes are completely free to use. Regardless of the moves, it will go down the mountain like a tiger, play like a dragon in the water, and turn into a snake ridden. Even if the sound of breaking through the air is not enough because of insufficient strength, the movement of the body shape and the method of tuna are suddenly windy. Ma couldn't help but yelled out of excitement at the end. Drink, ha! The voice floated in a small area above the back mountain. It's really comfortable for the whole body. The muscles and bones of the whole body are numb, and the inner abdomen seems to have been strengthened. The exercise of Xingyi Iquan on the inner abdomen is incomparable to other methods, plus the whole body massage is comfortable. After the exercise, of course, I was going to eat something. I wandered the streets of Konoha with a sign of the meatballs in my mouth. Most of the ninjas in Konoha are Xiaoren and Zhongren. After such a long time, Iori Myanmar didn't see a Shangren, let alone those strong men in the original novel. Once again, after turning around in the Hyuga family, Uchiha family, and Nara family, I still haven't found the fierce people in the original work. Konoha's several great families are really just like the original work. The kindness of the Akudo clan, the intelligence of the Nara clan, the pride of the Hyuga clan, and the gloom of the Uchiha clan. While Myanmar was still in a daze, there was a sound of scolding in front of him. Go away, monster! There was a hint of tension in the scolding. What's the situation? He spit out the sign and ran over quickly. At the corner of the Uchiha clan, several Uchiha clan teenagers were berating this 5-year-old blonde-haired boy. Although the boy was also loudly confronting the young Uchiha clan, his body exuded a deep loneliness. As an orphan, there are usually no children to play with Uzumaki Myanmar, and Myanmar is happy to have space for his own practice. But this body is only 5 years old after all, and it is impossible to say that he doesn't care at all. Instinctive Myanmar ran up and grabbed the little boy's hand and said grinningly, "It's useless for you to run here, I caught it. Now you're a ghost." Said that he took the little boy and ran away. When he ran to a clearing, the boy seemed to come back to his senses. "Hey, who are you?" Myanmar turned around and replied, "Hello, my name is Mei Mei." Myanmar came and looked at the young man carefully. Read more at wuxiax.com. Golden hair, big blue eyes, and the iconic 6-way beard. Naruto! Myanmar exclaimed from the bottom of my heart. The numb eyes suddenly exuded a light of excitement. "Thank you for helping me, my name is Yuzuru Naruto." Naruto thanked. "Then we will be friends from now on." "Really, you are willing to be friends with me?" "Of course," he replied affirmatively. "Naruto, you are a pig's feet. I finally saw the protagonist, he, I'm so excited, there is nothing there." Just as the two were talking, a gurgling sound rang from Naruto's stomach. Myanmar pretended not to hear. "Naruto, let's go and eat." Just as Naruto was about to speak, he was dragged by Myanmar and ran away. The two children had been running for several blocks before they stopped panting. Naruto squeezed his knees with his hands, gasping for breath. "You have a lot of strength." "Of course, I have a cultivator." Myanmar deliberately pretended to be childlike pride at this time, but her eyes kept showing the message of "you beg me, you beg me." "Myanmar, have you already begun to practice?" Naruto looked at Myanmar with an adoring gaze, but he didn't feel the hint at all. "Hehe, I want to be a very violent ninja." The boss with numb and staring eyes increased his suggestive power. "I will definitely become Hokage too," Naruto said proudly when he heard his face numb. "As for the hint, I didn't feel the way +1. Let's go, let's eat the best ramen in the world." Uncle Yul's ramen. Seeing Naruto's dull appearance, the noodles gave up. "Eat something to heal the wounded soul." In order to be able to meet the Xiaoqiangs in the original book, the noodles always come to have a happy ramen. Yul Ramen Ming said, "But, I have no money." Myanmar only then remembered that Naruto's economic conditions in the original work have not been very good, and Naruto is very careless. It's normal to have insufficient money. Touching his pocket, the money is still enough. "Let's go, we are friends. I invite you." "Really?" Hearing this news, Naruto's eyes can be used as searchlights at this time. The two came to Yul Ramen, and the boss saw Myanmar and Naruto walk in together. Asked in surprise, "You know each other?" "Yeah, I just met today. We are friends." "Uncle Yul, 2 bowls of ramen." Mahjong money was placed on the table, pretending to be excited and shouted. With the practice of Xing Yiquan, the appetite for noodles is getting bigger and bigger. Although I just finished eating, I still feel a little hungry. Hey, I have to find a way to make money. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with the money I eat. Myanmar faintly thought. When I go home, I will look for the medical ninjutsu data of my mother, and see if I can make Hokage World Cosmetics. If it is okay, it will be a big sale. Thinking of this, the numb eyes suddenly lit up. Just then the ramen came up too. "Then I'm not welcome. I'm going to start." Myanmar and Naruto ate at the same time. Yul's uncle's ramen is the best. Myanmar drank the last bite of the soup and patted his stomach with satisfaction. Chapter 4, Hinata will be protected by me in the future. Chapter 4, Hinata will be protected by me in the future. After I met Naruto, my life became more regular with facial numbness. In the morning, I performed physical training in the back mountain. It is worth mentioning that because numbness discovered that the healing ability of the previous life actually followed along with it, so that don't be afraid that the training will leave hidden injuries. The intensity of each training is comparable to the training intensity of the previous Special Forces soldiers. In the afternoon, I was fooling around in the village with Naruto, and occasionally met some children who bullied others, and Hai Pian, who was rude and unceremonious, had a meal with them. We must know that our face is numb, but we are determined to become a great ninja who promotes good and eliminates evil, and sometimes we will get swollen noses and swollen faces by the way. After all, this is the world of ninjas, please don't bring them into the laws of real society. Sometimes Myanmar and Naruto will rest at each other's house when they get tired. Both are orphans, and there will be no relatives to worry about. Myanmar finally got his wish and got acquainted with Yae, Shikamaru, and Ding Xiai among the future small players. The protagonist is the protagonist, and I have been around Konoha for so long, but I haven't seen one of the small and swollen ones. Only after I met Naruto, 3 appeared at once. Face numbness can't help but feel a little depressed. On this day, Myanmar found Naruto to eat ramen together, when he walked to the woods near the ninja school. I saw 3 teenagers about 6 or 7 years old surrounded by a girl who was about 4 or 5 years old wearing black kung fu. The girl kept her head down, as if she was apologizing. Whenever the girl wanted to leave, a tall boy dragged the girl back. In the end, she even knelt the girl on the ground. The numb face immediately couldn't bear it. Stop it for me. How can you bully the weaker? Naruto also said. Who are you? Dragon set A. You guy is the one. Dragon set B. That little yellow-haired kid is the one who does all the pranks and is hated by the people in the village. Dragon set C. Oh, it turns out to be that. Dragon set A. Then this red-haired kid is also a nuisance. Ha ha ha. After talking about the three dragon sets, he laughed loudly. Read more at wuxiax.com. You guys, Naruto was about to make a move, and Naruto was held back by a numb face. I am Uzumaki Myanmar. I will definitely become a great ninja in the future. Myanmar found that the little girl turned out to be Hinata, and immediately introduced herself solemnly. And I am Naruto Uzumaki, one day I will become Hokage. Looking at the introduction of Myanmar, Naruto even followed the introduction. Ha 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 ha, are these two idiots? Dragon C. Don't brag, it's a showy. Dragon set A. How can a guy like you become a great ninja? Long Tao B said, hitting his face with a punch. In order to gain favorability, it is very difficult for noodles to behave. So we can't clean up these three guys simply and neatly. Hey, do you want to fight? Naruto said, but don't regret it. He said that he made the mantra of the doppelganger. The method of doppelganger randomly appeared a doppelganger who could not even stand firmly. Ha 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 ha, is this also a doppelganger technique? Don't be kidding me. Dragon set C. After meeting, Myanmar finally shot back. You two guys dare to underestimate us, said five youths fighting in a group. At this moment, an attendant of the Hyuga family rushed over. The three teenagers saw that the incoming ninja was a servant ninja of the Hyuga clan, and fled in a panic. Miss Hinata, are you okay? The attendant looked around after confirming that Hinata was okay. When he saw Naruto, this kid, it's Miss Hinata, let's go. Hey! You are so rude, we just saved her. Naruto's voice suddenly sounded. As you are not worthy to associate with Miss Hinata, don't think that if you happen to save Miss Hinata, you can become friends with her. The words were extremely disdainful. Hinata, your name is Hinata, right? Myanmar said to Hinata, my name is Uzumaki Myanmar, and I will definitely become a great ninja like the six-way immortals. I will protect you from Hinata, and I must remember me. Name. Ah, good. Hinata replied weakly, a blush appeared on his immature face, and the young heart was full of protected happiness. Miss Hinata, let's go. Looking at the numbness of his face, Hyuga Lincoln's eyes gradually cooled. Ignoring Hyuga Lincoln's cold eyes, he pulled Naruto to Hinata and said, he is Naruto Uzumaki, my good friend. From now on we will be your friends. We practice in the back mountain every morning. I want to find out where we can go. Yet. Okay, I remember Myanmar June, Hinata replied softly, the voice almost made the noodles float. Uzumaki noodles is numb, right? My name is Hyuga Lingchuan. Hyuga Lingchuan coldly looked at the numbness and said, in your capacity, you are not worthy to be the friend of Miss Hinata. Miss Hinata is the daughter of the Hyuga family suzerain. Only those noble people can become friends of Miss Hinata, but you are just an orphan, do you understand? After speaking, he took Hinata and left. Looking at the distant figures of Hinata and Hyuga Lingchuan, Myanmar said with a voice that he could only hear, Hyuga Lingchuan, my future is not something you can see through. Wait and see, I will definitely enter this world. At the pinnacle. Chapter 5, Admission. Chapter 5 Admission. Dong dong dong, Myanmar. This is your admission notice, remember to arrive at school tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. The ninja in front of him smiled and said to the opposite Ma. Myanmar should have enrolled 2 years ago, but I don't know why it was only approved to enroll now just the same time as Naruto. Myanmar got the admission notice and was a little stunned. I once wanted to enter the ninja school as soon as possible, because all the books about ninjas in the house were taken away, even basic books such as chakra refining techniques. After the aunt who took care of Myanmar moved away, Myanmar searched the house carefully. I hoped to find books or materials about ninja training left by my father. But nothing was achieved. I thought it was to ensure that too many uncontrollable forces would not be taken away by the village. Just like the motherland's control of guns in the original world, the people who have chakra and basic ninja in the world of Naruto are no less than carrying guns in the original world. After graduating from the ninja school, he naturally had to accept the leadership of the village. The ninja school was founded by the second generation of Naruto. It was established during the war period to ensure the stability and efficiency of combat effectiveness and education. It can be said that it is equivalent to a training base for recruits, as long as you can master the basic skills of the ninja, have the combat effectiveness of the lower ninja level. You can graduate from the ninja school. Genius graduates such as Heiji Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi are among the best in the Crash Academy during the war years. The current ninja school is the most basic part of all ninja training, and students still have to go through basic theories. After the basic ninjutsu learning reaches the lower ninja level, the ninja school is assigned to different groups and his own teacher for the next step of practice, which can ensure the survival and growth of the lower ninja level to the greatest extent. Konoha's ninja school also has strict censorship in terms of enrollment, otherwise Jiraiya wouldn't be teaching Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan himself at that time. Bringing it back to Konoha for training in the ninja school, isn't it good to be assigned to your own subordinates? Especially at the time Jiraiya thought that Nagato was the savior of the world, and that level of importance can be imagined. However, Myanmar has some ideas of its own, and the painful lesson of being betrayed in the previous life is really exchanged for life. Konoha has the roots of Danzo leader, so he doesn't want to become a victim of conspiracy in this life. I think I don't have the aura of the protagonist like Naruto, and if he is killed, he may not be able to be reborn. I want to be a lone wolf in this life, but I must go to the ninja school. Because two people Hyuga Hinata and Umino Irika. You know, Hinata is a woman with a numb face. When I watched Hokage in the previous life, I never felt that Hina was synonymous with the most perfect woman. The character is gentle and strong, and the figure is good enough to explode. Therefore, no matter how hard you work, you must catch it. Read more at wuxiax.com. When Umino Irika was the person who was most respected when reading comics in his previous life, he crossed into the world of Naruto. The timeline was just right. If he didn't become the student of Mr. Irika, his life would be in vain. As for the lone wolf, let's talk about it later. When Myanmar came to the ninja school, many people gathered in front of the ninja school. I looked at these people and felt a little lonely. No matter how mature I was, I saw that the people around me were caring for my family, but I was alone. It is inevitable to have some emotion. These people are all accompanied by their parents or relatives. It is estimated that only two of them, Naruto and myself, came here by themselves. After a series of inspections, Myanmar successfully completed the admission test. Because of Naruto's relationship, the facial numbness was also specially taken care of and assigned to the first grade D class. The head teacher is Umino Ilika. The first day of the ninja school talked about chakra. In short, chakra is the energy necessary for a ninja to use ninjutsu. It comes from two aspects. One, it is the body energy produced by 130 trillion cells in the body. 2. Past. Strengthen the mental energy produced by exercise. Simply speaking, chakras with numb face are close to invincible in theory. With the healing ability, it has a super guarantee for the activity of each cell. It is better than two engines. One has a limit on the daily use time. The maximum power cannot be turned on yet, or the engine will rot. The other one can ensure that the maximum power is turned on 24 hours a day, and it runs naturally like a new machine every moment. The spiritual energy facial numbness has been trained in the dark space for 200 years, not to mention that the 200 years will experience a baptism of pain that tears the soul from time to time. It is just that the way of increasing the facial numbness does not seem to have a second. I'm back. After the school gradually increased a lot of basic knowledge of ninjutsu, such as basic 12 printing and distribution, chakra meridian map, basic 3-body technique, clone technique, transfiguration technique, double body technique. Then after 1 or 2 months of basic learning, everyone tried to refine the chakra under the supervision of the teacher. Myanmar has the experience of cultivating internal power in the previous life, and has the same physical and mental power as Bug. Therefore, it is of course easy to refine chakras. I sensed that the hemp did not stop immediately after chakras, but according to the habit of practicing Xingyiquan in the previous life, chakras were used as internal forces to run in the body for 9 cycles before slowly stopping. Finally stepped into the door of the ninja world. Myanmar's eyes flickered at this moment, and from this moment on, he officially stepped into the world of animation that he loved in his previous life. Chapter 6, Library Treasure House of Experience. Chapter 6 Library equals Treasure House of Experience. As a traverser, the biggest advantage is to know the development of subsequent events in general. Now that Naruto and Zhong Xiaoqiang are in school, they won't be too far away from the Ninja World War. At this time, can he continue to learn according to the school curriculum as if he doesn't know anything? The answer is of course no. It's numb, you're late again. Teacher Irika's eyes were full of anger and said fierce. Ah, Mrs. Ilika, why are you here? I over-practiced in the morning, Myanmar said, spreading his hands, with a look of normal operation, don't care. As a ninja, if you don't have a sense of time, you will kill everyone, including yourself. Irika is not a vicious person at all, and he will start to preach with all his heart right away. I know the teacher, I will correct it. Myanmar still admits his mistake and has a good attitude as usual. Since you have made a mistake, you must be punished. The shadow clone art said Ilika splits a shadow clone, multiple shadow clone art will split too many clones at once, and most people cannot provide so many chakra. Death is classified as a forbidden technique. The shadow clone technique is to divide one's own chakra into a clone that is exactly the same as oneself, which can attack and act. After the shadow clone is released, the body will get the experience gained by removing the shadow clone, so the general ninja is mastered. Now, let's go and run around the playground for 20 laps. If you can't finish running in 15 minutes, please copy the ninja manual 100 times. I'm so pitiful. Myanmar yelled with exhaustion as she rushed away. 13 minutes later, his face numbly lay at the end, breathing heavily. But as soon as I saw Ilika's clone, his eyes rolled flexibly. Teacher Irika, can you teach me how to do the shadow clone? The face jumped up with a humble expression of kindness, and at the same time he jumped up and down, squeezed Irika's shoulders and thumped his legs. No, ninjutsu must be gradual. It is not good for you to rush to master high-level ninjutsu. Ilika's clone is still not negotiable. I already know the basic ninjutsu in Teacher Irika's textbook. Myanmar still tried to work hard, read more at wuxiax.com, that won't work either. Ilika directly refused. Ah, Mr. Irika. The numb voice was almost like a grieving woman, and it made people stand upright when they heard it. When the night came, the sky was empty for a round of Shining Moon Ninja School. A gust of wind blew, and there was a brushing sound in the dark woods. A small figure came out in the woods and looked around. Hey, although there is no advanced ninjutsu in the school library, there are still many useful books. A flexible figure directly entered the library like a monkey. General History of Ninja Continent, Biography of 6 Dao Immortals, Encyclopedia of Elementary Illusion, Elementary Herbalism, Detailed Explanation of Human Meridians, Detailed Explanation of Sealed Ninjutsu. Haha, sure enough, every library is a treasure trove of experience for the protagonist. I came to the library of the ninja school and peeked at the books after careful consideration. Because of his relationship with Naruto, Myanmar has initially felt the surveillance from Anbu. In order to be able to improve the strength faster, the only way to graduate early is, and now anyone is willing to teach that I have to read the books in the library first and graduate from school as quickly as possible. Time passed quickly for more than a year. At this time, the noodle mare had already thoroughly learned the knowledge in the ninja school library, and at the same time completed the training of climbing trees and treading water. Myanmar's control of chakra has been very fine, because the existence of the repair ability, 8-door Dunjia, is simply tailor-made for Myanmar. I have already mastered the position of Bayman from the detailed explanation of the human meridians, and Myanmar decided to start trying Bayman Dunjia. The information of Bayman Dunjia has been memorized in the previous life. Do not have. Open the door, lift the brain domain limit, in order to achieve the goal of exerting 100% of the physical ability, overloading the body to consume energy to increase attack and speed. After turning it on, you can use table lotus. Close the door, lift the physical fatigue limit, overload the body to squeeze the body energy to restore the physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption speed of opening the door. Shenman, further increase the attack and speed, the body begins to congestion and turn red, the last safe area of the 8-door Dunjia, the body begins to emit green energy. Injury door, further increase the attack and speed, the body begins to suffer damage, enter the danger zone of 8-door Dunjia, and enter the 8-door Dunjia state in a true sense. Duman, the speed is enough to drive the air to lift the ground when moving. Scene door, allow yourself to enter a half-opened buffer state, that is, maintain the green energy emitted after opening the door without any changes in your body to reduce your own consumption load and damage, and you can instantly fully open your combat power when you need it. After turning it on, you can use Chow Peacock. Shocking door, the last door in front of the dead door, the body begins to emit blue steam produced by the evaporation of sweat. After the release, even if the body is slightly touched, it will be severely painful, but when it is released again, the pain will temporarily disappear. Affect the fight. After turning it on, you can use Day Tiger. Dead door, the final door that will die after use. After the 8 doors are fully opened, it is called the 8-door Dunjia array. The body begins to emit red steam produced by the evaporation of blood, with a power that is dozens of times more than 5 shadows. You can use a method similar to an air cannon to strike the air to produce an attack or move in the air. It can be used for a short period of time until you die or consume all your life force at one time to release the energy fluctuations generated by only the prelude to the attack, which is enough to distort the power of space. Lost consciousness after the end, the body burned down carbonized trees and began to collapse from the most severely damaged parts. After opening it, you can use Zixiang, and even Yekai that almost ended Naruto. Myanmar carefully controlled the flow of chakra in the meridians, and controlled chakra to open the door little by little. Opening the door was hit by chakra time and time again, and sweat appeared on his numb forehead. Even with the unparalleled mental power of Noodles, this kind of meticulous manipulation is still very difficult. The facial hemp controls the chakras to converge into a pointed cone, slamming the door again and again. It's right now Myanmar controlled the chakra sharp cone, which was 10 times stronger than before, and slammed up. Rumbling seemed to be broken through, and Myanmar knew that the door opened successfully. Chapter 7, The Death of the Uchiha Family. Chapter 7, The Death of the Uchiha Family. Nothing is unachievable. Continue to train with the numb face. The first door can finally be opened. Now that you have started, the rest of the Dunjia doors are a matter of time before the healing ability of Myanmar. 6th Gate Jingmen open. The air column formed by chakra energy soared up into the sky, dispelling a dark cloud in the sky. The surrounding trees were blown and bent in the opposite direction, as if they would break in the next moment, and the ground was also impacted by the energy formed by the chakra into a deep pit. It's like a crater in the original world being bombarded by heavy artillery. No, there is too much noise when the door is opened, run. Myanmar thought of this, using the power of Jingmen to leave the place instantly. Under the blessing of huge energy, Ma looked like a jet plane about to take off. Swish broke the sound barrier and disappeared. Hey, I remember that Kai's opening of Jingmen in the original book is not small, but it is not so exaggerated. Is it an exaggeration? The facial numbness with the healing ability is equivalent to the immortal body. Kai only improves his physical abilities through his own hard training, and the greater the damage to the body each time the door is opened. The principle of the 8-door Dunjia, it is the instant release of the potential of the body to release the unparalleled chakra. Kai's physical fitness and mental power cannot be compared with the current Myanmar. So the power of the gate of Kai released naturally cannot appear. This is like the birth of 9 tails. Chakra energy. With the opening of the Jingmen gate, the spiritual power of the numb face was further released, covering more than 5 kilometers to the outside. Myanmar is not a perceptual ninja, but the powerful ninja mental power can diverge to the outside world. But it can't clearly observe the surroundings like white eyes, only slightly perceive it. The least of the perception of facial Ma. 5 groups of ninjas visited the place where they just practiced facial hemp. It's still early, let's go to school and read a book. Myanmar looked up at the full moon in the sky. When Myanmar left a circle and a half of the village and arrived at the ninja school, he found that there was a small figure practicing shuriken on the training ground. Read more at wuxiax.com. This figure Myanmar is too familiar, and it is the second figure Uchiha Sasuke that Myanmar focuses on. Why is Sasuke still here so late and no one from the Uchiha family has come to call Sasuke? Myanmar felt abnormal when he thought of this, and it seemed that the village's secret security has improved a lot today. Immediately, he used the spiritual power released by the unclosed scene door to sense the Uchiha clan's residence. Everything was normal. I saw that the residence of the Uchiha clan was very quiet, so quiet that I couldn't even hear the sound of insects. No, how could it be so quiet? This is enchantment. Myanmar immediately reacted all over, and then Myanmar thought of an important event in the original book that was completely consistent with the current situation. The death of Uchiha. Myanmar rushed towards the Uchiha clan's residence without even thinking about it, but just rushed a few meters away and then turned and rushed in the other direction. The current Uchiha garrison is under various surveillance. Ye was simply acquiesced by Konoha's senior management. The only thing that wants to get enough benefits now is, it's the police force. I hope I can find some information about ninjutsu. Sure enough, the entire Uchiha clan's residence seemed to have been pulled into a different space. If you want to enter, you only need to know the space ninjutsu or wait for the caster to withdraw this technique. No wonder the other ninjas didn't know that when the Uchiha clan was destroyed in the original book. But will this stump the little master? Hey! But you have to hide your identity first. It won't be fun to be followed by 3 generations. Myanmar squinted and looked in the shadow of a house, one wearing a black robe and wearing a black robe. The cat face mask is a member of the dark part. Instantaneous technique, a pop. Myanmar appeared in front of the NB member. Yet, members of the Roots, why are you here and there? Shouldn't you keep training yourself in the underground base? Who are you? The NB ninja who was in charge of monitoring the police force seemed to be suddenly jumped by the facial numbness, but in fact, he had already discovered that the numbness existed just to attract the numbness and did not take any action, and he was talking. At the same time, he took out Qnao in an instant, and tingled towards his face. With a snort, Qwa went so far as to pierce his face and shoulders. The numb left hand also clasped the NB ninja's arm in an instant, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand were brought together to stab the ninja's chest at a very fast speed. The ninja's reaction was not unpleasant. When he saw Myanmar's right shoulder moved, his left hand quickly stretched out his fingers and took the eyes of Myanmar. When he just stretched his fingers in front of his numb face, he found that he couldn't move. I felt like my chest was being held up by something, and I looked down blankly and found that my numb fingers had penetrated my heart. You, who are you? The NB ninja actually asked lowly at the end. The corners of Myanmar's mouth swept up slightly, and said in a very low voice, Master Danzo asked me to clean up you. Thinking of the foul land reincarnation art that this world possesses, I decided to shake it regardless of whether it was used. Pot first. Danzo-sama, why, he lost his last breath. The image that this Anbi ninja saw was that his numb face and his stab-wounded shoulder were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a small wound was left in a blink of an eye. After Myanmar solved the ninja who was the root of the ninja, he dragged his body into the nearby alley. Turning around, he changed into the clothes of this ninja, and now he will go to the police force to collect the spoils. The ground is impassable, but the underground sewer is open. I hope that the sewer column is not isolated by the barrier. Chapter 8, The Trophy. Chapter 8, The Trophy. At this time, the ability to bring soil shouldn't have been so neglected. It seems that the feelings of soil to Konoha are still very complicated. On the one hand, with revenge as the driving force, the defecting ninja who attacked Konoha's S-class is preparing for the Fourth Ninja War, preparing to resurrect Lin. On the other hand, I also hope that someone in Konoha can see through his identity and prevent his actions from hurting Konoha. The psychological activities in the original work with the fourth generation of Hokage during the First World War are very complicated. It was also like this time in Uchiha Soro, although a space barrier was arranged on the ground. But the enchantment in the sewers is deliberately not very strong, as long as the ninja who is proficient in sealed ninjutsu or enchantment ninjutsu can find weaknesses and enter the enchantment after a lot of thought. It's a coincidence that our protagonist is a ninja with the blood of the Vortex clan, who is naturally sensitive to enchantment-type sealed ninjutsu. The exception is Naruto. If you have the potential, you must have the mind. During the time he stole his studies in the library this year, Myanmar has been able to independently make seal scrolls through his own attempts. Of course, the noodle hemp was invented for use as a storage bag, and there are still many defects. At present, only a single non-living body with a volume of not more than 1 cubic meter can be stored, and each seal reel has 3 seal spaces. In the dark sewer, water droplets from the space above the sewer fall from the space above the sewer to the stagnant water below, making a ticking sound. It's here a short figure, after a few turns in the sewer, came to a place that looked like a wall, and saw that the space in front seemed to be distorted from time to time like a thick glass and like water mist. The face hemp quickly seals, and the hands dance for a while as if having 4 hands are forming seals at the same time. Then he violently stretched out his right hand and pressed the seal technique reverse seal empty pillar on the thick glass space. In the thick space in front, the place touched by the numb hand began to spread inward to a cylindrical space with a diameter of 1 meter. The face hemp jumped in like a civet cat, and the cylindrical space quickly disappeared after 5 seconds as if it had never appeared. In the sewer of the police force, I hope to find the instantaneous technique I want, the famous ninjutsu of Shushin Shishui, Myanmar whispered to himself. There was a strong smell of blood in the sewer, and the smell of blood when it reached the ground was even more pungent. I saw a large number of ninja corpses scattered inside the police force, all of them were clean and tidy. Read more at wuxiax.com. Confinement room, rest room, meeting room, equipment room, archive room. That's it. Myanmar quickly entered the data room and opened the seal scroll, and quickly sealed the data in the data room and archive room with a higher level of selection in the scroll. This turned out to be the Heiluhu data, which is Konoha's S-rank defected ninja, who is at the highest level. Jiraiya is friends with Tsunade and Ashimaru, but his aptitude is not as good as these 3. He is an inferior student among ninjas. In order to make up for his innate shortcomings, he secretly studied the synthetically fitting ninjutsu Guia Luo, but was discovered by the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi. He sent Sunan to chase and kill Beilyuhu, but he escaped. The ghost shoots art can fuse the combined ninja or psychic beast with one's own body, possess its abilities, and even fuse blood and bounds. Currently research is discontinued, incomplete, shadow clone technique. This technique is a ninjutsu developed by the 2nd generation of Naruto. It can create the same body as the caster, and chakra will divide it evenly into each clone. This is a kind of ninjutsu that can create entities. Unlike ordinary clones, this clone is physical, can attack, and can be applied to various ninjutsu, but if it is attacked by the enemy, it will disappear. Rumble, it was fun to collect face-to-face hemp. There were fierce fighting students outside. Judging from the vibration of the entire building, the strength of the two sides fighting outside is not weak. Anyway, the collection is almost the same, let's take a look. You must know that Jingmin's power is declining, and you should be able to hold it for half an hour. Now you may still be able to pick up some bargains in the past. Otherwise, the roots of Tuanzang would come and even the soup would not be available for a while, and I would only see it in the police chief's room. A man wearing a half-broken mask was fighting a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Who are you? You have a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. You should also be a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sky roaring voice can be heard clearly on the face of the second floor. Uchiha Sky, the seventh elder of the Uchiha family. Good at physical skills and swordsmanship, 3 go jade writing round eyes, and the opening time is 9 years old. The masked man faintly stated all the information about Uchiha Sky. Konoharyu, Dance of the Three Suns and Moons. Uchiha Kojima's body instantly became illusory when he rushed forward, and then separated 3 clones and slashed towards the masked man from 3 different angles. I saw that the right eye of the masked person quickly changed from 3 Goyu Jade into a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye sacred power, and the 3 bodies of Uchiha Sky directly rushed through the body of the masked person and merged into one. It turned out to be the kaleidoscope of the space department. As a member of the Uchiha clan, why do you want to attack your own clan? Are you Konoha's runaway dog? Seeing that Uchiha Kanki could not attack the masked man, he looked at the masked man with a guard on the sword. Asked loudly. Chapter 9, is this graduation? Chapter 9 Is this graduation? The Uchiha clan has been in decline for too long. In that case, it is better to get rid of the Uchiha clan. To protect my ancestors' reputation as a fighting clan. The masked man said to Uchiha Kanki, as if to explain to the hidden-faced Num. Myanmar couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. It was obviously your revenge. It just so happens that you have to make such a tall interface out, and you are naughty with dirt. Now, it's over. The voice just fell and appeared behind Uchiha Sky, and the kunao in his hand pierced Uchiha Sky's body fiercely. The masked man glanced at the place where he was hiding. Hee, funny little guy. I hope you can really grow up, if you can stop me. That's a good ending too. He didn't do anything. An instantaneous technique left the police force. Did you find me with the soil? He rubbed the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and muttered to himself. It looks like it was discovered, it's so scary. Just as Myanmar wanted to slip away quietly, a wall of Sheriff City happened to fall off at this moment because of the battle just now. The inside of the wall turned out to be another material. There is a problem. Myanmar immediately went forward to explore it, and it was really rewarding. Hey? There is a secret door in the sheriff's room. This is the Mu Dun Research Report, Thunder Dunk Forbidden Technique Research Report, Fire Dunk Forbidden Technique Research Report, Physical Technique Forbidden Technique Research Report, Flying Thunder Gods Technique Research Report, incomplete. The good guys turned out to be all Forbidden Techniques Research Report. The report, it seems that the Uchiha clan's ambitions are really big. If it hadn't happened, the Uchiha clan would really have succeeded in the coup d'état. These are all good things. Of course, they have to be packed and taken away. A location in the ruins gives me a super attraction. What is this? Is it a mask with soil? Shouldn't it? Myanmar picked up and stepped on it. When it comes to a broken mask, I feel that my brain is not enough. When I take the dirt away, the mask is obviously good. In fact, the mask with soil is the product of the combination of the power of Mu Dun and Yin Dun plus the power of the golem. It is an object that can be created infinitely with soil. Myanmar picked up the broken mask and said, there is a strange power in this mask. A mask with soil is not as simple as an ordinary mask. You don't see that the mask with soil can block the attack of the reincarnation 4-generation spiral pill. The general face has this effect, a spiral maru is over long ago, okay. Time is almost up, the route should be coming soon, flashing. Myanmar returned to the observation point outside the police force through the sewer again. After replacing the deceased member of the ANBU equipment with the ANBU equipment mask belonging to the routes, several landings left the police force in some hard-to-discover shadows. Unexpectedly, a member of the dark side walked out of a dark corner after the face was gone. "Isn't this kid the kid with Naruto?" the ANB member murmured after confirming the kid's identity. After that, he hid in the dark again, and soon the members of ANBU Zongan came to the police force. The first thing was the corpses of the Uchiha clan who began to converge. The writing wheel eyes on the corpses were brutally taken out and put into special containers. Another group went to collect intelligence information in the police force. "Report, your lord, a large part of the information is missing," a route member reported to his captain. "It should have been taken by Uchiha Itaki, don't worry that someone is already in charge of handling it." The captain obviously did not expect that someone could break through the barrier and collect the spoils in advance. After all, it was an enchantment that he and others couldn't break through silently, so in the end, only those who did it would take it away. The next day, inside Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, in summary, Iori Myanmar has the strength to graduate from the ninja school. Read more at wuxiax.com, yet. I see." The third generation of Hokage took down the pipe with his left hand and spit out a puff of smoke, then put down the information in his right hand. "Amazingly, it is all the information on Iori Myanmar. You go down first." After saying hi, the Anbi ninja got up and went out from the Naruto office. "Kakashi, let's go on the rooftop." Hokage stood up and moved his muscles and bones slightly, just like an ordinary old man who had been sitting for a long time and wanted to move around. "Okay, Naruto-sama." Kakashi quietly emerged from the shadow of the office. It seemed that even the Anbu ninja who had just left did not find Kakashi. "Kakashi, I want to hear your opinion," Three Generations asked, blowing the breeze from the roof, spitting out a smoke ring. "Hokage-sama, this child is a member of the Uzumaki group. His father and Kushina are war orphans who went to Konoha together. According to the information, the relationship between his father and Kushina is relatively close. This child was born in Konoha. The possibility of being a spy is zero." Kakashi said sternly, like a robot. "I want this child to enter the Anbu, what do you think?" Three Generations turned and looked at Kakashi Road. "Is it too early for Master Naruto? After all, this child is only 10 years old. It is very likely that a flaw in the mission will be revealed and the mission will fail," Kakashi said coldly. "Hehe, it's okay. Kakashi, how many years have you been in Anbu?" The attitude of the Three Generations is optimistic. "I entered Anbu from the 4th generation. It's been almost 10 years. Kakashi's answer finally affected a slight emotional change. Obviously, this question made him think of something. Originally, in order to let you erase the darkness in your heart, Watergate transferred you to the Anbu. In order to put you by his side, Sandai said slowly. "I understand this." The conversation made Kakashi's mood fluctuate slightly. "After the death of Watergate, I once again assumed Hokage to accept the secret part of Watergate intact. But by my side, the darkness in your heart cannot be dissipated. On the contrary, it accumulates deeper and deeper. Take off the mask. 10 years ago. I'm a little too dependent on you, Kakashi. From now on, I will dismiss your Anbu position and assign you a new task." Three Generations took off Kakashi's mask and said, looking at Kakashi's hidden face all the year round. "Hi." Kakashi replied immediately. "Go and become a ninja?" Kakashi Sandai looked at the 4th generation statue on the Hokage rock and said. At the same time, inside the ninja school. "Myanmar, congratulations! You graduated," Irika called Myanmar to the office and said in a harmonious voice. Speaking, handing over a forehead to the facial hemp, the smile on Ilika's face was as bright and warm as the sun. Is this graduation? Myanmar's eyes were full of mosquito coils at this time, and my mind was very confused. Chapter 10, The First Sea-Level Task. Chapter 10 The First Sea-Level Task. When will this boring life end? Myanmar yelled helplessly after completing another letter delivery task. Because Myanmar graduated early and didn't go through the ninja school team. Kakashi is now temporarily leading. At this time, Kakashi still hadn't been moved by the 7th class, and was still the legendary cold-blooded Kakashi. My face is numb, continue to complete the task. He glanced at his face numb with that murderous look. The face numbs and feels the cold wind howls. Good guy, with such a heavy murderous intent, this world is really different from the previous life. The legal system in the previous life is very strict. Even if you are often tasked with yourself, Jizen's murderous intent is at this level. Sure enough, this world people's lives are like a must, but he still hopes to dispel the darkness in Kakashi's heart without changing the plot. Mr. Kakashi, I'm a genius who completed the study of ninja ahead of schedule, and a genius ninja who graduated from the ninja school early. The delivery task like this is too easy, how can I meet my young genius ninja the title? Myanmar Gag said. Don't be long-winded, continue to complete the task. Kakashili didn't care about his facial numbness. 3 generations looked at the young man in front of him who was messing around with Kakashi. Kakashi, I hope this young man can dispel the darkness in your heart. Okay, the next task is help Mrs. Jinkin in the west of the village to carry water. Hi Kakashi simply agreed to the 3rd generation of Hokage turned around and walked out. Mr. Kakashi wait for me. I'm a subordinate of your lovely genius. Kakashi ignored the numbness, and looked at the book in his hand. Is not intimacy to heaven. It is a book called Road to Ninja Death, the plot in the book is slightly dark and wind. To the west of the village, Kakashi walked to the home of the villager who posted the task, bang, bang, and bang. Come on said, an old lady with a cane opened the door. You are the ninja who has come to complete the mission, the old lady Imura looked at Kakashi and Myanmar and said. Did that kid really graduated? Read more at wuxiax.com. Grandma, I'm a genius. You see, this is my forehead guard, he said, pointing to the forehead guard pinned under the shoulder of his left arm. Unexpectedly, the old lady ignored Myanmar and still stared at Kakashi. Yes, that child is already a forebearer. Kakashi gave an affirmative answer. Well, I'll trouble you. I'm old. My son usually fills up the water for me. I don't know what he is doing today, and he hasn't returned yet. So I'll trouble you ninjas later. These tanks, please fill them up. The old woman pointed to the 12 large tanks at the back of the house and said. So many, Mr. Kakashi didn't want me to pick it up by myself. When the face was numb, he had already left a cold sweat, and looked at Kakashi with cute eyes. Cold Noodle Kakashi didn't seem to hear the complaint of Noodles, but said to the old lady, don't worry, we will definitely complete the task. After saying that, he didn't even glance at Noodles, and went straight to the yard. Read a book under the shade of the tree. The mood at this time is like the ground after the African wildebeest migration in the original world, leaving an endless desolation. But then he was full of blood and resurrected. Okay, Mrs. Kakashi, look at me. Wei Siyin's shadow doppelganger technique said that he had 23 clones at once. When did this kid learn the shadow clone, and it's not easy to be able to separate more than 20 at once. Kakashi looked at the split clone, and the corners of his eyes moved involuntarily. Then he ignored him again. Everyone, every group of 2 of us carry these tanks to the river to fill up the water. Myanmar shouted loudly. Good, all faces Ma avatar. Starting from the first group, let's line up and go together. Okay, said 24 noodles and formed 12 groups, and each group of 2 people lifted these tanks. Let's cheer together, said Myanmar, and a clone carrying the first tank and ran towards the river 5 kilometers away. At this time Kakashi unexpectedly put down the book, looking at the 12 groups of faces running in a row on the mountain road, muttering, "It seems that this kid needs to be more difficult." Half an hour later, the 12 groups of noodles all ran back and placed the big tanks in their original positions. "Mr. Kakashi, the task is complete." "Okay, I got it. Go back to rest, and start the sea level mission tomorrow." After the mission was completed, Myanmar turned around and left. Although the voice is cold, but the face is numb, there is a sense of excitement. "Mr. Kakashi, there is a gap in your heart. Sea level mission? Teacher Kakashi is the best." After talking about Myanmar, he lifted the shadow clone and ran back to the village. Chocola can split more than 20 shadow clones one by one, and it has reached the level of Zongnan. More than 20 shadow clones work together within half an hour to fill 12 large tanks with water, and bring them back to control the shadow clones. It is more than the average Zongran. You can skillfully complete the treading water, bring the tank to the middle of the river and fill it with the control power of the chakra. It is also more than the average Zongran. Take him to see the blood tomorrow. You should be able to meet Hokage-sama's requirements. In Hokage's office the next day, the third generation of Hokage, after reading the mission report submitted by Kakashi, spit out a puff of smoke and said, "Today's task is to suppress the bandits on the Sanling Mountain in Xilan Village, the border village between the country of Extinguishing the Fire and the country of Tianziguo." "Hi," Kakashi said, turning around and walking out with his face numb. "Myanmar will give you 15 minutes to prepare what you need, and then gather at the entrance of the village." After talking about the instantaneous technique, he left the place. "Finally I can get rid of the D-level mission. I'm here for the C-level mission." Chapter 11, Suppress the Bandits. Chapter 11, Suppress the Bandits. The C-level mission is to eliminate the bandits. The mission requires the elimination of all the personnel in the bandit cottage. Kakashi's cold voice announced the mission requirements without a trace of emotion. "What, everyone? The old people and children in the cottage, they are innocent. Although the lives of the people in the troubled times are like a waste of time, they didn't expect that they would be so numb. Ninjas must abide by the rules, and those who break the rules will be regarded as waste." Kakashi's expression at this time is extremely scary. But ninjas also have feelings. How can they be so cold? Those teenagers are not at fault. Myanmar still wants to fight for the civilians in the cottage. Kakashi was silent for a while. The mission is numb. He left without looking back. Because this mission is likely to kill the weak and innocent, Myanmar is very silent along the way. There are always many bandits in the world of Naruto. It can be said that there are countless. They use mountains, rivers, and other natural dangers as barriers, plundering and killing every time. Regarding the people in the village as domestic animals, the gang of gangsters on Sanling Mountain is one of them. This mission also means the first real battle of Mahjong after crossing into the Naruto world, the first drop of blood. The night was as dark as a cloud of ink, without a trace of moonlight. From time to time, a cold wind blew past, causing the branches to blow like a night owl. Myanmar raised his head and looked at the sky, as if it was going to rain. Kakashi stopped after leading Myanmar to Sanling Mountain. "Go to Myanmar, you can't guard everyone in this world. You can only guard your relatives and companions. Mission, I'll be waiting for you here for 2 hours." Kakashi jumped onto the tree after speaking, and lay down with his head in his hands and one leg up. "Okay, Teacher Kakashi," said Myanmar a few jumps and disappeared into the night. I don't know why Myanmar always feels that Teacher Kakashi seems a little different. Read more at wuxiax.com. After Myanmar left, Kakashi looked at Myanmar's departure direction and said lowly, "Myanmar, I know you know a lot of ninjutsu, and Master Naruto knows too. I hope you can inherit the will of fire and protect Konoha, otherwise," thinking about it, Kakashi's eyes flashed coldly. Besides, after leaving with Kakashi, Myanmar stopped under a cliff. Looking at the Sanling Mountain in front of you, Sanling Mountain, as its name suggests, is a towering mountain with cliffs on 3 sides. The main road up the mountain was set up by the bandits and guards were sent. There are more than 80 bandits on the mountain, but there are more than 200 women and children including bandits. There are a lot of people, it seems that I can only outsmart it. While talking to himself, he looked at the direction Kakashi was staying. In an instant, more than 30 shadow clones appeared beside him in the shadow clone art. In the stage, it is necessary to keep the whole cards and show that the combat power can only be divided into so many clones. Everyone, now set up the task. 4 people use transformation techniques to disguise a ninja group, and the others walk into the mountain wall to enter the cottage to assassinate. If the cottage becomes messy, it proves that the assassination failed. The camouflage team immediately attacked the gate to attract the attention of the bandits. Force and control the downhill passage to prevent the bandits from escaping. At the same time, the assassination group is automatically converted into 2 groups. One group is responsible for killing women and children under fighting power and setting fire to create riots. The other group is responsible for killing offensive criminals. Women and children. Try to kill them with one blow, and don't cause them too much pain. Everyone starts to act. After the assassination team arrived at the cottage, they found that the mission level seemed wrong, because the bandits here were obviously trained. The stockade was full of patrols in groups of 2, and there were even light and dark sentries. He came silently behind a sentry post with one hand covering the thief's mouth, and Kyo in the other hand passed the thief's neck in an instant. The blood splashed on Myanmar's tender face, which looked strange. Quietly put down the body of the bandit, and his numb hands trembled slightly. I haven't killed anyone for many years, and I didn't expect it to be so unbearable. Just when Myanmar was in a daze, a heart-piercing roar sounded not far behind him. Enemy attack, there are enemies. Myanmar turned his head and gave him a cold look, and his figure shook Puff Myanmar's hands. Kyo is like lightning, slid across the gangster's throat. Ho-ho, blood gurgled out, and the gangster's eyes widened and he fell down. 53, 54, 55, at this moment, life turned into a merciless killing of cold numbers, and a door was kicked open. A woman screamed and rushed over while holding a short knife, and reflexively pierced the woman's chest with the kunao in her hand. Looking at the numb eyes in front of him, they looked hard into the corner, where there was a baby who was still in the swaddle, and he was stunned by the numbness. The dead body fell softly to the ground, eyes full of longing for life. This is a ninja, haha. His eyes were sour for some reason, and 2 rows of crystal tears slipped down. As the battle progressed, Myanmar was still blocked in the room by a group of bandits, and when the bandits saw Myanmar's forehead guard on his left arm, they were all shocked. But soon, the fear was overcome. Don't be afraid, the other party is just a child, and there is only one person. Everyone killed him together. Yes, kill him, take revenge for the dead brothers and go, kill him. This group of bandits is not simple and can recognize common ninjutsu. They are not very afraid of ninjas. And they seem to find that the people outside are only shadow clones. This will have been killed several shadow clones. After passing the throat of a bandit with Kumo again, he immediately backflips and dodges the mace that hit him dangerously. The corpses all over the floor were sloping upside down in a mess, and the blood gathered into countless creeks flowing on the ground. Then it slowly penetrated into the soil, and the air was full of pungent blood. Even if I die, I will pull you up, a bandit sternly shouted, and the others suddenly burst into hostility upon hearing this. Dehumanized, they live on the tip of a knife every day. Everyone's hands are covered with blood, and killing has no psychological pressure on them. More and more bandits gathered, fire escape howl of fireball ping. The high-temperature fireball instantly killed more than 20 gangsters, and an unpleasant smell of burnt meat exuded in the air. The thunder in the sky continued, and the downpour fell, promptly drenching the flames that had been burned by the fireball. After 1 hour, the smell of burnt blood and feces and urine mixed together is extremely unpleasant, the facial numbness is indifferent, the head is slightly raised, and the cold rain falls on the face with expressionless eyes closed, washing the bright red blood. Not far from his feet lay icy corpses. "It's over," Myanmar said coldly. Chapter 12, Fight Against Rebellion, 1. Chapter 12 Fight Against Rebellion, 1. "Oh, it's really difficult to kill so many of my beloved men." A voice rang in the largest room in the village, and Myanmar always thought that the room was a conference hall, and there was no one. At this time, the roof of that room still had sporadic flames cracking and crackling from time to time, and the sky rang with low and low thunder from time to time. 6-7 corpses were scattered on the open space in front of the house, pools of blood dazzling scarlet. In the room behind him slowly walked out of a man holding a large sword. Everything seemed so strange. But at this time, his numb gaze was attracted by his forehead protection, which was composed of a large rectangle with 2 small rectangles and 2 acute triangles joined together. "There is this deep knife mark in the center of the forehead. This is the betrayal of Takumai Ninja Village," Myanmar secretly said in his heart. At this time, the ninja also saw the face of the face protection. It turned out to be Konoha's little ghost. "No wonder my men were slaughtered by you alone. But it's over now." The ninja stepped a little while talking. The whole person came to Myanmar's eyes instantly like a sharp arrow burst out. With a flick of the sword in his hand, a black blade pierced the sky, and the tip of the sword was already in front of Myanmar's eyes. On the side of his body, his hand quickly pierced the blade, and he was about to pierce the blade. Suddenly, the ninja's tadao turned like a numbing wrist, and the numbness turned over the kunao in his hand, being sparks splashing. A cold light flashed in the ninja's eyes, and an earth-yellow light flashed abruptly on the dark knife body. Peng trembled in a big earthquake, the rock under his feet burst and it rushed towards the face. A burst of white smoke flashed from Peng, and the numbness inlaid with rocks changed the sound of a log. Substitute, when is it? Read more at wuxiax.com. Who are you? You shouldn't be an unknown person with such strength. I am Gumbo of Takumai no Shinobu Village. Gumbo, you are the one who died 2 years ago by Takumai no Shinobu Village's propaganda Gambo in a rebellion. Boy, that was not a rebellion at all. It was a murder against our auxiliary knife faction. Do you know how many people died in that riot? Craftsman's Ninja Village is composed of a large number of craftsmen. In the village, both men and women, young and old, can skillfully craft tools and cutting tools. At first, because there was no strong power to protect, the people of Takumai's Shinobu village were often looted. This plunder not only came from the big and small ninja villages, but also from bandits and robbers. The founders of the Takumai Ninja Village learned from the pain, and used the creation of high-quality cutting tools for the 5 great ninja villages in exchange. The 5 great ninja villages are required to train ninjas for the Craftsman's Ninja Village, but the struggle between the 5 great ninja villages is constant. How can they train ninjas for the Craftsman's Ninja wholeheartedly? So the ninjas who returned from the initial training, in order to strengthen the Craftsman's Ninja Village, spontaneously combined with the village's specialties, forging cutting tools out of a new ninja path. After the initial messy research, 2 of the factions integrated the characteristics of the other factions and became the mainstream of Takumai's Ninja Village. Attack Blade Faction and Auxiliary Blade Faction. The purpose of the Attack Blade Faction is that as long as the ninja itself is strong, it can reach the shadow level. Must have powerful ninjutsu and moves, and can be easily operated. A ninja can release powerful moves, ninjutsu, as long as there are enough chakras. Therefore, as long as the amount of chakra is enough, you can become a powerful ninja, making the ninja foundation of the Craftsman's Ninja Village weak. The understanding of ninjutsu and ninjutsu is not thorough enough, and there are big loopholes in the use of ninjutsu and ninjutsu. It is still not visible in low-level ninja battles, once you encounter elites of the same level or experienced high-level ninjas. That is a steady stream of giving food. The purpose of the auxiliary blade faction is that the ninja should be able to assist the ninja to maximize the power of ninjutsu and moves. It is necessary to have good chakra conductivity and adaptability to chakras. And it can have special functions to assist the ninja in combat, such as the ninjas of Ashimaru and Suzuki. The pheasant sword of Ashimaru can be extended freely, and the ninja sword of Suzuki can be converted from virtual to reality. But this requires the ninja who uses ninjas to have strong strength, or outstanding ninjutsu or powerful moves, so the initial training of the ninja is extremely strict. The ninjas of the same period have become Zongnin in the attack blade faction, and the ninjas of the auxiliary blade faction may have just graduated from the ninja school. Both sides believe that their own ideas are correct and the others is wrong. Therefore, the relationship between the two parties continued to deteriorate, and finally a riot broke out in the Takananan village 2 years ago. The ninjas of the attack blade faction sneaked on the ninjas of the auxiliary blade faction. In the riots, the ninjas of the attack the knife faction used many powerful ninjas and human tactics to strangle the powerful ninjas of the auxiliary ninja faction. This Gumbo is a strong man with the strength of the upper ninja in the assisted ninja faction. Chapter 13, Fight Against Rebellion, 2. Chapter 13 Fight Against Rebellion, 2. My beloved Kazuko and Rantaro were killed in that murder. Gumbo got more and more excited, and finally coughed uncontrollably. It seems that Gambo was seriously injured, he said in a low voice, looking at Gambler's face that became flushed with the cough. Gumbo, your wife and children died in that rebellion. I sympathize with you, but do you know how many people the bandits you trained killed? How many relatives do you know? Do you know that these relatives are as sad as you are now? Myanmar said here, people who are abnormally angry complain about injustice, I just thought of transferring the damage to others, never thinking of a solution. This kind of person has been enchanted. Gumbo, you must die today. Let's teach people less. What do you know, kid? Gambo roared, rushing up, and the sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a black poisonous dragon, swallowing it towards the face hemp. This world has always been like this, and powerful people dominate everything. People who don't know the world go to death. Tai Deo turned out to count the sword shadows, covering his head with a numb face. Seeing this, his hands felt numb. The entire arm shot out like a sharp sword. At the moment when it met the opponent's tato, the numb arm looked like a snake. With the power of the tato, the wrist turned and unloaded the opponent's tato aside. Then the center of a turn came down, and Peng's numb right elbow slammed into Gumbo's waist like a spiking gun head. Gumbo instantly seemed like a sandbag that had been knocked off, flying a distance of 7 or 8 feet away. He slammed into a house, and the whole person smashed through the wall and fell into the house. The house collapsed. Tu Dun Tulong spear art rang out the hoarse roar of Gambo in the collapsed house. Myanmar jumped up when he felt an abnormal movement under his feet. But then he was overtaken by the sharp stalagmites uplifting on the ground, and Peng Myanmar's right fist slammed into the stalagmites. Blood spattered for a while, but the numb face finally stabilized his figure. Read more at wuxiax.com. The technique of instantaneous body puffed, his facial numbness disappeared in place. In the next moment, the face numb came to the other side of the house, and the fire escaped. The art of fire dragon took a fierce breath, spewed out several fire dragons and burned the house to ashes, and even the foundation was burned. Become a magma. However, at the very center of the flames in the ruins, a giant egg formed of rocks made 2 loud noises of card and peng, which broke apart. The red rocks burned by the flames scattered like single pieces of cannonballs. Gumbo's figure followed the largest fragment and lazed towards the face. The tato in his hand was emitting this shining earthy yellow light at this time, and he seemed to be able to feel the powerful impact. Myanmar quickly jumped upright into the sky, threw out 6 shurikens with both hands, and quickly printed the shuriken shadow avatar technique. The 6 shurikens instantly turned into a torrential rain of shurikens, bursting towards Gambu below. Gumbo held the tachi that turned into a blue wind with both hands, and swung it fiercely from right to left and from bottom to top. The air in front of Gambu seemed to be moved by a huge force, forming a gust of wind. The shuriken torrential rain came in an instant, and it hit the air wall with a ping-ping-bang sound. Immediately afterwards, there was a poo-poo-poo-poo sound, and the air wall could not withstand the shuriken torrential rain. After being penetrated by a shuriken rainstorm, the shot splashed dust on Gumbo's body and the surrounding ground. The shadow clone technique adjusted to the posture of the head and feet in midair, and summoned a shadow clone to give himself a violent push. The facial numbness changed from a slow rise to a rapid decline. When the noodles rushed to 2 meters above Gambu, there were 4 consecutive sounds of puff, 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 and puff. The 4-handed sword on the ground turned into a shadow clone of Myanmar, and together with the Myanmar in the air, it stabs Kunao in 5 directions against Gambu, who is surrounded by it. Among them, Myanmar on the right pierced Gumbo's right hand holding the sword, and Dangbo Gumbo's tata fell to the ground. Gumbo's own left shoulder, right forearm, left rib, front right chest, and back left chest were numb with a handful of kunao. Gumbo's body fell straight down like a pillar without support. Gumbo's ferocious expression slowly dissipated, and he looked at his face and said, "Ahem, little devil, what you said is right. I really don't know anything. Please, make good use of the iron broken tooth." Ninja. Ninja is to assist ninja in fighting. After speaking, there was no interest. At this time, the facial numbness caused him to fall to the ground. The trembling hands made the facial numb know that he was out of strength. Looking at the right hand, who was trying to heal, said lowly in his heart, "Sure enough, there is nothing simple about Shangren. Even a severely injured Shangren still forces himself to such a point." After resting for about 10 minutes, the numb right hand has healed on its own and does not affect the use. Myanmar hurriedly controlled the healing ability. How could such a fierce battle not be hurt a little? Too suspicious. It seems that you need to learn medical ninjutsu. At least there is a cover. If you can have the Mudun ability of the first generation of Naruto, it will be even more perfect. The first generation of Hokage's Mudun ability to heal was superior to Myanmar's own healing ability. At this time, Myanmar had the opportunity to carefully observe the iron broken teeth. Mang Iron Broken Tooth is basically the same as the Iron Broken Tooth of the main world anime Inuyasha. It's just that the part of the handguard is a flipped swastika character instead of the hair of a dog general with broken teeth. When the body of the sword is not injected into the chakra, it presents a grayish-black. It's like a great sword found in the waste pile, but once the attribute is injected into it, it's chuk. It will produce incredible effects. The burning and destruction of the fire attribute, the paralysis and sharpness of the thunder attribute are tested by the face numb. Myanmar has found the chakra test paper in the police force, and tested its own attribute as fire. With ray. From the chakras of the infused soil properties of Gumbo, the soil properties will be heavy, with great power, and hard. Broken Man's Teeth will be your name from now on. In the future, you will definitely follow my Iori and become famous in the world of shinobi. Chapter 14, Enter the Anbu. Chapter 14 Enter the Anbu. Thank you, Kakashi, Hokage 3 said to Kakashi in the 3rd generation office. Master Naruto, this is a detailed report of this mission. It has been confirmed that Myanmar possesses the ultimate strength of Shangnan and can complete the mission independently. Kakashi put a report on the table and said respectfully. Well, Kakashi, let him go to the Anbi. Enter the 6th team and let Yamato take him. Kakashi, please take a class for the students in this period. Hokage seems to have control over everything. Arranged a place for noodles. Hi, Naruto-sama, then I'll retire. Kakashi got up and left Hokage's office. Outside the Hokage office, he was numb with his busy iron-shattered teeth and he was leaning against the wall with his hands pillowed behind his head, thinking about where he was. Seeing Kakashi coming out, a sly smile flashed across his face, as if he was paying some kind of bad attention. Kakashi-sensei, I would like to ask you to eat ramen. Kakashi's dark heart at this time was gradually melted into a gap by the numb and cheerful face. As long as you put more effort into the sunshine before the gap is closed, you can completely melt all the darkness in Kakashi's heart, but my own skill seems to be insufficient. Only Naruto is up to you. Read more at wuxiax.com. Thinking of separating from this boy, my heart warms. Well, I'll invite you today. Really, Mr. Kakashi? If you invite me today, then I want to eat 3 large bowls of ramen. Yet. After speaking, he jumped and ran forward. The black line on Kakashi's forehead was instantly full. Do I really want to invite this guy to eat ramen? Kakashi looked at the numbness running out and his eyes eased a little. The numbness, thanks for getting along these days. Uncle, you'll bring me 3 bowls of seafood ramen. Mr. Kakashi treats me. The noodles tried to imitate Naruto's performance as a second product, hoping to melt the ice in Kakashi's heart more. Menma, you will not be my subordinate from today. Myanmar was eating ramen and froze. Kakashi-sensei, do you have any other tasks? It's not me, you are going to the NB to report tomorrow. After saying that, Kakashi ignored the noodles and did not move his ramen. At this time, the atmosphere in the shop was a little weird. A black-haired young man held a note of ramen noodles on his chopsticks and turned his head to look at a silver-haired young man. A silver-haired young man put his hands on the table and looked down at the ramen in front of him slightly. Neither of them spoke, and the heat of the ramen slowly rose from the bowl in the dull atmosphere. So, thank you for coming to Kakashi's teacher during this time. Myanmar put down the chopsticks in his hand, stood up and bowed to Kakashi very formally. Ninja, actually, Kakashi was about to speak, but was interrupted by the noodle. In fact, Mr. Kakashi, you shouldn't read books like Road to Ninja, Death. You should read this, I've planted it. Speaking of noodles, I took out a very good book wrapped in craft paper in the ninja bag. Teacher Kakashi, please study it carefully. Speaking, he turned and ran out, as if there was a cannibal beast behind him. Thank you for the hospitality, Mrs. Kakashi. You must study it carefully. A numb voice came from a distance, as if it had already reached the corner of the street. What's the matter with this numb face? Why are you panicking? Kakashi said, opening the tightly wrapped paper bag, and it was indeed a book, Heavenly Love. When Kakashi saw a book, he instinctively opened the first page and read it. Peng Boss's ramen money is here. Uncle Yul saw the ramen on the table, and Chien suddenly had some brain crashes. Is there anything urgent? The technique of instantaneous body. A hidden corner in the underground space of Konoha, the changing room in the dark part. Myanmar took the Anbu equipment he had just received. I am the Iori Myanmar who just joined Anbu today, please take care of me. Ah, it's you. Use the innermost cabinet, Myanmar replied respectfully. Yes, that's him, he is only 12 years old this year, and he is only 1 year older than Uchiha Itachi who entered Anbi Ninja 1 whispered, assemble at the 3rd exercise site in 5 minutes from the 6th shift high. The 3rd exercise field had just arrived. He received a warm welcome from the predecessors of Anbi, Illusory Technique Fox Heart Technique, and saw that the road in front of him seemed to change slightly, and the road became complicated. Illusion? Solved when the illusion was unlocked, he looked at the many seniors in front of him and did not speak. If you want to become a member of Anbu, you must first show the matching strength. Corresponding strength. Myanmar whispered, this should be enough. The first sentence just fell, and when the second sentence was just started, the Myanmar had reached behind the person, suffering. There was no way that the person stretched out behind and put it on the person's throat. The technique of instantaneous body. Yes, the technique of instantaneous body technique. The instantaneous technique of facial numbness was created by the insight of the 8 gates of Dunjia. It is prepared within a 20-meter radius of space. In case, it can be reached in an instant. Myanmar is still comprehending the mystery of the space, combined with the research report on the art of flying thunder obtained from the police force. As long as he practiced the art of flying thunder, he can expand the teleport radius. However, the facts proved that space ninjutsu is indeed the most difficult ninjutsu to practice. Myanmar has been studying the ninjutsu in this Naruto world since the day he got the research report on the technique of flying thunder. But up to now, even the most basic spatial movement of Ma has not been felt, let alone the rest of the conditions. Chapter 15, The Desire for New Techniques. Chapter 15, The Desire for New Techniques. There are 2 times, please accept my challenge as well, and truly challenge the birthday misconception. A dark ninja wearing a civet-style mask was speaking, his body gradually becoming illusory and transparent. Immediately afterwards, the ground near Myanmar was centered on Myanmar, and more than a dozen shades of khaki light suddenly burst out of the ground, which pierced directly to the center of Myanmar's body. The face was numb, and his body rose into the air without warning, and a light backflip landed on the open space on the other side. There are more than 10 kunao made of mud inserted in the position where Myanmar just stood. Myanmar quickly printed the fire escape, Phoenix fireball technique with both hands at the moment it landed. More than a dozen fireballs were controlled by Myanmar like tracking missiles, and they hit the ground exactly just shot by the soil. At this moment, the shadow of the NB member behind Myanmar suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the Kyu on his right hand pierced Myanmar's back heart like a poisonous snake. His face was numb, and he just wanted to do something, but he heard 2 slight ground-breaking noises under his feet. Then a pair of big hands shining with yellow light flicked left and right like lightning. He firmly grasped Myanmar's feet, and the force was as strong as putting on 2 steel hoops in an instant, making it difficult for Myanmar to move. For a moment, Myanmar's body seemed to have no bones, and suddenly his body turned strangely to the right, when the dark short blade in Myanmar's hand accurately hit the piercing Kyu. Then, the 2 calves were twisted as if they were boneless, and after a pattering noise, the 2 legs shrank abruptly by more than a circle. Then his body leaped up suddenly, and his feet were pulled out of his 2 big hands like 2 slippery loaches. The dark part of the short blade in his hand touched a little bit, and the numb face moved a certain distance back again. The NB ninja who stabbed at the facial numb before, quickly knotted his hands as if he was preparing for some ninjutsu. The 2 big hands on the ground slapped the ground with both hands fiercely, and Peng made a sound of smoke. A figure rushed towards Myanmar in the smoke, and the dark short blade in his hand pierced Myanmar's chest. The numb face was worth shaking, and the stabbing knife flashed. Swish, swish flew out of the smoke and dust with 2 chains, like 2 spirit snakes, desperately chasing the numb figure. Read more at wuxiax.com. Mu dun mu ding bai. Just when Myanmar was preparing to make a killer, a row of wooden pillars suddenly appeared on the ground in front of Myanmar to protect Myanmar. What are you doing again? This is the 2nd time. Do you still need to verify your strength? Sky Burial, he is too young. Isn't he? It seems to be 1 year younger than Itaki. Itaki's side is big. Is he a genius ninja again? Or will he become the next Itaki? Some dark ninjas whispered. You should have verified it, this kid is not that simple. At the same time, Yamato said lowly in his heart, this kid is recognized by Senior Kakashi. The face is numb, don't care. These guys are not malicious. Hi, Captain Yamato is fine. This is Moonlight Hayate and Uzuki Zian. From now on we will be partners. Hayate is good at melee combat and sword art. Zian is good at medical ninjutsu. Yamato gave a brief introduction to a few people. Thank you, Hayate and Yu and Kazuma said to each other. 3 months later, Myanmar followed Yamato's back and completed another secret mission. I signed Yamato's Mu Dun clone, which was made from the trees inspired by chakra. Because of the carrier, the time of existence is many times longer than that of the shadow clone. If you master this technique, you can do a lot of things in this many times the time. such as the new ninjutsu research. Myanmar has found research on Susanoo in the research report of the Uchiha clan. Suzuo no Hu is essentially a chakra of highly substantive words. Strictly speaking, it belongs to the category of yin dun. Yin escape, the creative attribute from nothing, can master spiritual energy. Most of the illusions in the ninja world come from Mu Yin Dun, and some of the secret skills are from Yin Dun. The strong ones are such as the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, and the lesser ones are the Nara clan's Shadow Mystery and the Yamazaka clan's Heart-Turning Technique. Wait. As a traverser, Myanmar is extremely envious of the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. After seeing the research report of the Uchiha clan, he gathered the experience of the previous life to study his own Susanoo Nuga, which became the biggest driving force of Myanmar in the Naruto world. And Anbu's endless missions have kept Myanmar unable to be cloned, which makes Myanmar feel very distressed. Myanmar also tried to use the shadow avatar to perform tasks. The clone was researched, but the result was that the shadow clone was the main chakra split and condensed. Cannot produce chakras on their own, and are still consuming chakras all the time. Sometimes the main body has to go out for more than 3 days for a mission, and the highest record of the shadow avatar art of facial hemp is 32 hours without using ninjutsu. And when Myanmar left Wulai of Konoha village, the shadow clone disappeared automatically. It seems that Myanmar's shadow clone can only be so far away. When Myanmar discovered that the Mu clone existed longer than the shadow clone, Myanmar found Ma suddenly thought of a special wooden clone Baiju. Myanmar knows that White Ju is the main cannon fodder of the Fourth Ninja World War, and its existence is almost unlimited. Seeing Daehee's Mu Dun ability again, he was so envious of his face that he decided to officially start to try a new technique, but he must first have the Wood Dun ability. For others, acquiring Mu Dun's ability is a life-threatening death, and Konoha's bloody experimental records can scare away any normal ninja. But is Myanmar an ordinary person? It's not that Myanmar has the ability to heal. Strictly speaking, it can continue to repair the damage caused by mutation. In this regard, it is more suitable for transplanting Mu Dun than when it was a child. Since I am 70% sure that I can live without death, how can I not give it a try? High risk, high return. I did it. After thinking about this section, I started planning without hesitation. Chapter 16, Mu Dun's ability. Chapter 16 Mu Dun's ability. Just thinking about it is the characteristic of noodles. As for the all-round noodles in the ninja world, it is destined not to be dealt with. Myanmar thinks he is not the protagonist, and without the aura blessing of the protagonist like Naruto, he is not sure that he will not die in the Fourth Ninja World War. Even Niji Hyuga, one of the 12 strong in the original work, died in the Fourth Ninja War, and Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, died before the Ninja War. Although Jiraya's death was a bit, the result of the influence of the will of the world, it was enough to prove the danger of this world. So what Myanmar has to do now is to continuously improve her strength. The ability of Mu Dun happens to be the most famous one in the original work, and that ability doubles immediately after the transplant is successful. Powerful people such as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Dato have the strength of single-handedly challenged shadow-level powerhouses. The next level Danzo also has a substantial increase in strength. The worst Yamato was catalyzed during the Ninja War. The terrifying strength of the masked man can be seen in Mu Dun's background. At the same time, Myanmar also knows that the test data of the Ashimaru at the time is still in the Gen. Although it is classified as a high-level secret, it is almost impossible for anyone outside the roots to know it, but whoever makes our face numb is the Traverser. Deep in a corner of Konoha underground, in the secret base of Roots, a figure covered in a black robe just appeared and was surrounded by 4 dark ninjas. I want to see Lord Danzo. There is something to talk about. Of course, this person is numb, and his face is numb at this time. Wearing a large black silk robe and a silver mask of evil spirits. The whole body is surrounded by layers of faint chakras, and there is no way to sense the specific strength of the people in them. Danzo slowly walked out of the darkness, who are you and why are you wearing a mask? Is there anything shameless about it? Master Danzo, wearing a mask underneath actually has another problem, but it's not. What's the shame? If you really want to know, Master Danzang, of course you can take off the mask to let the senior see it. Myanmar smiled softly, and said with a sharp voice. The sound was like the sound of the tip of a knife across the glass, unusually sharp and piercing. The old man doesn't have that thought, you are a kid in the dark side. Suddenly ran to the roots to do something. Now when you see the old man, just say anything. The old man is impatient. I have to say, Danzo really it's very domineering, if it wasn't for the wrong path from the beginning, as the guardian in the shadow of Konoha would definitely be a famous ninja. Read more at wuxiax.com. The younger generation sent this specially for Master Danzang. Myanmar took out a portfolio with the logo of the police force printed on the portfolio. Speaking, he handed the portfolio to a rude dark ninja. Danzo took a look at the portfolio and looked at Myanmar expressionlessly before taking the portfolio. But when he saw the contents inside, he showed a look of surprise. Izanagi Research Report. As a clan with the writing wheel eyes, the Uchiha clan has not only studied various forbidden arts. It also organized a team to focus on the special application of Shaolin Yan. Izanagi is one of them. Danzo, one of the masterminds of the Uchiha's destruction of the gate, naturally coveted this ability. To this end, he also collaborated with Ashimaru to make a right-hand prosthesis. But Danzo, after all, is not a member of the Uchiha clan, and does not have the writing wheel to study Izanagi. There are still flaws. Izanagi is a ninjutsu creation of all things application derived from the six immortals. It can directly record the physical state of the caster using the writing wheel, and then record the damage suffered by the caster within the time of the operation. Even the death of the operator can be physically restored to the moment recorded by the operator. But the price is the permanent blindness of the caster's writing wheel eye, which is a forbidden technique in the Uchiha family's pupil technique. However, its applicability cannot be denied. The current research hopes that the Uchiha family in the future can use this technique reasonably. As the promoter of Uchiha's genocide, Danzo has gained a large number of writers, and this information just hit Danzo's itchy place. So kid, what's your request? Danzo was only slightly surprised and replied, asking the key to the matter. Hehe, Lord Danzang, I just want to borrow it from you. The research materials of the first generation of Naruto adult cell transplantation. Slightly indulging in Danzang, he said, well, okay. Go and get the report of the cell transplantation of the first generation of Naruto adults. Myanmar received the research data of the first generation of Naruto cell transplantation and did not leave here, but in Danzang. Read it carefully under his gaze. Half an hour later, Myanmar had already written down all the information. Thank you, Master Danzo. After saying puff, the empty mask and black robe fell to the ground. Shadow clone? Funny kid, don't let me catch you. Danzang glanced at the black robe and mask on the ground and muttered to himself. In a corner of Konoha, Myanmar carefully recalled some details of the cell transplantation between the first generation of Hokage's pillars. In the era of research to reproduce the first generation of Mudun, Konoha can be said to be doing his best. However, the adults who voluntarily received the first generation Naruto column adult cell transplantation failed because they could not adapt to the growth of adult cells between the columns. Later, Yuan cooperated with Danzo to use children as experimental subjects, and only by mistake, Yamato succeeded together. Because the children's physical strength is insufficient, they cannot support the energy required for the growth of the adult cells between the columns. And because of the healing power, the cells can divide endlessly and remain in perfect condition. Chakra is also ample anomaly, it is tailor-made for transplanting adult cells between pillars. Moreover, the cells between the columns are not available. Isn't it easy to get the Yamato ones? Since Myanmar has the ability to transplant Mudun, naturally he has collected Yamato's cell samples with the convenience of the task a long time ago. Chapter 17, Mu-Dun Ability Awakens. Chapter 17 Mu-Dun Ability Awakens. Ah! A low growl that can be suppressed, wandering around the numb room. Facial anesthesia returned from the roots and confirmed all the reports of transplanting intercolumn cells, then returned to his room and immediately transplanted Yamato cells autonomously. As for the moisture in that report, facial anesthesia did not care at all, and its confidence is as for the ability. In the original world, his own ability has even created the miracle of regeneration of a broken limb, which shows the power of this ability. Yamato cells are cells transplanted from between the columns, and they have undergone some changes in conjunction with themselves, and are second-generation Mu-Dun cells. The energy and factors required for reproduction in the cells between the columns are also very different, and because of the chakra, Yamato himself could not perfectly reproduce the ability of the cells between the columns. Because of its special healing ability, Myanmar can theoretically blend the ability of Yamato cells perfectly, and play up to 120%. However, unknown changes occurred during the fusion of Yamato cells. In the process of fusion of Yamato cells and facial hemp cells, the reproduction and phagocytosis of the two cells made the facial hemp feel the feeling of being torn and healed again. It seems a certain kind of only existence and existence in the soul are partly induced. Bang 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 Myanmar, are you at home? Yamato's voice sounded outside the door. Myanmar tried hard to suppress the sound but was still heard a bit of painful groan by Yamato outside the door. What's wrong with you? Peng and Yamato broke into the door anxiously. But I saw that the numb body was constantly damaged and constantly being repaired, and even some parts of the body were still growing branches of trees, and then in the next moment, it grew reversely and retracted into the body, and all kinds of chakras appeared on the body. Realistic performance. The azure blue of thunder and lightning, the orange red of flames, the grey yellow of the earth, the azure blue of the ocean, and a kind of milky energy of unknown nature emerged together, forming a chaotic chakra storm around the numb face. And the color of the storm is constantly changing, sometimes cyan, sometimes blue, and sometimes milky white. Is this the fusion of the boundaries of bloodstains? Yamato was suddenly at a loss. What Yamato and others didn't find was that just below the chaotic chakra storm, strange energy in a broken mask was continuously drawn away and thrown into the chaotic storm. Finally, the broken mask turned out the energy in the rupture has also been weakened to a point where it can no longer be extracted. Read more at wuxiax.com. These energies kept flickering, and in the end it turned out to be like a neon light. Glittering color by color, these energies converged into a dazzling colorless light and formed a light pupa that wrapped the facial hemp, and the light gradually dimmed and became invisible. The light pupa has also become the appearance of being pupa by the infinite moon reading rap art, but it exudes a faint pressure from the soul. The coercion originated from the Xian golden beast gene when the facial hemp passed through. At this time, the residual thoughts of the external golem were offset by each other. About an hour later, the light pupa seemed to be absorbed by the facial hemp, slowly moving towards facial numbness ablated inside the body. At this time, the spiritual world of Myanmar is not optimistic. The whole spiritual world seems to have become an ocean filled with incompatible liquids. The spiritual body of Myanmar seems to be sealed in a sealed glass container and floats in the center of the ocean. At this point, the outside of the container formed a series of manic storms like a chakra storm outside the body. The liquid storm kept hitting the glass container that protected the surface, and the glass container did not endure a single attack before it would appear spider-web-like cracks, and in the next minute it slowly recovered as before. As if feeling the healing of the glass container, the energy in the storm struck again vigorously, and the cracks hit by the glass container were densely covered, and the glass container can always repair the broken cracks before the next energy strikes. During this constant damage and repair, the glass container became bigger and bigger. From the beginning, only the noodles could be curled up inside, and then gradually one after another. With the continuous impact of the storm outside, the space protected by the glass container began to seep into some transparent liquid that was as viscous as glue, and this transparent liquid also increased as the glass container became larger. Is this absorbing the violent energy outside, purifying it and condensing it into this viscous transparent liquid? This force seems to, Myanmar analyzed herself. As the glass container grew larger and larger, the external energy of all colors began to avoid the pursuit of the glass container, and at this time the glass container seemed to have turned from a small sheep to a big tiger. Take the initiative to attack and constantly change the shape, swallow and assimilate all the energies that attempt to escape, and finally the entire glass container merges with one's own spiritual world. I don't know if it's an illusion. Myanmar always feels that my spiritual world has grown a lot, but I can't be sure. When the various energies disappeared, Myanmar felt a strange feeling, as if the characters in the online game had upgraded, and it was as if an invisible shackle had been opened. Myanmar could not describe this strange feeling in words. When Myanmar wanted to perceive this strange feeling carefully, this feeling was never felt again, as if it had never appeared before. In this way, my face felt heavier and heavier, and I finally fell asleep. Wake up with facial numbness, wake up soon. The numbness in the numbness felt that someone called herself again. She really opened her eyes and saw that she had returned to her bed in the real world. Under the bed, Duzuzian was using medical ninjutsu to examine herself. Yamato Moonlight Hayate was looking at herself with concern, and the call just now came from Yamato. Don't worry, there is no problem with the facial numb body, and it is exceptionally good, Duzuzian said after checking the facial numb body. It turned out that it took 3 days for the noodles to fuse the cells of Yamato. Today is the day for the 6th team to go to dinner. The original plan for noodles is to invite everyone to eat the hot pot of the world of origin. This is also an insurance for noodles. As a measure, if the cells of Yamato have not been able to fuse in 3 days, then something must be dangerous. If you are still alive and Yamato happens to ask yourself to eat and find that it is dangerous, then live by yourself with the help of medical ninjutsu. The hope of going down will be a big point. Hot pot is the most favorite in the world of noodles. Since entering the dark part, high-intensity tasks have made the noodles want to eat hot pot even more. Myanmar has been negotiated with the Chudeo clan. Myanmar is responsible for the technical guidance and part of the funds. The Chudeo clan has provided manpower and material resources to open a hot pot restaurant in the country of fire. Receiving dividends in the form of shares has also become one of the important economic sources for the future of Myanmar. Yamato and others were not here to meet him, so he came to Myanmar's home to look for Myanmar, and saw the above-mentioned astonishing scene. What's wrong with you? Yamato asked with concern. Facial numbness certainly won't tell the truth. At that time, I was alone at home, and suddenly felt a surge of energy in my blood. I thought it was someone's secret calculation. I instinctively wanted to control the energy riot in my blood. I thought but fainted in the end. The face is numb, how do you feel now? Yamato asked with concern. Captain Yamato, I feel as if I have the ability of Mu-Dun. Myanmar looked at Yamato and said. Mu-Dun ability. Everyone was surprised. You must know that Mu-Dun is currently only available to Yamato. It seems to be. Myanmar scratched his head embarrassedly. Speaking of taking a pot of flowers at the head of the bed and injecting the wood escape ability into it, I saw that the plant that was not in the blooming period grew and grew in a blink of an eye, bearing a single flower bone, which was full in the blink of an eye. Fresh flowers are fragrant for a while. Myanmar, it seems that you have really awakened the Mu-Dun ability. You must immediately report to Master Hokage, Xian, and Haifeng. You are here to protect the Num. Yamato said solemnly, but in the light of the invisible Num, glowing with a strange smell. Chapter 18, The Next Osaimaru. Chapter 18, The Next Osaimaru. Hokage-sama, this is how things are. Myanmar has automatically awakened Mu-Dun's ability. In Hokage's office, Yamato, dressed in dark parts, knelt on the ground and reported to the third generation of Hokage. Is Uzumaki face numb? Yamato immediately notified Uzumaki numbness to the NB secret hospital to cooperate with the test. It is necessary to record the physical condition of the following Ma at this time. This matter is classified as SS class secret and cannot be leaked. The 3 generations of Hokage did not draw his beloved. On the contrary, his pipe is solemn. Hi, Yamato replied, turned around and went to inform that his face was numb. Denzo, can you be sure that this noodle is the kid who traded with you? After Yamato left, the 3rd generation of Hokage asked to a hidden corner of the office. Surround Mountain, you can be sure. This kid is the kid who traded with me. You should give him to me. Only by giving him to me can you fully grasp the secrets of his awakening Mudun, and dare to trade with me now. In the future it's very likely to be the next big snake pill, don't make mistakes. Denzo, needless to say, I won't hand over this child to you. I won't make the mistake of Ashimaru a second time, and your mistakes will not be forgiven. The 3 generations of Hokage instantly an astonishing aura broke out, and Denzo once again felt the aura belonging to the Ningxiang at this time. Denzo sensed the aura of the 3 generations at this time and knew that the decision of the 3 generations could not be changed and turned and walked outside the door. Swan-chan, I hope you are right this time. I will monitor him at any time, and I will take action when necessary. After that, Denzo went out. The Anbu underground secret hospital, not so much a hospital, is more credible than a secret research base. The internal equipment is full of strange feelings of the fusion of fantasy and technology, which are different from the high-tech equipment in the original world. Master Myanmar, we need to analyze your blood. A ninja wearing a medical ninja costume said respectfully, read more at wuxiax.com. Well, okay. Facial anesthesia is known to my family. The first time after waking up, facial anesthesia used some medical ninjutsu that I knew to conduct self-examination, and even used the traditional Chinese medicine methods of the previous life. The results show that the cells of the 1st generation of Hokage's pillars and the mutant cells of Tianbu Yamato are very different. It feels like 3 independent individuals, so there is no worry about what problems will be detected in facial anesthesia. In the next 2 months, the task of Myanmar has been completely suspended. The whole person is constantly receiving various inspections and ideological and political education in the secret research base of Anbi every day. Myanmar can clearly feel the experience of Uncle Snake and Uncle Snake. After the Atakagod incident, the Anbu members of the Hokage family have obviously increased their efforts in ideological education. Myanmar also used this time to get in touch with the medical ninjas of the Naruto clan. Myanmar came to Naruto world and discovered that this world has many similarities with the original world, and the success of Hot Pot also made Myanmar decide to start him. Cosmetics is the second money-making program of the company. The beauty-loving nature of women in that world cannot be erased. When Myanmar was sorting out the relics of her parents in this life, she found that some mothers who were medical ninjas left some homemade cosmetics. Although these cosmetics are considered to be of the vanishing cream level for facial hemp, they have also strengthened the determination of facial hemp to use medical ninjutsu to perfect it into a series of cosmetics. Of course, there are also ideas to complete this cosmetic for earning money. In it. When Ma told the matter to the female medical ninja of the Naruto clan, the medical ninja immediately flashed his eyes and felt the huge benefits of this. After several meetings under surveillance, the opinions of Myanmar and the Naruto clan were agreed. Myanmar used this time to borrow some equipment for this secret study of hitting the ground to verify his ideas. 17 kinds of specific herbs use different methods and different temperature conditions to extract useful essences. After using medical ninjutsu to catalyze the change of the mixture, flowers are added to adjust the fragrance. Therefore, the cosmetics that will be popular in the ninja world in the future, Yin Xiang ointment was born in this research base, and then several kinds of cosmetics were derived under the advice of Myanmar. Myanmar admires the Nara, Kaihudo, and Mountain clans in the original work very much. These 3 clans can be said to always stand on the side of the good. So working with them is not worried about being pitted. In the process, some small accidents occurred. Myanmar wanted to make this cosmetic perfect at first. With the support of the Nara family, they tried to use the powerful vitality of extracting the wood properties of chakra, supplemented by fine medical ninjutsu adjustment, adding a large number of herbal essences that are beneficial to the human body, and using the research basis fine pharmaceutical technology to create a Konoha's future life-saving medicine Yangjing pill. Although it is still not up to the level of the flesh and bones of the living dead, it can also heal major internal and external injuries super fast with medical ninjutsu. It is a pity that the requirements for facial anesthesia at the time were too high, and the drugs required were also extremely demanding. As a result, it is impossible for this life-saving medicine to be produced and used on a large scale, but the scarcity of the material has made this medicine's reputation thinking about the direction of the elixir. Myanmar also knew that this kind of life-saving medicine could not be kept by herself, so she simply and neatly taught the 3 generations of the research materials and production key issues of Yangjing pills. And this decision also completely made the 3 generations feel the light in the heart of Myanmar. This child won't be the second Ashimaru. He has the inheritance of the will to fire. The 3 generations of Hokage are getting Yangjing Guan. After the report, looking at the sunlight outside the office smoking a pipe, I thought to myself, and a smile of relief appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 19, Will of Fire. Chapter 19 Will of Fire. Unknowingly, it was already the 3rd month since Myanmar arrived at the underground research base, and finally Myanmar received a discharge notice within a few days. After a series of inspections, no traces of the cells of the original Hokage. Thousands of pillars were found in the body of the facial anesthesia, and the changes in the facial anesthesia after the awakening of mutant bloodline have completely stopped. These 3 months of research are correct. Konoha is better than nothing, because Konoha is more sure about the difficulty of awakening or transplanting mutant's bloodstains. But for Myanmar, it is of great significance. In these 3 months, the Anbu opposite Ma of the Hokage series showed full goodwill, and almost all of the Mudun information was released, even known as the Blood Massacre. All of the Mudun transplantation materials are completely expanded to the face hemp, combined with some of the information obtained from the face hemp in Tuanzang. The mastery of the face hemp on the Mudun is directly qualitatively improved. Myanmar is a member of the Huabai family, and the Huabai family and the Chien Shao family are distant blood relatives. The 2 parties have been communicating with each other for a long time to allow intermarriage, so they also have a part of the blood of the Thousand Hands clan in the body of Myanmar. The author's illusion, part of the reason for the extinction of the Uzumaki clan is that no one in the ninja world is willing to see the rise of another Thousand Hand clan. Otherwise, how could the ninja village with Konoha watch and mutual help be so easy punishment? Konoha's strength is very strong in the entire history of ninja world. And the abilities of the 2 races are very similar. They also have a strong and special physique, and they also have powerful chakras. Chakras also have the characteristics of restraining tail beasts. Myanmar's physique has been aroused since Kaihoe attacked the village. You must know that at that time, Myanmar was only 2 years old and less than 3 years old, and he was just a talking child. When Nine Tails attacked the village, they were injured by the disintegrated Nine Tails chakra. The average child had long since died. The special physique of Myanmar allowed him to die until Zhu Weihong took the house, and Zhu Weihong brought his own healing ability to match the special physique of the Maelstrom family, and finally made Myanmar possess what it is today. Special physique. The final conclusion is that there is a phenomenon of blood returning to the ancestors in the facial numb, which naturally awakens the Mudun ability. Of course, no one can explain the astonishing scene when Myanmar awakens Mudun's ability, but with the 3-generation sealing ban, nothing matters anymore. After Myanmar came out of the secret base, he came to his favorite position. The head of the 3rd generation of Hokage Rock was numb looking at the sun about to set, and there was a feeling of being helpless. Since the awakening of Mudun's ability, the delay time of Mudun's clone has been greatly increased, but it still hasn't been brought to the level of Baiju. The numbness seems to be missing a very crucial part, the power of the external golem or spirituality. Outer golem is a magical thing transformed by the chakra god tree in the Naruto world, even the original work emphasizes its particularity. As a result, Hokage couldn't figure out what way Dao was after the end. At that time, the ninja's master Lu Dao Immortal used yin and yang to draw out the 10-tailed chakra to create a tail beast, and the 10-tailed body was transformed into an outgoing golem because of the loss of the chakra. When he was awakening Mu Dun's ability, he seemed to incorporate the power of the outer golem in that mask, and he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, the fragment of the mask seemed to be able to be integrated into Mu Dun's clone with the special skill Ghost Luia, and the time problem should be solved by then. Read more at wuxiax.com. Myanmar returned to her state of wandering, and looked at Naruto and the others who were attending extra school classes below. Let's have a ramen with Naruto for a while. Myanmar decided not to think about the time of Mu Chibi. Well, it's Hokage-sama. Myanmar saw the third generation of Hokage come below Hokage Rock. Today I want to teach you what I wrote, please remember it in your heart. The three generations looked at the Naruto and the others who were attending after-school classes in front of them. BA, no need. I can't remember it. Naruto started to attract attention before he even listened. Naruto Ilika hurriedly stepped forward and surrendered Naruto's name loudly. It seemed that he was going to teach Naruto. Teacher Irika. Naruto said hurriedly with a guilty conscience, as if to explain something. Sure enough, Naruto still needs teacher Irika to teach him a lesson. Myanmar looked at the scene below and thought with a grin. Ha ha ha, forget Irika, these little guys are telling the truth. Three generations smiled and interrupted Irika's teaching Naruto. Yes, now I don't force you to remember and understand all of them. Significance. However, I hope that when you grow up, you can still remember what my old man once said, and it will definitely work for your future. This is the will of fire. The three generations spoke very formally, as if they were religious as doing a sacred thing. As long as there are places where leaves fly, the fire will continue to burn. The light of the fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. Myanmar felt that the words of the three generations were spoken to Naruto and others in front of him, as well as to himself who heard him. Three generations of adults, thank you for your trust. In the future, I will use my way to bloom my will of fire. At this moment, following the comprehension of the will of fire, Myanmar suddenly felt that he was truly integrated into the world of Hokage. At this moment, the original soul of the body seemed to have opened all the shackles and completely handed the body to Myanmar. And Myanmar was not trying to survive like before, in order to survive the Fourth Ninja World War, and watched the development of things coldly. At this moment, Myanmar feels that I am not a spectator or Zhu Weihong. From now on, I will be Vortex Myanmar and only the Vortex Myanmar of this world. A gust of wind blew across the sky, bringing up bursts of leaves. In a forest in the distance, tall trees block the wind for the small trees, but let out the sunlight, so that the small trees can better grow into pillars. Chapter 20, Conjecture of Tai Chi. Chapter 20 Conjecture of Tai Chi. Hinata is not like this. You have to use the chakra in your hand to entangle the opponent's attack, and then dissolve the strength of the opponent's attack. In a forest in Konoha Hyoshin, Myanmar who returned from the mission was instructing Hinata practice. While at school, Myanmar found that Hinata liked to look at herself and Naruto secretly, and the eyes when she looked at herself were a little shy, and the eyes when she looked at Naruto were mixed with curiosity and sympathy. Myanmar knew that he had successfully captured Hinata's heart. At that time, Myanmar was ecstatic, and now it was confirmed that Hina had a hazy feeling of liking himself, but he did not have Naruto. Therefore, Myanmar unceremoniously brought Hinata to the back mountain, where he used the site for hemp practice in front to guide him in his practice, and agreed with Hinata, this is the secret of the two of us, oh you, Hinata can't tell the others. Human. Hinata, who was not good at communicating with others, just blushed and replied hi with a little surprise and a little dazed. After reading the original Myanmar, I feel that Hina Tien is very suitable for Tai Chi in the original world. Tai Chi in the original world is a set of ideas that integrates the ideas of Yi Shui and Chinese medicine. It has the combination of yin and yang, rigidity and softness. Ji, a boxing technique that both internally and externally. And Myanmar itself knows Xing Yi Iquan, and I only know some basic things about Taijiquan. For example, Taijiquan requires static breaking, softness to overcome rigidity, avoiding the reality and emptiness, and leveraging strength to exert force. However, Myanmar also felt that the attacking skills in the original world were also not applicable in the Naruto world. The physical skills in the Naruto world had its unique characteristics in the application of chakra. For example, when Kai opened the Bamandungia to fight, Baman possessed special abilities, the Bagwazang of the Hyega clan's A-cup ointment sealing technique, and so on. Therefore, Myanmar firmly believes that with the basic theory of Taijiquan in the original world, it is possible to create a set of Taiji soft Chuan suitable for the Hokage world. Combining Hinata's white eyes can accurately see the enemy's chakra flow and muscle state, which can greatly improve Hinata's combat effectiveness. The first step in Tai Chi is to see through the opponent's attack and dissolve its power. Myanmar and Hinata are working hard at this stage. Noodle Num, I still feel so difficult. I have clearly seen through your attack, but I still can't grasp the way to dissolve your power. Hinata was knocked back by the Num power again, panting. Read more at wuxiax.com, it's okay with Hinata. I only know the basic theory of this kind of physical technique. But I think it can be developed with the white eyes. Myanmar said to Hinata. Suddenly Myanmar seemed to have thought of something. Hinata, wait a minute. He said that Myanmar's instantaneous technique disappeared, but followed Myanmar's right hand and grabbed a bird back. Look at Hinata, said Myanmar. Opened her hand, and the bird opened its wings and was about to fly away. The hand that was numb then moved up and down like a wave. The strange thing is that no matter how much the bird stirs its wings, can't fly out in the hands of Numb Face. Hina, did the bird's wing hurt? Why can't it fly? Hina Meng Meng seemed to melt the noodles. Hina, look at the bird's feet with white eyes. Ma used a lot of perseverance to break free from Hinata's Meng Meng appearance, and said. Hey, white eyes. It's weird. The bird's feet are clearly on your hands, but every time the bird's feet are forced, it is resolved by you. The bird can't use the force to fly with only the power of its wings. Can't get up. How did you do it? Little stars flashed in the eyes of cute Hinata. Ah, no more, no more. Hinata, how can you be so cute? Noodles hurriedly coughed and said, yes, this is Hinata. How did you do it? Hinata asked carefully, looking at the palm of his hand. I have a layer of fine chakras on my hand, and when I feel the bird's foot force, I will move down to dissolve the bird's power. After the noodles, the hand is not undulating, and the bird flies away at once. Up. Hinata, you look at the bird with white eyes, and use this method to practice how to properly dissolve the enemy's power. This is the first stage of the new physical technique. Hinata nodded after hearing the Numb Face. Good noodles. Talking about the Numb Face and using the wood to escape, a huge bird cage was created. This bird cage is the same height as the current Hinata, with a diameter of about 1 square meter. Hinata, wait a minute, I'll find some birds. Because Hinata can't use chakra to climb trees at this time, the task of catching birds is naturally completed by noodles. More than 30 clones were separated from the shadow clone technique. Everyone, let's catch the birds together. Okay, I saw the more than 30 faces numb, like a sharp arrow turned into more than 30 shadows and shot into the depths of the dense forest. In a short while, everyone caught 2 birds and put them in their cages. Hinata, just these little birds today. Don't work too hard. Well, okay. Mian Majin. Hinata replied in a low voice, her cheeks were pink, and her face was numb for a while, and she was dumbfounded. And Hinata secretly glanced at Myanmar and found that Myanmar looked at him blankly, and there was a hint of sweetness in his heart. But then I felt a little dizzy. Hinata, what's wrong with you? He woke up from a daze after a numb face, and saw Hinata shyly about to faint. Myanmar-jun, I'm fine. I'm going to practice, Hinata replied softly, then ran to the birdcage to practice. If it weren't for his numb hearing, Hinata's answer would not be heard. Myanmar felt that the air in the back mountain was so fresh at this time, the sky was so blue, and even the shape of white clouds was so beautiful. Chapter 21, Ninjutsu True Clone Technique. Chapter 21 Ninjutsu True Clone Technique. More than 3 months passed unconsciously. While Hinata tried to practice how to dissolve the power of the bird to take off, Myanmar came to the river thinking about the principles of Tai Chi. The slowly flowing river water did not pass Myanmar's waist. Feeling the buoyancy and resistance of the water, Myanmar began to swirl slowly. Remember that there is a TV series in the original world that used the vortex. It should be caught by the vortex and mastered the use of force. Myanmar whispered, underestimated alone. A small rock under the water slowly approached the whirlpool with the power of the whirlpool turning water, and the whirlpool used the power of the water to make the small rock float in the whirlpool current, and control the intensity to make the small stones rise and fall with the vortex in the vortex. If someone comes to the vortex in the water in front of the surface at this time, you will find that there is a small rock in the vortex that undulates with the vortex, which is inseparable. The range of the whirlpool does not sink to the bottom of the river. This positive hemp borrows the power of the vortex to offset the falling power of the stone falling to the bottom and the effort required for the stone to leave the vortex. It's simple to say, but it's quite difficult to do. This requires borrowing force. To achieve a certain level of understanding and control of team strength to be extremely precise, can it be done? This is the second stage of the new ninjutsu. Although it is a bit demanding, Hinata can definitely do it. Hinata's toughness is not defeated by the protagonist of Naruto. These 3 months' time inside the hemp finally found a touch of the stickiness and tangling in the softness of Tai Chi and applied it to actual combat. What we have to do now is to combine the Gang and Xing Yi Iquan and turn it into our own physical technique, Taiji Xing Yi Iquan. During the same period of time, hemp combined with Ghost Bud Luo's art, and the mask fragments possessing the power of the outer power were integrated into the wooden clone. It gave Mukava a different kind of vitality, but it still couldn't let Mukava produce chakra on its own. Once the chakras of the wooden clone are exhausted, the wooden clone will not become inactive wood as before. But it also became immobile like a vegetative person, and the consciousness passed by the subject's wooden clone was also imprisoned in the wooden clone. Only when the subject is injected into the chakra, the wooden avatar has vitality again like a powered robot. Hey, the shadow clone is a disposable battery. The wooden clone has been upgraded to become a Nanfa battery. The wooden clone integrated with the power of the outside world is upgraded to a recyclable rechargeable battery. Can it really be transformed into a Beijo? Can chakras be created on their own, a permanent clone? Myanmar's clone plan failed again, and he walked listlessly on the road of the village. At this time, Konoha 12 Ziokyang's mischievous group of 4 came out from the flanks with great momentum. Hey, it's numb. Let's go eat your ramen, okay? Naruto, Kamaru, Dingji, and Ya chased after them, and Naruto's right hand was still wrapped in the gauze. Why did you appear together again? According to the experience of Myanmar, these 4 little ghosts appeared together, which is absolutely nothing good. Read more at wuxiax.com. No way, I don't have pocket money anymore, Ding Ci said, of course, without a trace of embarrassment at all. Except for Naruto, you all seem to have pocket money, okay? Myanmar has already begun to roll his eyes. Our pocket money is exhausted, you won't care about the numbness, right? Wang Yu directly explained the problem of numbness. Hearing this domineering answer, Myanmar instantly covered his head with black lines. Yes, if you need to explain where the pocket money is going to your home, you might get scolded. Shikamaru said with a discount. Ga, Myanmar felt that a bird called crow was flying above him at low altitude. Noodle ma, it's rare for everyone to be together. Let's eat a le ramen. Naruto made it directly for Noodle ma. Made a decision. Well, this is really the last time. Yeah, the four of them replied surprisingly, and nodded unanimously. No matter who sees this scene, they will treat a few little ghosts as good babies. In fact, since Myanmar made the hot pot, four unscrupulous teenagers who have a strong relationship with Myanmar have met from time to fight the local tyrants. For this reason, Myanmar also felt helpless, but the relationship between several people was getting better and better, and Myanmar was also enjoying it. Myanmar was also an orphan in his previous life. Although his mental age was a little over 30 at this time, he couldn't live without friends. In the ninja school, because of the relationship between Myanmar and Naruto, he successfully established a deep friendship with the four bad guys and often played together. Naruto, what's wrong with your hand? Myanmar asked Naruto at the ramen shop. Naruto raised his right hand. Well, practice shuriken today. I accidentally injured it, but I was injured faster than others since I was a child. Injured, I get back faster. The numb heart seemed to flash past a few times. Hundreds of blue sky thunderbolt. Rumbling awakened the confused-faced numb. Yes, I can integrate part of my flesh and blood into the wood clone with external power, so as long as my flesh and blood have activity and can produce some chakras, I can avoid the fate of rechargeable batteries. Eat after the ramen, he hurried back home and decided to experiment. Because facial numb has the ability to heal, the flesh and blood damage on the body can be recovered extremely quickly. In the original world, facial numbness also had the miracle of rebirth from a severed limb. Sure enough, as Myanmar had guessed, after the wooden clone that had merged the power of the outside world, once again used the ghost bud luo technique to fuse its own flesh and blood. A certain amount of chakras can finally be produced, and the more chakras that are fused, the more chakras are produced. Fight, anyway, it can be reborn and amputated, at most it will be weak for a period of time. Myanmar picked up the broken teeth and chopped it down to the left hand. Kak, the Myanmar left hand fell in response. Then Myanmar quickly used the combination of medical ninjutsu, Mu-dun chakra, and healing ability to quickly spawn a new left hand. Although the appearance is the same, it takes at least 3 months to restore the original level. And the moment when Mu-dun avatar, who was fused with the power of the outside Dao, melted into the body with Myanmar's left hand unexpectedly melted strangely. It's as if the left hand is made of ice and melts slowly, and the left hand of the facial numbness melts at the same time as the heart beats in a regular rhythm. A stream of translucent colloidal energy slowly spread to every corner of Mu-dun avatar following the rhythm. And it is still produced continuously. At this time, Myanmar can clearly perceive the potential of Mu-dun avatar. Can you grow to generate a chakra equivalent to the amount of chakra of teacher Irika at this time? Yet. It's a success. 2 months later, Myanmar returned from completing the mission in the Kingdom of Wind, and I clearly felt that the new clone still exists, and the left hand of Myanmar completely melted. At the same time, it seemed that Mu-dun clone actually possessed meridians, bones, muscles. At this point, the new clone technique can finally be formally confirmed, and it succeeds. This clone of Zin Mu-dun, which combines the muscles, bones, flesh and blood with external power, can produce chakras on its own, and has a weird activity that distinguishes it from humans and plants. The body can still remain stable and active after leaving the country of fire, but it is a pity that the separated flesh and blood can remain active even under the influence of the power of the wood escape, the power of the outer path, and the healing ability to produce chakras. But it can only quantify the generated chakras, and the maximum amount of chakras cannot be increased. But the facial numbness was also satisfied. The facial numbness decided to name this technique that only oneself can use as the true doppelganger surgery. This avatar also used up the mask fragments of the external powers, so in a short time, the numbness can only have this. A clone of Zhongren's strength. This doppelganger Noodles decided that good steel was used on the blade, and it was good to study the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, to see if we could develop our own version of the Susanoo technique. Chapter 22, New Task. Chapter 22 New Task. Sanling Mountain, the location of Myanmar's first sea-level mission to encircle the bandits. At this time Myanmar was standing on the top of the mountain with a black-robed man. Let's be here, as our first research base. Myanmar and the black-robed man said, it's a very good place. It's remote and difficult to defend. Just be careful of the fellow Ashimaru. His lair is in the field. The country. The black-robed man raised his head and turned out to be an immature face. This black-robed man is exactly the clone of Myanmar, and his face at this time is the appearance of Myanmar's previous life Zhu Weihong in his teens. In the beginning, the avatar was like a wooden avatar, but Myanmar adjusted the face of the avatar to the appearance of his previous life in order to keep it secret. It was a different kind of emotion for the past life. The soil escaped the art of transformation. Myanmar and the avatar jointly launched this ninjutsu originally invented for sleepy people, and saw that the top of the Sanlang mountain began to tremble slightly, making a low rumbling sound. The dilapidated buildings on the mountain also collapsed with this slight vibration, and the earth yellow light flashed about 10 meters below the mountain peak, and houses quickly formed. Originally, this technique was a high-level soil escape. After the seal was formed, the finger was bitten and the hand was placed on the design drawing. Soon the topography will change according to the content of the design drawing to achieve the strategic purpose of trapping the enemy and dismantling the enemy. The face hemp applied this technique to the construction of underground bases, increasing the thickness of the soil to form dungeons and subtracting some of the original ability. Uncle Snake may be using this technique to build an underground base. An underground base has completed the most difficult steps with the joint efforts of Myanmar and the clone, and the rest is to add researchers and test equipment. This card is universal in the world, and I will pay for the money in it regularly. Myanmar chicly took out a card, and the cocky said to Zhu Weihong, with the appearance of spending a lot of money. Zhu Weihong curled his lips and did not expose the evil taste of noodles, so he reached out and took it. After adding the test equipment, the current research on Uchiha Susanoo Nuga can see if it can be improved. By the way, if you have time to go to Nami country, that card can be contacted. Naruto is about to graduate. The plot is about to unfold, but Cardo must be controlled in advance. He said to Zhu Weihong with a grim smile on his face. You want me to save White? Zhu Weihong rolled his eyes, and replied strangely. Myanmar has robbed Hinata's feelings. Of course, he has to find a virtuous wife for Naruto. White is good. The author believes that Bai is a girl, just as a weapon that never cuts. Bai hypnotizes himself subconsciously and he is a boy. The reason is that male ninjas have a higher attack power than female ninjas at that time. If you don't like it, don't spray. Viewpoint, hehe. Read more at wuxiax.com. Okay. I will leave for the country of Nami as soon as possible, but how can you ensure that you will go to the nation of Nami with Naruto? Although Zhu Weihong became independent, he was split with you after all, and it's not difficult to guess the idea of numbness. Hey, what else can I do? I have a good relationship with Naruto, who has the ability to escape. Of course, I am the first person in the village to supervise and protect Naruto. He touched his chin, treacherous. Replied with his expression. By the way, remember to go to the village of the craftsmen. They must have a way to fix the ninjutsu on the ninja. After talking about Myanmar, there was already a rapid jump on the cliff of Sanlang Mountain. I really didn't expect the true clone technique to become like this. Zhu Weihong said softly, looking at the sky in the distance. I don't know why, the memory cannot be shared from time to time after the main body and the clone are separated. Although you can still feel the position of each other, they are quite close to two people. The two can only accept each other's memory transmission within a certain distance, and the way of acceptance is some to the unlimited network data transmission. But this way of acceptance is like reading a book. At most, you can feel the emotions of the other party but can't interfere with the emotions of the other party. Similarly, because of the two-in-one memory, there is no hidden problem. Myanmar secretly got out of Konoha with the clone after the true clone technique was successful. It's hard to explain the sudden presence of another person in Konoha, and of course, the capital of this clone is still in the face of numbness, and of course it cannot be known. Don't think about this, let's improve the test equipment first. Naruto is about to graduate from the ninja school, and then the plot is about to begin. Zhu Weihong turned around and abandoned the experiment at the border of Tanokuni to Oshimaru. The base ran. Without it, just because there are many ready-made test instruments there, you can use it with a little repair. Maybe you can find some research materials left by Yuan. At present, my own research is still in its infancy, so I have to pick the rest of Uncle Snake first. Dividing line. While Myanmar was talking with Zhu Weihong, the three generations of Naruto Sarutobi in the Hokage office were discussing this problem with Mito Minyan, Shimura Danzo, and Zhuan Xiaochun. Surround Mountain, the num must be handed over to General. This child is the first person to naturally awaken Mudun after the first generation of Hokage, and he must guarantee his absolute loyalty to the village. Danzo directly put forward his own request. The loyalty of this child does not need to be considered. I have seen the inheritance of the will of fire in this child. The three generations of Hokage took the pipe and returned tepidly. Then this child can't continue in Anbi, he should appear in Konoha's field of vision. Let the village know that Konoha has once again awakened the ninja who possessed Mudun. Zhuan Xiaochun expressed his opinion. Let him supervise the nine-tailed human column. He who has Mudun is the most suitable candidate. Mudun is the best choice to suppress the tail beast, Mito Minyan followed. After several verbal confrontations, the three generations finally chose the overall situation and agreed to transfer the Myanmar out of the Anbi, and appeared in front of everyone in Konoha as the Mudun Awakener. Well, okay. I will let this kid protect Naruto as a special Anbu ninja. Three generations of Hokage still made the choice to retreat in the face of former comrades in arms. Chapter 23, The Plot Opens. Mizuki's Conspiracy. Chapter 23. The Plot Opens, Mizuki's Conspiracy. The face is numb. How long have you been to Anbu? On the third generation of Huoyinjian, the third generation looked at the village and asked behind him. It's been 2 years, Lord Hokage. Myanmar returned respectfully. Menma, you are the first ninja who awakens Mudun's ability after Lord Majima. It is Konoha's hope and spirit. The village hopes that you will stand in the sun and let everyone know that Lord Majima's mantle has been inherited. The third generation of Hokage turned around and looked at Xiang Myanmar. Then he slowly said, Mudun is the most effective ninjutsu that restricts the power of the tail beast. You and Naruto are also good friends. I hope you can protect him in secret so that he will not grow up until he grows up. Died prematurely. Hi, Lord Naruto. Myanmar smiled triumphantly at this time and was guessed by herself. I will take back this mask. Externally, I will announce that you will be relieved of your Anbu ninja post. From today on, you are a special Anbu person who is only responsible to me. Any information will show that you have left the Anbu because you awakened Mudun. Is there any difficulty? The tone of the three generations is like a gentle wind and drizzle, without the slightest sense of command. Hokage-sama, can I reveal my identity to Naruto? Myanmar raised his own question respectfully. Take this scroll. This is the highest level of hidden ninjutsu in the Anbu. Don't let Naruto know your identity if it is not necessary. Naruto is still a child. Three generations said, handing Myanmar a ninjutsu scroll. Read more at wuxiax.com. When I returned home, I lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling in a daze. I didn't expect that I would become a hidden job accidentally. Protecting Naruto, just agreeing with me. But what should Mr. Kakashi do? With his ability, I will definitely find me. Myanmar looked at the table. The scroll of ninjutsu. I hope this technique can be hidden from Mr. Kakashi for a while, and future matters will naturally be solved by Naruto-sama. Thinking of the numbness, he opened the scroll that Naruto-sama gave. This is not the concealment of Moonlight Hayate ninjutsu. With Moonlight Hayate in an Anbu squad for so long, I naturally knew that Moonlight Hayate was the first to assassinate a ninja. Moonlight Hayate has high attainments in hiding, assassinating, and swordsmanship. For this reason, Myanmar specially consulted Moonlight Hayate about hiding and hiding skills. No, this is more special than Moonlight Hayate's concealed ninjutsu. It can completely converge your breath without being noticed by the enemy. Just be careful not to move too much or have emotional disturbances, so you don't have to worry about others discovering it. Konoha is indeed a ninja powerful country. This kind of good thing is more practical than ordinary forbidden techniques. 1 month later, inside Konoha's ninja school. Now starting the graduation exam, the people who are called come to the next classroom. Also, this time the exam topic is the technique of avatar. Ilika read out the questions and requirements of the ninja graduation exam like every year. Haha, it's the same as in the original book. This year's graduation exam is really a doppelganger technique. Mizuki, you big yin, are you finally about to start acting? Myanmar hid in a big tree outside the classroom and muttered. Sure enough, Naruto's condensed clone was completely dying because of the influence of Kyuubi. Failed. There is a sense of helplessness in Ilika's voice. You must know that the relationship between Ilika and Naruto is similar to the relationship between father and son. Seeing his children's exam results, he is a school the teacher, the upright Irika naturally feels different things in his heart. Teacher Irika, his athletic ability and physical strength are pretty good, and his avatar is considered complete, let him pass. Mizuki's expression at this time reveals a smell of care and sunshine. It seems Mizuki, a big yin person, should have practiced many times by himself. If you are in the original world, you should be nominated for the Little Golden Man. Mr. Mizuki, everyone can have at least 3 clones, but Naruto has only 1 and it's useless at all. I can't pass him. Irika did not see through Mizuki's conspiracy, but thought Mizuki was simply interceding for Naruto. This question is designed to Irika's attitude towards students. Irika naturally tried to explain his own point of view and tried to change Mizuki's sense of students, not for temporary happiness. To be responsible for the lives of students, unqualified basic skills, but the death rate in performing tasks is quite high. At this time, Naruto was angry at Ilika, and if Mr. Ilika didn't stop him, he could become a ninja. Irika was immersed in her own self-blame. If she could pay more attention to Naruto, Naruto should be able to pass this exam. Good job, worthy of being my son. From now on, you can be a ninja alone. Congratulations on your graduation. Ah hey. Son, today Dad invites you to eat barbecue. Dad, don't you tell me. Did you invite me to a hot pot? How did it become a barbecue? The festive atmosphere in the crowd brightened the door of the school building under the sun, and Naruto looked lonely on the swing under the shade of the tree. Naruto naturally did not find the numbness hidden in the tree. Naruto, your protagonist's path begins today. After Mizuki's matter is over, I will treat you to hot pot, and now I have to sorry you first. Because I also want to read the sealed book. Myanmar said to herself in her heart. Myanmar was thinking that Mizuki appeared in front of Naruto with a sunny face. Naruto, go sit down. Well, good. Mizuki brought Naruto to a high platform inside. Looking at the sunset on the horizon, Ms. Irika definitely didn't mean to embarrass you. Naruto, but why is I the only one who failed? Maybe Mrs. Irika hopes you can really become stronger. After all, you and Mrs. Same, you are all orphans. But, I really want to graduate. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Mizuki's mouth. If I hadn't been paying attention to him, I might not have found out. There is no way, tell you. This is a big secret. Chapter 24, Forbidden Scroll, 1. Chapter 24 Forbidden Scroll, 1. Naruto, in fact, if you want to become a ninja, passing the school exam is just one of the ways. Another method is to master particularly powerful ninjutsu. It is proven that you can become a ninja if you have the ability to become a ninja. Mizuki said here again. With his false smile at the actor level, Naruto's infinite expectation was affected. Mr. Mizuki, how can I master the special ninjutsu? Please teach me. Please, please. Naruto is as passionate as ever. When I hear that there are other ways to become a ninja, I ask Mizuki to teach him. Naruto, you are a single cell, why are such obvious traps jumping in? The face numb from the side, when Naruto heard that he could graduate and become a ninja, he immediately became excited, and did not consider Mizuki at all. The strength is not high. How could there be a particularly powerful ninjutsu? There are others who are not your father, so why help you master the particularly powerful ninjutsu? Originally when I was reading the original, I wondered what Mizuki and Naruto had said, so Naruto went to get the Book of Seal. Now that I know, Mizuki chose Naruto, apart from Naruto being disgusted by the people in the village, and Naruto is too single-celled. Is there a more suitable candidate for good cheat? Sure enough, Mizuki then said, Naruto, the first generation of Naruto Masters, and the second generation of Naruto Masters left a Book of Seals. It records the powerful ninjutsu recorded by the first generation of Naruto Masters and the second generation of Naruto Masters, that is even Naruto Masters. I feel like a very strong technique, Naruto level ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes lighted completely when he heard Naruto level ninjutsu. Mizuki-sensei, where is this Book of Seal? I beg you to tell me. Hehe, Naruto, don't worry. You have to go secretly at night, don't tell Mr. Ilika to give him a surprise. Mr. Ilika also cares about you very much. Mizuki finished the last part of the trap with sunshine. Yet, Ms. Mizuki, I must keep Mr. Irika a secret, just tell me. Naruto has lost his ability to think in excitement now, completely like a bull who has taken stimulants and saw the red flag. There is only one idea in it, read more at wuxiax.com, the Book of Seal is in the house of the 3 generations of adults. It is a powerful ninjutsu that Naruto Masters can practice. Be careful not to be discovered by Naruto Masters. If Naruto carefully observes at this time, you will find that the expression in Mizuki's eyes at this time the sun has disappeared. Instead, she showed a hint of coldness. As night fell, Naruto used the clumsy skills learned in the ninja school to sneak into the home of 3 generations. 3 generations of adults really cared for the protagonist Naruto. Obviously discovered Naruto's activities, but never came forward to stop Naruto. Myanmar admitted that he could not escape the investigation of the 3rd generation, and consciously did not enter outside the 3rd generation's home. Sure enough, Naruto's bloody voice, the art of seduction, sounded in the home of the 3 generations of Naruto Masters. Although he was mentally prepared, he almost fell to the ground. 3 generations of adults, would you like to have a black belly like this? Pretending to be overthrown by that technique, I was speechless, thinking about the numbness. Thinking that Naruto had already obtained the Book of Seals, he quickly ran towards the forest, and Myanmar followed and left. After Naruto arrived in the forest, he randomly found a location and opened the Book of Seals. The opening ninjutsu is the multi-shadow avatar technique? What, the first ninjutsu is what I'm not good at? Naruto complained, well, let's start with you. Naruto-sama level ninjutsu, I must learn, I will definitely become Naruto. Dividing line. More than an hour later, at the door of Hokage-sama's house, a group of ninjas who had been notified by Mizuki were discussing with emotion that Naruto had stolen the sealed book. Naruto-sama and Mizuki, because of their own selfishness, caused none of the ninjas to be summoned to be a ninja, not even a ninja who is good at tracking. Hokage-sama, this incident must not be spared him as a prank. The sealed book is a dangerous scroll sealed by the original Naruto-sama. If it is used improperly, if he is taken out of the village. The 3 generations of Naruto watched the crowds noisily and did not make a sound, feeling that the time was almost up, and said, "Well, the Book of the Seal has been stolen for a while. Go ahead. Naruto brings it back. Disperse. You must be the first to find Naruto. Where is this fellow Naruto?" Iruka tried hard not to think about why Naruto would steal the sealed book, but just wanted to find him before the others. It's better to rush. Find Naruto before Naruto opens the Book of Seals. Bring Naruto back to apologize to Master Naruto, so that Naruto doesn't have to receive too harsh punishment. When the story of Naruto taking the Book of Sealing spreads, he secretly solves Naruto. Then I leave the village like Naruto, and the Book of Sealing is mine. Mizuki finally revealed the sinisterness face. All the way to the forest, it's a pity that the traces Naruto has walked are all numb or removed or modified. If Mizuki, the big yin, follows these traces, then, ha ha ha, let's run a half circle around the forest first. Right. Asshole, I finally found you. Iruka found Naruto and gritted his teeth. He, I was found so quickly by you. I just learned a ninjutsu. When Naruto saw Iruka's arrival, he thought that he found that he could not give him the ninjutsu he had learned. Surprised, what are you doing to make you so embarrassed? Iruka asked when he saw that Naruto was okay. That and that, let's not talk about this. I have a very powerful ninjutsu. If you can succeed, please let me graduate. Okay. After learning this scroll of ninjutsu, you will definitely be able to graduate, right? Naruto said. As a result, the madra of the technique of multiple shadow clones was formed. Naruto, wait a minute. Who told you these? Iruka suddenly understood that Naruto had stolen the Book of Seals because someone told him that he could graduate from ninja school by learning some ninjutsu from the Book of Seals, so asked hurriedly. Of course it is Ms. Mizuki. These and the positions of the scrolls are all told by Ms. Mizuki. Mizuki. A chill instantly filled Iruka's body. Chapter 25, Seal Scroll, 2. Chapter 25 Seal Scroll, 2. Iruka wanted to say something more, suddenly there was a sharp blazing sound from behind him. Iruka didn't care about what to say in a critical situation, pushing Naruto away with the palm of his left hand while turning his body to protect the vital part. Bang bang bang, puff puff. Naruto was knocked out by Iruka and hasn't landed yet. Iruka has been fixed by Mizuki on the wall of the forest hut. Unexpectedly, you could find this place, Iruka, Mizuki said as he fell on the tree trunk with a tricky expression. That's it, that's how it is. Seeing Mizuki appear, Iruka already understood everything. Naruto, hand over the scroll to me. Mizuki is using you. He wants this scroll. Iruka has only one thought at this time. If the scroll is still on Naruto, Mizuki will definitely attack Naruto first. Then Naruto would be dangerous. Seeing Mizuki wounding Iruka, Naruto asked with a dazed look, what the hell is going on? Naruto, no matter what he says, don't give this scroll to him. This sealed scroll records many dangerous ninjutsu. In order to get it, Mizuki uses you. If Mizuki gets this scroll, he will kill you, Iruka roared hoarsely. Ha ha ha, Naruto, Iruka is afraid that you will get that scroll, I will tell you the truth. Mizuki said with a sinister face. 12 years ago, you have heard about the seal of the demon fox. Mizuki paused for a while and then said, since then, there has been an unwritten rule in the village. Unwritten rules? Naruto asked in surprise and confusion. Read more at wuxiax.com, that's the rule that Naruto Uzumaki is absolutely forbidden to know. Mizuki was very excited when he said this, which can be seen in his twisted heart. Only rules I can't know? Naruto asked in confusion, ignoring the fear in his heart. Stop talking, Mizuki. Iruka tried to stop, but could Mizuki listen to Ilika? Obviously not, that is, it is absolutely impossible to say that Naruto is a demon fox. In other words, you are the nine-tailed demon fox who killed Irika's parents and destroyed the village. When saying this, Mizuki already roared when it came out, the facial expressions were completely out of control. You have been deceived by people in the village, don't you think it is strange? Everyone hates you. Damn, damn, damn. Naruto's emotions were stimulated by Mizuki out of control at this time. Myanmar, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but tightened. Kishimoto Tai, your original work must be accurate. Naruto is out of control now, so don't let Kyuubi come out for a stroll. Myanmar is ready to start. Dun's preparation. If Kyuubi really wants to break the seal while Naruto is out of control, Myanmar will surely suppress Kyuubi for the first time. No one will agree with you, and Ilika hates you too. You are simply someone who is not needed by everyone. Seeing that Naruto's emotions have lost control, Mizuki took off the windmill shuriken on his back and said the most ruthless word. Go to hell, Naruto. The windmill shuriken flew towards Naruto. At this time, Naruto had never seen this before. He wanted to escape but found that his legs were not at his disposal. Seeing that the shuriken of the windmill came close to the numb face, he was about to stand up. Naruto, get down. I saw that Irika burst out at a speed comparable to Shinobu, and pounced on Naruto's body. Puff the windmill driver. Lee Jian stabbed Irika's back fiercely, and his facial numbness also stopped the movement of his body. Who, it's so scary. The facial numbness wiped the cold sweat on his head. Why are you? Naruto asked instinctively, because we are the same. After my parents passed away, no one would praise me and no one would agree with me. I had poor grades, I always do stupid things in my class to get everyone's attention. Besides, I can't think of any other way. It's better to be an idiot than to be ignored. It's really painful, Naruto, you are also very uncomfortable and painful. Irika was already in tears at this time. I'm sorry Naruto, you must be very lonely. It's all because I didn't do well enough to give you so much unpleasant past. Ha ha ha, it's so ridiculous. Ilika has always hated you for killing his parents. What he said was just to regain the scroll in your hand. Mizuki's voice sounded uncomfortably. As expected, hearing what Mizuki said, he ran away without looking back, and disappeared into the sight of the two in a while. Myanmar disappeared with Naruto, and when it felt like it was about time, he immediately used the fake seal scroll that had been prepared to steal the seal scroll on Naruto's body. Of course, when Naruto is emotionally out of control, Myanmar, who has a special strength, will not be noticed by Naruto. Shadow Clone Technique. Myanmar immediately used the technique of Shadow Clone to separate a clone after getting the seal scroll. As soon as the clone appeared, he tacitly chased Naruto in the direction he left, and continued to protect Naruto, while the deity opened the seal scroll and quickly browsed. There is not much time, so I have to write down a few skills and go back and study it. I found the foul reincarnation art. Myanmar admits that he is not a kind person. Of course, bug ninjutsu in this Naruto world must be mastered. As for other surgical hemp, most of them were found in the research report of the Uchiha clan. Haha, I really underestimated the Uchiha clan before. They even studied the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. Myanmar immediately began to study the art of reincarnating from the unclean soil, but just after Myanmar started to study it, a little bit of dirty earth reincarnation technique. The Shadow Avatar sent back news that Naruto had once again met Ilika and Mizuki. If you don't hurry up and exchange the sealing scroll, it might be exposed. According to the original work, Naruto will use the technique of multiple shadows for the first time. That chaotic scene is the best time to switch back to the scroll. The reason why Myanmar dared to exchange the prince with the civet cat is the right time. I feel that the prince is changing back. I couldn't think much about it, and rushed to the place where the few people met. You may do that, but Naruto is different. He is an excellent student, I agree with. That guy is hardworking and focused. But he is not clever enough, so he has not been recognized by everyone. He knows the pain in people's hearts best. He is not a demon fox, he is Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha village. Myanmar just rushed to the place where several people met, and heard Irika's words that affected Naruto's life. Mr. Irika is definitely one of the most respected people in Hokage. In Konoha, only your care of complete sunshine and no darkness has influenced Naruto and put Naruto on the right path. I thank you for Naruto, Mr. Ilika. I will take Mr. Ilika with you when you eat hot pot in the future. Myanmar thought. Then, just like in the original, Naruto separated 1,000 shadow clones and beat Mizuki, who wanted to kill Irika, and Myanmar took advantage of the chaos and exchanged it for the sealing scroll. Chapter 26, Wilderness Survival Exercise with Teacher Kakashi. Chapter 26, Wilderness Survival Exercise with Teacher Kakashi. Finally, I still have to meet Mrs. Kakashi. Hey, it's a headache. Today is the third day of Naruto's graduation, and it is also the first day that Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura will officially embark on the road of ninja. Today at noon, Naruto will accept Teacher Kakashi's field survival drill. Naruto used Teacher Kakashi as an imaginary enemy to do simulation training all night because of this incident. From the perspective of Myanmar, it is a rookie idea. The face numbness has been a headache since last night. How to explain his special task to Kakashi teacher, but Naruto master explained that his task is a special secret task, and outsiders should not be known if it is not a special situation. The headache is ing. After 10 o'clock the next day, Mr. Kakashi, the survival exercise venue, finally appeared leisurely in front of the three. Myanmar still hides his own breath while doing psychological struggles. Kakashi didn't expect someone to be there, and he didn't notice the numbness for a while. That's because there was a black cat in front of me just now. Facing the questioning of Naruto and Sakura, Kakashi blurted out this low-level excuse. Okay, that's it. I set the time at 12 o'clock. I have 2 bells here. It is your task to snatch them from me before noon. Kakashi took out the alarm clock and the bell. Said to the 3 of them. Those who can't get the bells within the specified time are not eligible for lunch. And they have to be tied there and watch me eat lunch. But why does the teacher only have 2 bells? Sakura asked her own question. That's because someone will definitely be tied to the log. And he will be eliminated because of a failed mission. In other words, someone will definitely be sent back to school. Kakashi squinted his eyes and answered Sakura's question. Let's showdown with Kakashi-sensei. With Kakashi-sensei's keen sense, I will definitely find me. Myanmar finally made a decision, so it was distributed when Kakashi-sensei took Naruto with one hand. There was a breath of his own, and the 3 Naruto, who were still Zyobai, would naturally not be able to find it, but teacher Kakashi keenly felt a familiar breath. Later, when teacher Kakashi announced the start of the exercise, only one shadow clone was left to test the 3 Naruto people, and the main body came to the position where Myanmar was hiding. Yeah, Myanmar. Why are you here? Kakashi greeted Myanmar first and then asked. Teacher Kakashi, I'm here to find you. I haven't seen you for a long time. I really want to challenge Mrs. Kakashi. Myanmar said, haha. Why do you suddenly want to challenge me? Kakashi is notoriously lazy. When Kakashi asks for a challenge, Kakashi can save trouble. Read more at wuxiax.com. Recently, I've got a little bit about physical skills, so I want to ask teacher Kakashi for advice. There was a hint of different meaning in Myanmar's eyes. Kakashi instantly understood the meaning of noodles. Well, I haven't seen you for a long time. It's better than a try. Myanmar came to Kakashi's head, and then his right leg slashed like a battle axe. Woo! This cheating with a numb face sinks vigorously, and Kakashi seems to have heard the sound of the waves hitting in a trance. Kakashi stood on the spot, with his right arm raised up and cleverly hit the right side of Myanmar. making Myanmar's cleavage involuntarily slightly deflected. He twisted his waist with a numb face, and the right leg that fell off was slightly corrected, and it continued to fall toward Kakashi's right arm. "It's so strong, you have become a lot stronger with noodles." Kakashi was surprised, and quickly let go of the noodles. "Myanmar, how did you do it? There is such a strange power in this attack." Facing Kakashi's appreciation, Myanmar explained. "Mr. Kakashi, I recently practiced physical exercises in the turbulent river water. There are countless undercurrents in the river. When practicing physical exercises, I have to control the power to offset the influence of the undercurrents. Over time, I can naturally control the power of attack freely. This is actually an application of sticky strength and slippery strength in Tai Chi." Kakashi rushed to the front of Kakashi again, his body flickering and mysterious. The shoulders, elbows, knees, hips, legs and other parts of the body were transformed into sharp weapons of attack. Boom, boom and boom surrounded Kakashi's constantly changing positions, like a fish swimming in the water, extremely flexible. Every attack also sinks vigorously. What a weird physique. Kakashi felt his face numb, heavier and heavier each time. Sunken footprints began to appear under Kakashi's feet, and every time Kakashi's feet were moved, a footprint appeared. If K is here, he will be surprised to find that the numb attack is very mysterious. The counter shock of the strength of each blow was cleverly superimposed on the next attack, making the face-numbing attack heavier than each attack. And Kakashi exquisitely unloaded the numb face to the ground, and his body was not affected at all. The control of the strength of the two is really amazing. Kakashi was always moving within the scope of Jiangsu, and the attack on the opposing Ma was retracted with just one touch. Although Kakashi will leave deep footprints on the ground every time, the two have fought against each other 43 times in a short period of time. This physical technique of facial hemp is really a genius invention. The power of each blow is transformed and superimposed on the next attack. Ninjas of the ninja level have been killed by the attack of facial hemp long ago, but such superimposed power, the load on the body is also quite large. I don't know how many attacks the facial numbness can stack in the end. Kakashi praised the facial numbness in his heart. Ms. Kakashi, notice that this is my last blow. Myanmar reminded. The 45th blow. Myanmar concentrated all of his power on his right leg in an instant. A crazy slam, carrying the power of the first 44 times. Even the surrounding air vibrated, and the chi exploded and roared. Kakashi's face was dignified, and his hands dragged up the numb blow. At the moment when he touched the facial numb, Kakashi's hands moved in a spiral motion, like a whirlpool swept across the numb and changed its attack direction. The momentary sense of loss of control made his face numb and sad and wanted to vomit blood. Myanmar couldn't control the direction of the attack anymore, and a cheating hit the ground beside Kakashi. The boom on the ground seemed to be hit by a meteorite from outside the sky, and cracked around with the surface hemp attack as the center. A large crater about 5 meters in diameter and 2 meters deep was formed on the ground. Hey, Kakashi's teacher is still good. Then I will leave first. Without waiting for Kakashi to say anything, he left with numbness. There was a diary in the big pit hit by the face, as if it had accidentally fallen down during the last blow. Kakashi picked up the diary on the ground and looked at it. A subtle arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is numb. Chapter 27, Practice Spiral Pills. Chapter 27, Practice Spiral Pills. On the night of meeting with Mr. Kakashi, he invited Mrs. Kakashi to eat barbecue. As soon as the two met, Kakashi returned his numb diary to him. Noodle numb, you dropped it during the day. What a careless. Ah, thank you Mr. Kakashi. If this diary is lost, I really don't know what to do. This is a very important thing. Myanmar pretended to be completely ignorant, and thanked him repeatedly. Ms. Kakashi, Naruto will ask you. That guy is a single cell and doesn't know how to think. Hehe, Naruto guy is really simple. Kakashi returned with a smile. The two of them talked for a long time, but in the end they couldn't hold back their faces. They took the initiative to say, "Mr. Kakashi, then I will do some other tasks when you are in the village. Recently, it has been a long time for this task, no other tasks have been done." Myanmar said to Kakashi at the end. "Well, when we need to leave the village, I will let Parker notify you." Kakashi smiled and reached an agreement with Ma. "Then please." Myanmar thought of Kakashi again and bowed deeply. In the following period of time, Naruto and the others continued to follow the D-level tasks in the village, and Myanmar began to practice Helix Maru based on the memory of the original while guiding Hinata Taijikwan. If someone who travels to the world of Naruto has something to do, then the accident of eating or sleeping is to practice spiral pills. Helix Maru was created by the fourth generation of Naruto Stormwater Gate from the tail beast Jade, and was later learned by Jiraiya, and then passed this technique to Naruto, and Naruto to Konohamaru. Then, in the hands of Naruto, an advanced version of Dewa Helix Pill and a super big Jade Helix Pill in the state of Zyensha were developed, and finally the Helix Pill Shuriken was developed. The spiral pill essentially condenses the chakra on the hand, and makes the chakra flow and compress it in different directions. Form a rotating high-density chakra ball. Read more at wuxiax.com. The practice of spiral pills can be divided into 4 stages. The first stage is to gather chakras in the palm of your hand. At this stage, Myanmar was completed when Hinata developed Tai Chi, but the spiral pill required concentrated increase in breaking power, while Tai Chi requires even dispersion to increase perception. The second stage is the further practice of the first stage, releasing chakras steadily and continuously. You can put the filled balloon into your hand, and then release the chakra to make the water inside the balloon move irregularly until the balloon bursts. The third stage is an enhanced version of the second stage, using ball practice. According to the original book, Jiraiya stated that the ball is 100 times stronger than the balloon, and because there is no water in the ball, it is necessary to concentrate more chakras and materialize it in order to burst the ball. After completing this stage, Helix Pill has initially possessed the attack power, but the attack power is not strong and can only damage the appearance. Unable to penetrate trees and rocks. The fourth stage is to condense and release chakra. The chakra is continuously released to maintain its form, and finally it is solidified. Maintain the form and form a small typhoon. With the attack power to penetrate trees and rocks, this stage is the most difficult, so repeated practice is required. This should be the most clearly explained ninjutsu in the original work. From the first stage to Naruto's development of the Spiral Maru Shuriken, there are demonstrations. But although it is simple to say, it is not so easy to do. It is easy to concentrate chakras and maintain a certain amount. But it is very difficult for chakra to flow continuously in different directions. After practicing for 1 day, I can barely make the water flow in the balloon rotate in one direction, but once I want to make the water rotate in different directions at the same time. It is not that chakras become unable to maintain a certain amount, but chakras are interrupted, and chakras cannot be controlled. Do I really want to use my hands to make chakras like Naruto? That's too frustrating. The multi-shadow clone facial numbness was used the next day. This is a big cheating device. To accumulate experience is really great. If you don't want to use the shadow avatar to screw the balls like Naruto, you must first learn to be distracted. And there is exactly one way to be distracted. And that is the Legend of Condor Heroes. In the middle of the week, Batong taught Xialong's left and right skills, distracted and used both, drawing a circle with the left hand and drawing a square with the right hand. After getting started, you can be trained to be distracted and used. It is easy to solve the problem when you find the problem. With the bonus of many shadow clones, it takes only 10 days to perfectly complete the distraction practice, and the facial numbness also successfully completed the second stage. The third stage is to maintain the output of the chakra. The face hemp is also associated with the scene of the little dragon girl sleeping on the rope in The Legend of Condor Heroes. What you need to sleep on the rope is to keep your body balanced at all times, and that requires skills. It is that the muscles throughout the body cooperate to maintain a certain amount of force in different directions, which can be used for the third stage of training. Once there is a method, it will be fast. After another month of using facial hemp, I can finally complete this stage. The continuous release maintains the irregular movement of a certain amount of chakra. The final stage is indeed the most difficult, solidifying the chakra and telling it to operate. There is no way to talk about this step. In the original book, Zi Lai also uses an inflatable balloon to limit the size. Facial anesthesia believes that there is a way to do everything. Through repeated practice of facial anesthesia, I decided to do the opposite. Since it should be possible to go from the inside to the outside, then I can proceed from the outside to the inside. The formal method is to first generate a chakra ball before compressing it. The current method of noodle hemp is to first use the automatic rotation of the chakra to generate a chakra ball of fixed size, which is generated by the chakra differentiation on the surface of the chakra ball, the chakra vortex inside, and finally multiple vortices combine to form a stable compressed high-density high-rotating chakra ball. For this, Naruto created his own method, brick. First, a batch of square bricks whose length and width are the size of the palm of the hand were specially made, and then a prototype hollow the size of a spiral pill was used to dig out the bricks with chakra, as if an invisible knife was carved in it. At the same time, use the method of distraction to distract the mind again, and condense the distraction into multiple vortices in the hollow sphere at the same time. But it's simple to think about, and it's very complicated to do it. The noodles almost used up a cart of special bricks to complete this step. The resentment in my heart is very deep. If you have a chance in the future, you must get it. To improve the difficult ninjutsu like Helix Maru, the higher the level, the higher the control requirements for chakra. Now it is hard to come by. I also have to separate the third divine mind, used to complete the chakra solidification, complete the spiral pill. Finally 3 months later, Myanmar successfully won his first A-level Muji Ninja Helix Maru, and at this time a bridge-building master named Dasna was in short supply from Konoha. I walked hard all day. Chapter 28, The Nation of Wave Mission opens. Chapter 28 The Nation of Wave Mission opens. Oh, my cute little tiger. I'm almost worried about you. In the task assignment hall of Hokage village, a fat and excessive woman was facing the cat in her arms and ravaged her. By the way, this woman seems to be the daimyo lady of the land of fire. It used to be beautiful, how come it is now like this? The 7th group of ninjas on the side were all in a state of speechlessness, and Naruto looked at the ravaged kitten a little bit of joy. He, you dead cat, this time you will suffer. The next task of Kakashi's 7th team is, to help the great adults take care of the children. Or go to the neighboring village to buy things. The 3 generations of Hokage leisurely read the above D-level task according to the task list. Don't send us such a task. I want to perform more powerful tasks, give me other tasks. Naruto jumped out emotionally. Stupid, you are still inexperienced novices. Everyone has accumulated experience from the simplest task. Irika, who assisted in the office next to him, directly taught Naruto. But, we have been performing this kind of boring task recently, Naruto shouted, still single-celled. Peng, don't be foolish. Naruto. Finally Kakashi couldn't stand Naruto's foolishness and directly stopped Naruto's behavior with action. Then the 3 generations of Naruto masters started his introduction to the characters, but how can Naruto and others who are bored in their hearts listen to it? Grandpa always preached to me aloft, I have grown up. It's not the kid who loves pranks in your impression, Naruto said angrily to Master Naruto while sitting on the ground. Naruto's childish response, Hokage-sama couldn't help but like it. Well, since you are so persistent, then I will shoot you to perform the sea-level mission. Go and protect someone. Who is it? Who is it? Is it the Lord or the Princess? Naruto immediately asked excitedly when he heard that it was a sea-level mission. It's really impatient, I'll introduce it for you now. The answer from the third generation of Hokage was brought along. A bit of cheerful taste. Then the 3 generations of Naruto masters introduced Dasuna's identity and mission profile to Naruto and others. If Myanmar is here, I will be surprised, because the original book is an overview of Dasuna's own acceptance of himself and the mission. It seems that the numb butterfly wings have begun to show their power, and some things have begun to be different from the original work. Read more at wuxiax.com. At this time, the face numb is still guiding Hinata to practice the second stage of Tai Chi soft boxing. Under the guidance of 3 months of hard work and facial numbness, Hinata successfully mastered the first stage of Tai Chi soft boxing. He could get rid of physical attacks that did not exceed his own strength. Because of this, he became more clear. Feel the profoundness of this technique. Currently in the second stage of practice, a magnetic voice sounded behind Myanmar, and Myanmar turned his head to see that it was Kakashi's ninja dog Parker. Yet, Parker. Does teacher Kakashi have any tasks? Myanmar had known Parker when Kakashi was instructing him to practice, so he was not surprised that Parker could speak. Kakashi wants me to inform you that the 7th class is going out of the village to perform a guard mission in the country of waves, and it will set off tomorrow. Okay, I see, the face faintly replied, and his heart but secretly thought that the mission of the nation of waves had finally begun. After talking with Hinata, Myanmar quickly went to the Naruto clan. Except for the Yang Jingguan developed by Myanmar, which was handed over to Hokage-sama, the rest of the split with Hokage-sama promised him remained with the Naruto clan. How can we not prepare the holy medicine for healing the wounds of water without moon white? After Myanmar was ready, he went straight to the country of Nami. Myanmar knew that the battle on the road was a stage of growth for Naruto and others Iobai, and this stage was indispensable. But the clone of Noodles and Baji has already laid the groundwork, and now it's time to pick the fruits. In a corner of Nami country, where are 2 people wearing black cloaks whispering exchange stations. How is the situation, Wei Hong? I have gained Kato's trust, but it is still too short to enter the core of Kato Group's management, and the secrets we currently hold are limited. These 2 people are Iori Myanmar and Zhu Weihong, the numb avatar. It turned out that after Myanmar separated from Zhu Weihong's secret base on the border of Tianziguo, Zhu Weihong rushed to the territory of Paziguo and entered Kato's group company as a wandering ninja. Zhu Weihong, who has knowledge of the original world, is definitely a high-tech talent in the Hokage world before and after the Second World War of the original world. In the past few months, Zhu Weihong has fully gained the trust of Kato and entered the Kato group, the work of the core decision-making department. Because of Zhu Weihong's identity as a wandering ninja, Cardo has always been wary of Zhu Weihong. This made Zhu Weihong unable to grasp the core secrets of the Carduo group, but the news that Carduo's employment would not be cut was still known by Zhu Weihong. The Ghost brothers who were not cut anymore were taken down by teacher Kakashi and the others. Carduo went to find 3 days ago and won't cut again. Someone stared at me, I didn't follow, but Carduo seemed very angry after coming back. Zhu Weihong, oh, what happened to Cardo in a low voice? I heard from his bodyguard that Cardo was put on his neck with a beheaded knife without being beheaded. Cardo was very angry as if he was contacting the rebellion of the Dark Exchange again, as if he wanted to hire rebellion again. Zhu Weihong said retells the recent developments of Cardo. What? There is no such plot in the original work. Myanmar couldn't help being a little surprised when he heard that Carduo had hired Renin again. There is no us in the original work. Okay, this is a real world. Although it may be developing according to the rules in the original work, but because our appearance will definitely be different from the original work. Zhu Weihong rolled his eyes and replied with anger. All right. Then you can stare at Cardo more and see who is hired by Cardo this time. This person is Yin and we started. We are naturally obliged to correct this mistake. Well, good. I will notify you as soon as I have news. Zhu Weihong said that the figure had been distorted like a figure refracted in the water by the waves, and then it slowly merged into the air and disappeared. This Zhu Weihong, the progress is good. I actually learned this technique from the Uchiha clan's legacy. The technique used to disappear the facial numbness is a kind of escape technique. It combines water escape and illusion, and the user must be able to cleverly use the refraction of sunlight. It can be said that under different lighting conditions, the practical method of this technique must be fine-tuned, that is, to have the cheating of writing round eyes very few of the Uchiha clan of instruments can practice. At this time, Zhu Weihong's practice was successful, which shows that Zhu Weihong's control over the details of things has reached the level of subtlety. Chapter 29, The Seventh Squad and the First Battle Without Beheading Again, 1. Chapter 29 The Seventh Squad and the First Battle Without Beheading Again, 1. The deity of Myanmar and the clone can communicate with their souls, just like a superpowered walkie-talkie. The range that can be communicated now is any 2 points within a radius of 5 kilometers, which can basically cover the island of Nami. The reason why the deity and the avatar meet is because soul communication requires a lot of soul power. If the amount of information is too large, the clone will have no combat effectiveness for a long time, and even its ability to act will decline. Although the memories and experiences of the two can be shared through the soul, they will not interfere with their respective emotions. Weihong, I have completed the practice of spiral pill, you receive some experience, and you must master this technique as soon as possible. Myanmar has mastered the famous Muji ninjutsu in the Naruto world, so naturally he must give his own small equipment to improve the survivability of the two. Okay, I see, don't become long-winded like the old captain. By the way, Cardo is still splitting up and drawing in the subordinates who will not be cut. Zhu Weihong is not only for reasons, but his personality is very similar to his previous rebellious period. The care for others is cold-hearted and warm-hearted. Kato's ambition is really not small. What kind of moth is this to get? Myanmar sighed. Dividing line, read more at wuxiax.com. At the same time, the 7th Squad led by Kakashi officially met with Na Zhang, but the atmosphere of the meeting was very unfriendly. Oh, isn't this the defected ninja from Wujin village? Mamaji will not cut it anymore. Kakashi said in a joking tone. Naruto's single cell was full of brains when he saw another enemy appearing and he couldn't let Sasuke show the limelight. He didn't even think about the meaning of the fugitive ninja, and rushed forward. But just after rushing for a few steps, a powerful hand appeared in front of Naruto. Don't mess around, you guys are all back. Kakashi's tone was full of seriousness. This guy's strength is the same as the previous two. It's so different. If you want to fight with him, it seems a bit difficult. Kakashi thought secretly, and at the same time leaked out the left eye hidden under the forehead. It was a red eye with 3 kuyu around the pupil. Unexpectedly, I would encounter writer Kakashi here. I'm sorry, can you give me that old man? The gloomy voice of Don't Cut It slowly sounded. You guys, form a swastika subformation. Protect Mr. Dasna, don't join this battle, this is the time when teamwork is most needed. Kakashi solemnly instructed Naruto, no more slash, your opponent is me. Kakashi's fighting spirit erupted from the strong when he faced no more slash. Well, I didn't expect to see the rumored Shaolunian so soon, it's a great honor. Dadai's voice at this time also revealed a solemn voice. You have been talking about writing round eyes and writing round eyes since just now, what is that? Naruto is indeed an atmosphere destroyer. The original tense atmosphere was eased by a question by Naruto. Shaolunian is a person who uses pupil skills to see through the enemy's ninjutsu, illusion and physique in an instant, and counterattack them back intact. The ability for writing round eyes is more than that. Sasuke answered perfectly. Write the problem of round eyes. That's the end of the chat. My hurriedly ended up with this old man. But it looks like I'm going to knock you down first, Kakashi. Without cutting, he jumped to the side of the river. Kakashi and others' sights were completely covered by the thick fog before the start of Ji-Yin launched the infamous hidden technique. At this time, the visibility of the line of sight was no more than 5 meters, and a gloomy sound of no more cut came from the thick fog of 8 places. This sound seemed to be far and near, as if it were in the front and on the side. It makes people unable to perceive the position where they will not be cut, and the gloomy voice makes people have an indescribable fear. The throat, spine, fat, liver, kidneys, heart, carotid artery, and subclavian artery. Which part do you want me to attack? Don't Jean continue to use his gloomy voice to create psychological pressure on Naruto and others? Iobai. Who a gust of wind blew, Kakashi used the Chocola flow to disperse the nearby fog about 15 meters. However, without the cover of thick fog, the murderous duel between Shinin was more intuitively added to Naruto's and Zyobai's bodies, and Sasuke felt such a murderous intent, and he even had a sense of death. Sasuke, don't worry. I will use my own life to protect you, and I will never let him kill my companion. Kakashi's words flowed through Sasuke's hearts like a Wangqing Chuan, and he immediately calmed Sasuke. The emotions of a few people. That's not necessarily. No longer appeared in Naruto's Swast town in a few moments, that's it. As he said, the beheaded knife changed to Dasna. Peng and puff sounded twice at the same time. The first sound was Kakashi's use of instantaneous technique to disappear in place, and the second sound was that Kakashi's kunao had pierced into the body of no longer cut. The weird thing about WA is that it's not blood but water that flows out of his body if he doesn't cut it anymore. Teacher, be careful. Behind Naruto, who was standing opposite Kakashi, noticed that another figure appeared behind Kakashi who didn't cut it again, and hurriedly reminded Kakashi loudly. Go to hell! The big knife that didn't cut Kakashi chopped Kakashi into 2 in the next moment, and the knife that Kakashi attacked before turned into a pool of clear water and fell to the ground. Kakashi's body, who was cut in 2 without being cut again, turned into clear water and splashed. Moisture body, did he copy my ninjutsu in the fog? Kakashi appeared behind the non-slashed swipe, and the kunao in his hand pointed to the carotid artery that would not be slashed. Don't act rashly, stop here. It's up. Humph, is that the end? You haven't figured out the situation, you can't beat this uncle by casual imitation, absolutely not. Still calm without cutting. Hey, but you're not bad, you when talking to those little ghosts, you already copied my moisture body. You deliberately let the clone say that, just to draw my attention to the clone body, and the body hides in the fog and observes my movements. However, don't cut it anymore. There was another figure behind Kakashi who didn't cut it again. However, I am not so easy to deal with. The voice that had just been controlled by Kakashi was no longer cut into a pool. The water burst. Chapter 30, the 7th class and the first battle that never beheaded, 2. Chapter 30, the 7th class and the first battle that never beheaded, 2. The big knife in Kakashi's no longer beheaded behind Kakashi slashed at the upper left of Kakashi, and a crouching Kakashi flashed past the beheading knife. The decapitation broadsword didn't hit Kakashi, but he focused on the ground on the right side without cutting, and turning his right hand from holding the knife to holding the knife. The right hand is supported on the handle of the knife, the right leg is withdrawn and the left foot is the axis. Using the chest belt waist, kick the right side with the waist belt leg fiercely, kicking Kakashi out. If you don't seize this opportunity again, you will cut Kakashi in midair with a big sword. But he stopped after a few steps. It turned out that Kakashi knew it was not good after he flew up. A handful of iron briars was still on the way to stop cutting, forcing him to stop. Kakashi also fell into the river. What's the matter? This water seems to be very heavy. Kakashi felt that ordinary river water seemed to have turned into glue, and it was extremely laborious to move. Hey, idiot! You got the trick! Kakashi was thinking about it, and he had already appeared behind Kakashi without cutting his hands. The dungeon technique was quickly imprinted with both hands. The river water filled with chakra suddenly formed a big the water polo trapped Kakashi in the center. It turned out that when he first jumped onto the river to start the fogging technique, he had poured a large amount of chakra into the river, so that he could now start the water prison technique. You can't escape this water jail technique. If you let you move around freely, I won't be able to start it. Okay, Kakashi, I'll clean up you later. Now I will deal with those guys first. In Jaeyan's water body art, in the horrified gazes of Naruto's several people, a pool of river water surged on the river course and slowly changed into a state of not cutting it again. Hehe, do the three of you think you are a ninja with your forehead protection? But then, the real ninjas are those who wander on the line of life and death. In other words, only those who are registered in the ninja manual by this uncle, only those who are called can be called true ninjas, and you are not qualified. After stopping Kakashi again, Shui said to the three Zyobi in a joking tone. And the handprints that formed the mist-hidden technique slowly disappeared into the thick fog. That guy has disappeared again. Naruto saw the disappearing figure without cutting, instinctively trying to defend, but his trembling body didn't listen at all. As soon as Peng didn't cut his words, he kicked Naruto flying away without another straight kick. Naruto's forehead was also shot down and Mora stepped on him. You are just ordinary kids. Read more at wuxiax.com. You, run away with Mr. Desna, you have no chance of winning a fight with him. He will not leave in order to trap me in a water prison. If the water body is too far away from the main body, it will be unusable. Seeing Shui, Kashi started his hand at Naruto, and shouted loudly that he wanted Naruto and others to escape from the battle and leave here to save their lives. Anyway, run away now. After thinking about it for a while, Sasuke realized that there was no battle between them and no more. If you run away rashly, you can only be easily solved by being overtaken by no more, and you don't know if no more comrades are in front of you. Now it's the best policy to rescue Kakashi first. Cut off. But the result was that Puff and Peng Sasuke's attack was broken without cutting twice and flew out grabbing Sasuke's neck. Sasuke Sakura yelled when he saw Sasuke being thrown into the air. Even Sasuke, Naruto saw that the strongest Sasuke among the few people couldn't resist the attack of No Slash again, and then looked at the horror in front of him, No Slash instinctively, and some fled back. As soon as his left hand touched the ground, he rushed to the pain of the heart. Watching the injured left hand, Naruto sounded his oath, yes, we are already ninjas. And I have vowed not to run away, no matter what I face I won't run away again. Naruto's pain quickly dispelled his fear and burned his fighting spirit. Ah! Naruto screamed and rushed towards Zabuza. Peng turned out to be kicked without being cut again. What do you want to rush over by yourself? Even Sasuke is not his opponent. No matter how hard you try to be a ninja, we are aware of the chance of winning. Sakura was right, said Naruto, who was kicked back in front of him. Naruto didn't answer Sakura's words, but firmly pierced the forehead in his hands on his head, and said, Hey, the one with no eyebrows over there. You'd better write it down in your handbook, sooner or later. The man who will become Konoha Naruto, Konoha Ryuu Ninja Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke, I have a strategy that needs your cooperation. Naruto also found the key to the problem, and when he thought of Sasuke's attack and never cut it, Tong Sasuke said. You still know how to work in a team. Although Sasuke didn't know what Naruto's idea was, he still followed Naruto's words to attract attention. Next, I'm going to do a big job. Naruto saw Sasuke's response, and he also said along the way to completely focus the attention of the two little ghosts, instead of thinking about what kind of strategy they have. Immediately after facing the ridicule of not cutting, Kakashi's shout, Dazna's approval. The water body sprinted forward again at a speed that a few people could not catch, and an elbow knocked Sasuke into the air. Sasuke received the second downward heavy elbow of the water body in the air and was stepped under his feet without cutting. Damn, the technique of shadow clone. Naruto saw that Sasuke was controlled, and immediately separated more than 30 shadow clones to fight against him. If Naruto had so many shadow clones, he also let go of Sasuke's slightly formal treatment. More than 30 Naruto surrounded them without slashing, and attacked together in an attempt to suppress the water body. However, he was struck hard by the water body, and more than 30 clones flew out. The only way to defeat this guy, Sasuke went on. Naruto's clone threw Naruto, who had turned into a windmill shuriken, to Sasuke. As soon as Sasuke started, he realized that this was Naruto's transformation, and he understood what Naruto's so-called strategy was. It's so, but you can think of this way. Sasuke praised Naruto's idea in his heart. He turned around and took out his windmill shuriken. Chapter 31, The Seventh Squad and the First Battle Without Beheading Again, 3. Chapter 31 The Seventh Squad and the First Battle Without Beheading Again, 3. Wind Demon Shuriken Shadow Windmill, Sasuke said as he threw the shuriken at the body that no longer cuts, and Naruto's transformed windmill shuriken was hidden in the shadow of the sword in the assistant Sasuke, so he would no longer cut it. The body flew together, and finally took advantage of his contempt to get out of Kakashi. You damn kid! Naruto and Sasuke were playing tricks, and suddenly became angry if they didn't cut it. The windmill shuriken that he had just received was about to strike Naruto. Chiang, the windmill shuriken in his hand was stuck on the spot without being knocked out. It was Kakashi who used the protective sheet on the glove to present the big windmill shuriken that no longer cuts, and used the writing wheel I to move the emotionally large no longer cut to apply a pupil technique. No longer cut instantly feels as if he is being stared at, the same as if a wild beast will pounce on him in the next moment, and his heart is difficult to calm down. Naruto, your strategy is really brilliant. Both of you have made progress. Then Naruto proudly said his plan, but he was greeted with a comment that he would not cut it anymore. I was caught off guard. The dungeon technique is unlocked. No, you did not unlock the dungeon technique, but I did it. Kakashi's cold voice sounded faintly. You can't use the same type of ninjutsu twice on me. What are you going to do about it? Kakashi and number 2 were both staring at each other coldly. Kakashi fiercely slammed the shuriken in the hands of no longer cut and flew away, and at the same time jumped backwards and flew away from the opponent. Before landing, the two people began to form joint seals. The complex ninjutsu of more than 40 seals was doubled. People completed the water escape water dragon bomb art within 3 seconds at the same time. For a time, 2 water dragons surged up in the river water and attacked each other. The river was stirred up by waves, and the two of Kakashi and Kakashi collided again, and Kakashi's Kakashi was stuck in mutual stalemate. What's going on here? Writing round eyes should be a kind of ability to memorize the opponent's ninjutsu and copy it. Why can he complete ninjutsu with me? The two bounced back and quickly key in again. You want to say, this guy's eyes are really arrogant, it's just an imitation anyway. It's just repeating me, you can't beat me, the monkey playing guy. Kakashi said it verbatim and didn't cut it. What I want to say. In the horrified gaze of no more slashing, the 3 Kyujade in the eyes of Kakashi's writing wheel whirled fiercely, as if a whirlpool was about to suck the soul of no slashing. It's the same as going in. And if you don't cut it, you lose the ability to act in an instant, as if being confined in place by Kakashi's writing wheel. I could only watch Shui Dun complete and swept toward myself. The revolving flood, with a huge amount of power, slammed on the body of the non-slashing body, and the non-slashing is not only being attacked, but also full of incredible how can he be faster than me. If you don't cut anymore, those who were hit by the current have suffered internal injuries, and Kakashi's Kyu ingots were nailed to the trunk by Kakashi's Kunwu ingots after the current faded away. Why, can you meet the future? There was no more arrogance in the words that weren't cut, and he asked his own questions with endless exhaustion. Yet, you will only end up with death. But before Kakashi could make a move, 2,000 books were accurately inserted into the neck that was never cut. I saw a young man wearing the costume of the Misty Assassination Unit appeared on the side of the tree. Sure enough, he died with a hint of playfulness that a girl can. Kakashi wouldn't completely believe the guy who just showed up. Kakashi jumped to the side who didn't cut it again and checked. He is indeed dead, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. At the same time, he looked at the boy who had just appeared. Thank you so much, I have been looking for a chance to completely kill and never kill. Bai bowed respectfully and said to Kakashi, read more at wuxiax.com, that mask, if you remember correctly, you should have been from the Misty Assassination Unit. Kakashi asked guardedly. You are amazing. It is my task to hunt down the defecting ninjas. I am a member of the Wuyan chasing and killing troops. Then I took up my body without cutting. The battle you only see ends here. It is necessary to deal with this corpse, because this corpse hides too many secrets. Then I will say goodbye. A wind-type instantaneous technique disappeared in front of several people. Our mission is not over yet, we must send Mr. Dazna home first, Kakashi said to everyone. Get up and set off. Kakashi just walked a few steps before falling to the ground, and the side effects of using Shulan broke out. Kakashi, lying in Dazna's house, felt faintly disturbed, as if something was missing. In the evening, facial numbness appeared silently in front of Kakashi like a ghost. It's really embarrassing, Mr. Kakashi. With the numbness, he transported medical ninjutsu to Kakashi for treatment. Myanmar, you are really late. Although Myanmar was treating Kakashi, Kakashi's eyes were directly offered. Teacher Kakashi, what enemy have you encountered? How can you be so embarrassed? Myanmar knew Kakashi's character well, so he didn't care, but pretended to know nothing. The ghosts of the Mist Ninja village will not be killed anymore, but I always feel that where the troops are, his body was finally taken away by the dark part of a misty village. Kakashi said as he said, he felt a little bit of no properly. The voice floated unnaturally. Take it away. This is not the normal way to dispose of a corpse. Generally, the corpse will be disposed of on the spot. Myanmar couldn't help sighing when he heard this. This is the inertia of the world, even Kakashi teacher, a ninja who has experienced many battles, is inevitable. Yet, if you need evidence, just cut off your head and take it back. There is another boy whose weapon is Chiban. Kakashi has fully confirmed that the boy has a problem at this time, but now regrets it is useless. It is better to collect information and specify remedial measures in this case. You may still be alive if you don't cut it. What's the situation with you? Cardo seems to know that Dazna has hired a powerful ninja, and is contacting the Dark Exchange to hire a rebel ninja again. Myanmar directly reported the situation. It's really troublesome. Kakashi couldn't help but get a headache when he heard that Kato had hired a ninja again. Okay. There is no problem with teacher Kakashi, you just overuse the writing wheel eyes and have a heavy burden on your body. You can cooperate with my medical ninjutsu. You can be cured in 3 days at most. But the dark boy you mentioned is it's difficult. Myanmar seems to be guiding something intentionally. Well, if you don't cut it again, the injuries are very serious. This period of time is used to train Sasuke and enhance their combat effectiveness. I hope they can cope. The current conditions are reported to the village that the waiting time for support is too late. Combat power is more favorable to the current situation. Chapter 32, The Puppet Manipulator Stone God Ziji. Chapter 32 The Puppet Manipulator Stone God Ziji. The next day Kakashi told Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura his conjecture. In order to maximize the training of the three of them, Kakashi did not tell the three of them that the facial numbness was coming, and it took a lot of time to pretend to be seriously injured. The self-cultivation appearance makes the three friends feel a heavy burden. The amount of chakra needed to climb a tree is very subtle, and the sole of the foot is the most difficult part to gather. Pick up the right amount of chakra and gather it where necessary. As long as you learn to control the theoretically difficult ninjutsu, you can quickly learn it. When ninjas extract chakras, most of them are in constant moving battles. In this situation, it is even more difficult to control and maintain a certain amount of chakras in a fixed position. That's why I want you to pass. Climbing a tree to master the method used by Chakra, Kakashi sucked on the trunk and 3 Zyobi introduced the key points that need to be paid attention to in the tree climbing training and the successful results. But just listen to my explanation, you can't learn it. So, go and experience it for yourself. Kakashi threw the 3 kunao at the feet of the 3. Make a mark at the place, and then try to climb to a place higher than that mark. First rush up to see where you can get there, do you understand? Then Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura started their tree climbing training. At the same time, Cardo came to the hiding place where he would not be cut again. Well, I will give you another chance. If you fail again, there will be no place for you. Cardo was threatened by Bai and said angrily. We walked out of the hiding place where it was never cut again, and the world-class super rich was threatened by a rundown ninja, which made Cardo a little frustrated. Cut, the ninjas in Wuyan village are not that great. They even dared to intimidate me. After 2 days, that Shijins will come to make you look good. That stinky girl, I won't let you die so easily. I thought about it and showed a lewd smile. Shi Shenziji, the traitor of Sheian village, is a fanatical pursuer of the Red Sand Scorpion. He fanatically praised the view of puppet manipulation before the Red Sand Scorpion defected, and he believed that puppets were the perfect weapon for ninjas. A puppet may not be able to deal with ninjas of the same level, but 10 or 100. As long as the soul power is strong enough, countless puppets can be manipulated at the same time. In the end, it can completely crush the enemy. It is necessary to know that the puppet has no pain, no fear, and can perfectly meet the requirements of the manipulator. This ensures that the puppet's attack will not be deformed and will not shrink back. And a puppet is carefully crafted and can be used for a long time for maintenance. Read more at wuxiax.com. As long as you keep traveling around and collect materials to make a puppet that can withstand the attack of Shangren, it is not impossible to become Feng Ying in the end. No, you can definitely become a ninja even more powerful than Feng Ying. For this reason, Shi Shens and specially applied to the village of Sheian, but because of the defect of the scorpion of the Red Sand, the senior officials of Fengren village blocked and suppressed a series of thoughts of the scorpion of the Red Sand. Naturally, Shi Shenziji's application fell into disarray. For this reason, Shi Shenziji sneaked into the home of the 1000th-generation mother-in-law who kept the items of the Red Sand Scorpion and stole the research materials of the Red Sand Scorpion, and defected to Fengren village. In fact, the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations also couldn't bear the hard work of her grandson to ignore her, and deliberately let Shi Shenzhen steal it. Otherwise, as a strong man who survived the Third Ninja World War, it is not much less difficult to steal things from her house than to steal things from the Shadow House. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. The training of the Naruto trio has achieved the expected results, and the combat effectiveness is restored without cutting it. As for Kakashi, it is fine for the 3rd day under the medical ninjutsu of facial numbness. Are you ready for the assault? Hey, don't you cut it, are you listening? Kaka, if you don't cut it, he directly stepped on the phone number given by Carduo. Let's go, bye. After finishing speaking, he took Bai towards the bridge above his head, and jumped on the bridge after a few jumps. Damn it, I must die if you don't cut it again. Cardo hung up the call that didn't cut it, and made another call. I'm adding 20% to the price promised to you, and I want to stop being cut again. Smash! Cardo said to Shi Shens, who was on the opposite side of the phone, I see. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone, and then he hung up. These ninjas are like this for 1 or 2 of them. Go and gather the staff. I will send them all to hell myself. Cardo angrily threw the phone and ordered to the bodyguard beside him. Yes, boss. At this time, Shi Shenzji, wearing a black robe, said slightly to the tree on the right rear, come out, although your concealment technique is very good, but my soul perception ability is beyond the general tolerance. Knowing that he has been discovered, don't hesitate to attack directly. Shu, Hu, broke the wind, and more than 10 Kunwu hit the stone gods below from different angles. Cut, Konoha's ninja really hasn't grown at all. A silent voice sounded. Shijin's and the big baggage behind him were instantly impervious to the dancing, and all the kunao hitting him was blocked. Myanmar flashed behind him with an instantaneous technique behind him, and the bitterness in his hand pierced his body with a sound. Swish! I saw the stabbed Shishens, without a painful expression. The bandage on his body was wrapped around the assailant in front of him like a snake, and he suddenly rose by 3 points, a disguise of sand on the skin, cracking every inch. I saw Shishens and himself in front of him. He was clearly a big man with a horny back. The big man's hand instantly deformed into a big sword and slashed at the gagged face. Peng saw the mian hemp that had been chopped into 2 pieces turned into 2 logs in a puff of smoke. It turned out that the noodle hemp used a substitute technique for the moment he was restrained. How is it? Is there a very familiar feeling? This guy was a ninja of your Konoha Akudo clan before his death, and he is also very famous. Now it is one of my proud works. The face numb came out from the back of the book. It was discovered that the big man was clearly a ninja who had been transformed into a puppet. I will kill you. Myanmar was angry. Coming to this cannibalistic world, Myanmar had already felt numb, but when he saw the transformed Chudeo Lizu, he was still full of anger. Chudeo Lizu, one of his comrades when Myanmar was in Anbu, was the Chudeo clan that Chudeo Lizu helped to contact when Myanmar opened the hot pot. Now that the body of his comrades has been desecrated, this Shishens will never forgive. Ha ha ha, rest assured that I will transform you into a puppet kid after you die. Remember this uncle's name, this uncle is the puppet manipulator Shishenziji. Shishenziji laughed arrogantly and watched. It looks like a neurosis. Chapter 33, Hard Fight, 1. Chapter 33 Hard Fight, 1. While speaking, Shishenzhen already commanded the Chudeo Lizu to rush up, and saw Chudeo Lizu's body swell again, as if he had activated the Chudeo clan's secret technique, the doubling technique. Being made into a flesh puppet cannot fully use the technique of doubling, it only grows into a giant man with a height of 3 meters. Chudeo Lizu rushed towards Myanmar like a whirlwind, and the machete in his hand slashed an arc, with the sharp wind whistling, and slammed toward Myanmar. The busy iron and broken teeth in Myanmar's hand seemed to have a soul, tracing a subtle arc of the tip of the knife, and accurately spotting it on the surface of the machete. Damn, this kid is so powerful, but, Shishens in his heart secretly said, his fingers danced like butterflies through flowers. Seeing Chudeo Lizu's right hand machete split into 3, it spun like a windmill, his face was numb and he couldn't react for a while, and his left leg was cut a big cut. Under the treatment of the self-healing ability of facial numbness, the mouth healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a short while, it returned to its original state. Little ghost, I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. Haha, I must transform you into my puppet. Shishens discovered that Myanmar had such a special ability, his eyes were full of scorching heat. You will be bestowed immortality by the great puppet manipulator, ha 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 ha. If you have that ability, it doesn't matter if I become your puppet. But today I will accept your life. Myanmar looked at the nervous Shishens in front of him, and his eyes flashed solemnly. The guy is so powerful, it's the most difficult to deal with among the enemies that Myanmar currently encounters. When I think of there is a red sand scorpion in Xiaozhong, Myanmar has a big head. Red sand scorpion is all in Hokage. Well-deserved number 1 among the puppet masters. Little devil, the greatness of the puppet master is not something you can understand. As long as our puppet master has strong spiritual power, we can manipulate countless puppets. As long as there are countless powerful puppets, the world will tremble under our puppet masters. Shishenziji seemed a little sick to say, but he commanded Chudeo Lizu to pounce again, his left hand turned into a huge metal tiger claw and the rotating three swords of his right hand were full of ancient aura. Read more at wuxiax.com. Chu Daolizu's right arm turned a circle with the rotating knife in his right hand and smashed his head towards Myanmar. Chakra, who didn't dare to neglect the thunder attribute, injected Myantar's broken teeth, which gleamed with blue light. The sharp blade was aided by the chakra of the thunder attribute, and it became even more striking. Chiang is like a hot knife cut into butter. Chu Daolizu's rotating blade was cut off by two blades at once. Just as Myanmar was about to cut the third blade again, Chu Daolizu's left-hand tiger claw the heart is upward, and the claw blade bends into a startling arc, grabbing from the numb chest and abdomen to the head. His face was numb and he pressed down his broken teeth, and with the help of 3 consecutive back turns, he flashed through the fatal scratch. Chu Daolizu's right-hand blade was removed by Shi Shenziji with a sound of bata, and a honeycomb-shaped transmitter flashed out. Liu Ba's Kumo with an explosive talisman shot towards the face, sending out a shoe through the air. Sound. Almost the moment when Kuo shot the ground in front of Myanmar, the shot technique flashed through the tree on the right back. The boom rumble explosion hit Myanmar's body with pain, but the unconscious Chu Daolizu's left-handed tiger paw was shot out with a chain, entangled in the tree trunk where Myanmar was standing. Wow! The chain contracted Chu Daolizu's body and flew toward the trunk at a speed 1 point faster than Kuo. Seeing Chu Daolizu flew up in the face, he violently rotated his body 720 degrees horizontally in the air, and his right foot smashed Chu Daolizu's head like a battle axe. Kaka saw Chu Daolizu's head bend into a terrifying angle, and his entire body was smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Little devil, you think my proud work is too simple? Shi Shen's and his hands shook like waves. Chu Daolizu's body stood up. Kala, Kala! There was a mechanical noise, and Chu Daoli lied. Zhu's neck unexpectedly recovered. Then Chu Daolizu's belly cracked, and the tiger claws on his left hand and the transmitter on his right hand were all removed and replaced with 2 special weapons. I saw that the 2 hand walls were surrounded by chains, while the palms were in the same position. There are 4 axe blades perpendicular to each other, and on the top is a sharp cone like a spear gun. The sharp cone of his left hand shot onto the tree trunk above Myanmar's head. The chain contracted Chu Daolizu's body quickly approached Myanmar, and the axe blade in his right hand suddenly swung out, and the entire axe blade struck through the sky like a meteor. A terrible harsh air screamed, crashing on the big tree under his face. Boom! The whole tree trembled, and then the middle of the trunk burst open with a loud noise. The cracked thick wood flew around. The body that flew backwards quickly sealed the shadow clones technique, and 5 facial numbs appeared at one time. These numbs helped each other to change directions in the sky, like an eagle flying with its wings spread. The busy iron and broken teeth in Myanmar's hands at the top raised his head and slashed in the air with a terrible force. Chu Daolizu's left hand shrank and flicked, the weapon that had been fired before was retracted, and the iron chain was drawn to his face like a snake. The face hemp body changed slightly in the air, the speed of the busy iron smashing teeth in his hand increased sharply, and he smashed on the iron chain with a touch of phantom. Wow! The iron chain was slashed by the face hemp, and the force of the face hemp waist turned a circle in the air. His hand changed his backhand into a straight stab, and it pierced Chu Daolizu's chest. Puff seemed to have pierced the leather sound. Chu Daolizu's chest was directly pierced. The chakra with the thunder attribute erupted on the busy iron and broken teeth, and the body of Autumn Daolizu was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and Shi Shen suddenly lost his control. Myanmar hugged Chu Daolizu's body and quickly retreated nearly 300 meters. This distance has exceeded the manipulation limit of ordinary puppet masters. I simply sorted out the remains of Chu Daolizu, and put the body of Chu Daolizu away with a seal scroll. I'm sorry, brother still injured you. But don't worry, I will take this guy's life for you. When Myanmar raised his head again, his eyes were like a lone wolf. Full of brutality and coldness, 2 contradictory eyes appeared abruptly in his numb eyes. Chapter 34, Hard Fight, 2. Chapter 34 Hard Fight, 2. Yeah, it's not a good habit to take away other people's things casually, little guy. Shi Shen's and his eyes were not scared when he saw Myanmar, but instead felt dissatisfied that the puppet's body was put away from Mahjong Chu Dao Lizu. Sure enough, this Shi Shen's has been in a nervous state. Madman. It's getting late, I need to deal with this little guy as soon as possible. To get rid of it without cutting it, a corpse of the Misty Seven Knives is a good puppet material. Maybe you can still accept Kakashi's corpse, plus go to you, little guy. Today is really a bumper harvest, ha 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 ha. Shi Shenziji took out his scroll as he said, Ninfrared Secret Skill Multi-Machine Performance. A burst of smoke flashed, and more than 30 human-shaped puppets appeared on the ground in front of the face. Careful identification is okay. It was found that these puppets were all transformed ninja corpses. Myanmar didn't say anything, but directly separated more than 30 shadow clones, and rushed up together, and the two men and horses were instantly intertwined. Facing the big knife cut by the puppet, the broken teeth in Myanmar's hand flashed like a poisonous snake, leaving a vague phantom. The movements of the three puppets approaching the numb face suddenly froze, and a thin knife mark appeared between the necks of the three puppets, and then the heads of the three puppets were chopped to the ground with broken teeth. A puppet's muscles and bones were tense, and he immediately punched. This fist had the vigor of the howling sound, and his face was numb, and he quickly blocked it with a horizontal knife. With a bang, the two of them stepped back at the same time. The puppet quickly stabilized his figure under the control of the stone gods, and attacked sideways, thinking that the face was numb with a punch. The busy iron and broken teeth in Myanmar's hand crossed a circle to lead the punch to the side, dissolving the punch. At this moment, the puppet's chest cracked, and an arm appeared from it. This arm slammed into his chest so that his face was numb, and his face was numb, and he flew out. In the next moment, behind the puppet, a numb face avatar put away the knife and dropped the puppet directly. In the blink of an eye, the numb-faced deity rushed 5 feet away, but the transformed puppets behind him fell more than 10. All of them had their heads severed and lost the ability to fight. Let's look down on people. Shi Shen's and the talking point suddenly split the right hand of a puppet into 4 parts and rotated at a high speed to form a windmill shuriken attacking the numb lower body. Ma leaped backwards and flashed the blow, and quickly printed Earth Escape Yellow Spring Marsh with both hands. A 1-meter square swamp was instantly formed, and the puppet that deformed his right hand was instantly submerged in the marsh. Read more at wuxiax.com. Myanmar hadn't landed yet. A puppet behind him shot out from the puppet's mouth with a huge mouth, and the clone of Peng Myanmar was shot in an instant. And under the puppet's body, a numb face appeared, and the land of both hands imitated Sasuke's lion and knocked the puppet into the air. The other clone was spinning at high speed in the air, using the broken iron teeth as a drill bit to split the puppet drill. The two puppets are linked back to form a grotesque puppet with 4 hands and 2 heads. A puppet's hands were shot out from the chain link, and 2 avatars were caught. The body of the other puppet that merged with his hands burst into a strong thunder and lightning, and the thunder and lightning followed the iron cable, smashing the 2 clones. And the puppet's abdomen that had just deformed his hands cracked and shot out a number of 8 sharp iron cords from it, and instantly defeated 5 clones with the lightning bonus. The 2 avatars rushed towards this group of weird puppets, and the 2 hands of the avatar in front of the shadow doppelganger art instantly separated 5 avatars, and grabbed the iron rope from 5 different directions. The avatar in the back leaped and hit the helix maru in the hand to the puppet's chest. The strange combination of Peng and Wailala turned into a single piece under the attack of helix maru. A puppet's body drilled 8 modified arms. The front end of this arm was replaced by various weapons. This looked like a fighter machine, with a knife, axe, and a hammer. I actually defeated several shadow clones, and a shadow clone quickly printed the wooden escape vine binding technique 5 steps away from the puppet. In the right hand of this shadow clone, a few Tengman seeds quickly grew into tough ones. Tengman tied the puppet into a zongzi, and the surrounding 4 avatars inserted 4 broken teeth into the gap of the Tengman Zongzi, and the fighter puppet was instantly split into 5 segments. The arms of a strong man puppet suddenly became thicker, and his fists became bigger, as if 2 siege hammers rushed toward the numb-faced clone with amazing power. The 2 avatars grabbed the iron rope that had just been deformed by the puppet on the ground, passed around the puppet, and tightly wound the puppet. Another clone suddenly jumped up behind the puppet, and the iron fragmented teeth filled with the earth attribute chakra in his hand moved like a mountain to cut down broken mountain cut, the iron fragmented teeth exuding earth yellow light carry heavy weight. With a single blow, the tank puppet was chopped in half. Chiang, Chiang, Chiang! 3 puppets holding ninja knives surrounded the main body of the face Numb, and the ninja swords in their hands radiated this cold light that pierced the middle of the face Numb. Myanmar's busy iron and broken teeth suddenly danced, as if a whirlwind was blocking all the shinobi swords at the same time. However, the ninja swords of these 3 puppets kept running like a torrential rain. Shi Shenzji also found that the main body surrounded by the face was numb. Half of the puppets on the field were instantly withdrawn. Control power suddenly fell to the ground. Shi Shenzji actively gave up the control of many puppets in exchange for control of the other puppets. Absolute control, the only remaining are Shi Shen's and the 4 puppets around him, and the 5 puppets that are still fighting against the shadow clone. At this time, each of these puppets has exerted a super combat power. There were only 5 shadow clones left on the field at this time. At the moment those puppets fell to the ground, the puppets besieged the Myanmar body, and 3 more arms were drilled out of each puppet's body. The 3 puppets and 15 shinobi swords pierced the densely numb flowers like 15 silver glittering flowers. Covering the face Numb, drinking the numbness and shouting, the earthy chakra kicked and kicked the broken teeth, the muscles of his legs violently smashed into the waist, and the broken teeth of man's iron was dancing like a windmill. Frame, 15 shinobi swords were swept out and fell to the ground. Soil escaped the art of decapitation in the heart. Shi Shenzji suddenly stretched out a right hand under his feet, pulling Shi Shen's and the whole person into the ground. The panicked Shi Shen's and the chakra silk thread in his hand shrank sharply, and saw all the 4 puppets who were originally beside him spread their arms to form a tic-tac-toe. The arms extend out more than 5 meters section by section like bamboo, and sharp knives grow from the joints. From a high altitude, it looks like a forest of thorns. Putting the stone gauge in the middle and firmly guarding it in the middle, this should be the absolute guardian stone gauge and preparing for himself, but he seems to have forgotten that the attack came from the underground. His numb left hand had already climbed up Shi Shen's throat when he had just entered the ground. Kaka puppet manipulator Shi Shen's and die. Why, I haven't spread the reputation of the puppet master to the world. Lord Scorpion, I have not reached the peak after following your path. I really want to see you again. Lord Scorpion, I would like to dedicate everything to you. May your reputation forever, in the world of ninja, to spread. Chapter 35, Sad Confession. Chapter 35 Sad Confession. What a tough guy. But the most important thing now is to go to Naruto Bridge. The battle should be over soon. Myanmar cleaned up the battlefield roughly, and hurried in the direction of Naruto Ohashi. In order to save the white, the face hemp is also used. The first candidate for a wife in the original book is of course Hinata, and the second one must be Bai. The author belongs to the faction that believes that Bai is a cute girl. People. They are all kind-hearted, gentle, and excellent girls with the advantages of traditional women. The only difference is that Bai's childhood was so miserable that it formed a psychological shadow. In order to fill the vacancy in his heart, Bai chose to be a weapon to increase his sense of existence, and in that era of inferior women, Bai was white. I chose to hypnotize myself as a boy, in order to add a bit of status in my mind. Myanmar snatched Hinata, feeling very sorry for Naruto. Once discussed with Zhu Weihong about finding a good wife for Naruto, Bai is the girl who meets the most standards in the 2 discussions. As for the shadows in Bai Xin, Myanmar believed that Naruto, the warmest little sun in the Naruto world, would surely disperse them. Naruto, my eldest brother broke my heart for you. Thinking of it, a sneer appeared. At this time, the Naruto Bridge has not yet been completed and named, but it has ushered in the final test before its completion. Above the bridge, a chakra full of unknown splashes wantonly. Kakashi felt this breath, and couldn't help but froze. This is... No way, has Naruto's seal been unlocked? The face is numb. Where did that guy go? I won't let you go, I have to kill you. Naruto suppressed the anger, whispering this. For the first time, the nine-tailed chakra on his body leaked a trace in the seal because of Naruto's complex emotions. If this trace of chakra is on an ordinary ninja, it will corrode the ninja's body very quickly, just like the original fire. The apprentice monk Korra of the National Fire Temple contained some remaining nine-tailed chakras, more than the four-tailed chakras, sealed by his father in his body. Once the attack occurred, this guy was completely wounded. As for Naruto in the protagonist mode, this nine-tailed chakra not only did not damage Naruto's body, but also strengthened Naruto's physique, and its strength and reaction speed were also greatly increased. It can be said that every time Naruto's nine-tailed chakra breaks out, Naruto's combat effectiveness under normal circumstances will be stronger. This is one of the reasons why Naruto was the tail of a crane when he graduated, and he was not as strong as a human during the Ninja World War. How come there is such a chakra? Impossible, the chakra has actually become concrete. Shirai in the magic mirror ice crystal looked at the nine-tailed chakra escaping from Naruto's body, feeling surprised. Chakras are only large enough to be seen by the naked eye, and these substantive chakra patterns represent a powerful force. This is a shadow-level ninja and only a few people can do it. And this kind of chakra is very disgusting, with a sense of disaster. Bai just thought of this, and saw Qianben on Naruto Mountain being pushed out of his body by muscles, and the wounds on his body healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sharp nails grew on the fingers. And the original blue pupils were replaced by a round of blood-colored pupils full of killing intent. Who is this boy? Naruto has already begun to release nine-tailed chakra. I need to hurry up. The face numb, who was fast on the road, felt the chakra, and the speed was 3 minutes faster again and disappeared after a few flashes. Read more at wuxiax.com. Did you hear it? Don't cut it anymore, we don't have time for each other. This may not be to your liking, but I don't want to stay with Bong. Just the next move to decide the outcome. How? Kakashi looked into the thick fog, no longer said where he was, and at the same time he took out a scroll to prepare for the group summoning technique. Interesting, what else can you do in this case? Kakashi will let me see it. The voice of No Cut sounded in the thick fog, still indistinguishable, as if someone was talking from all directions at the same time live in general. At the same time, Naruto, stimulated by nine-tailed chakra, caught Shiro who was moving at high speed in a few rounds. The violent killing intent on his body was mixed with the irritable nine-tailed chakra, struggling to maintain the whiteness of secret technique mirror ice crystal. No, I can't stop this murderous aura. Bai knew in his heart that he had reached his limit. Peng and Kikabai was flew with a heavy punch by the angry Naruto, smashed an ice crystal mirror and then rolled over 10 meters on the ground. At this time, Bai's mask also burst and fell. If you don't cut, mister, I really am not this boy's opponent. And Naruto's strongest punch, a punch full of killing intent, also came to Bai's eyes, but when he saw Bai's face, he abruptly stopped, and saw that Bai's face Naruto was sober in the state of running away. Come here, this is also because Naruto's hatred in his heart is not strong at this time, otherwise he would hee. You are the older sister at that time. Naruto looked at the face in front of him, his heart full of entanglement. How could that kind and gentle sister be the masked guy? Why stop? Your most important companion was killed by me, why didn't you kill me? Bai indifferently seemed to be not himself who was about to be killed. Damn! Naruto looked at Sasuke who fell behind him, and struck Shiro's face with a fist. Where did your momentum go? Such power can't kill me. Bai continued to irritate the Naruto. There are often people who make the mistake of letting go of enemies they should have killed because of sympathy, and find excuses to let them make a living. This is not mercy to me at all. You know, there is no dream, no one needs you, is it just the lingering pain of alive? Bai continued to say without haste, but the sorrow in his tone couldn't be concealed. What on earth are you trying to say? Naruto was confused in vain. What Mr. no longer needs is a useful ninja. You have deprived me of the reason for survival. Bai felt deadly in his heart at this time. His failure can only prove his lack of ability, and Mr. no longer needs trash by his side. Why do you want to work for that kind of guy? He is a guy who takes money from bad guys and works for bad guys. Are you the only important person? Naruto felt uncomfortable in his heart at this time. This sister is obviously so gentle and kind. Why serve for such a bad person? A long time ago, there was someone who was important to me, Bai, who was infected by Naruto, involuntarily confided to Naruto the memory buried in his heart. It also made me understand what is the most painful thing. The most painful thing? Naruto asked involuntarily. It's in this world, no one needs me at all. The expression in Bai's eyes at this time has no longer any anger. Isn't this the same as me? Naruto, who looked at Bai's deadly eyes and also had an unfortunate childhood, understood Bai in an instant. The feelings of dialogue in my heart have become more and more complicated. Didn't you tell me to become the strongest ninja in the village? Let everyone recognize your existence. When someone recognizes you from the bottom of your heart, that person will become your most important person. Ming, hearing Bai's words, the face of teacher Irika appeared in his mind, the man whose father is not better than his father. Mr. doesn't care about my pedigree, he is willing to take me in. He is very happy with my disgusting pedigree, and feels that it is exactly what he needs. I am really happy. As Bai talked, tears flashed in his eyes. Naruto, please, kill me. I have lost my value. Chapter 36, Save Water Without Moon White. Chapter 36, Save Water Without Moon White. Asshole, you asshole! Naruto once again reacted differently from the original. Everyone can't choose their own birth, their own blood. But you give yourself to that guy, and you are worthy of your father and mother. Is it? Naruto was very emotional at this time. Dad killed my mother and my father wanted me to die. Bai's indifference was in stark contrast with Naruto's excitement. Stupid, when are you going to be stupid? There are no parents in this world who want their children to die. Think about what your parents say to you, and you are not recognized. You can work hard to get everyone's approval, you look like this? Do you think that guy agrees with you? Bai's tragic fate made him feel a little sympathy, both of which are not recognized by others, and are also disgusted. Bai, you must be happy in the future. After Bai's mother knew that Bai had blood succession limits, she held her tightly and said her best wish in her heart. Bai, I'm sorry. Dad loves you. Bai's mother threw herself on Bai's father's knife for Bai's father, so that the people of Bai's father could accept Bai's father again, even the moment he fell in the blood. Smile. However, the knife that Bai's father cut to Bai was only raised high, and it never meant to fall. When Bai's father was penetrated by Bai's ice cone, the expression in his eyes was not fear but relief. It seems to be telling Bai, my child, don't be sad for me. You have to face the future bravely and live well. Mom and Dad will always love you. Naruto, you won't understand. You have family and partners who love you. Because someone loves you and agrees with you. You won't understand my loneliness, and you won't understand me that is hated by the people you use. I don't know when something sounded, Baban's hopeful eyes dimmed again. What nonsense are you talking about there? You have met your parents. Do you know how much I envy you? My parents, they died the moment I was born, and the adults around me were also very strange to me. Indifferent and disgusting. I understand how you feel, but do you give up? Mom and Dad gave you life in the hope that you can live happily, rather than being someone's tool. Naruto was not shocked yet. Ji's mouth is evasive, but his words are already a little sun that warms people's hearts. Naruto said as he said that he had already stepped forward and took Bai's hand and came near a puddle. Look at who this is, see who is behind you. Baize saw the reflection in the water and was stunned after hearing Naruto's words. In the water, he had a shadow of his father, Yu's mother, and his eyes resembled his mother, and his eyebrows were inherited from his father. At this time, the surrounding dense fog quietly dispersed, and a ray of sunlight shone on Naruto's immature face, causing Shirito's frozen heart to be slowly unsealed. Read more at wuxiax.com. If you don't cut anymore, you played too much. You are ambitious, you assassinated Tsukage and failed the coup. You had to leave with a few of your men and become a betrayer. Your name soon passed to Konoha, in order to raise money. The funds for revenge, but also to avoid Anbu's search. You are actually associated with a scum like Cardo. Kakashi said, nodding Rachel's handprints. You are too dangerous. The Mr. Desna you are going to kill is the country's courage. The bridge he built is the country's hope. Too many people have died because of your ambitions. It should be done by a ninja. Whatever matter to me, I'm just fighting for my ideals, and I won't change in the future. Even if he is controlled by Kakashi's ninja dog, he is still indifferent. It seems that if you don't cut it anymore, there are no other emotions. As I said, your future is only death. As Kakashi said, he rushed forward with Reichi towards nothing. On the other side, Bai was shocked. I'm sorry Naruto, he needs me if he doesn't cut him anymore. Bai looked at Naruto, and wanted to tell him that Sasuke was just a suspended animation. But sensing the dilemma of not cutting at this time, she stepped back with her hands knotted. After a wind system instantaneous body, he disappeared before Naruto's eyes. When Kakashi's Reichi was about to fall on the body that would not be cut again, Bai suddenly appeared in front of the body that would not be cut again, helping him to stop the deadly blow, and originally aimed at Kakashi, who would not cut the heart again, because Bai suddenly, it was impossible to stop the attack. However, he still contracted his strength slightly and shifted a little angle. Due to the difference in height between Bai and number 1 again, Kakashi's strike penetrated Bai's left chest. "Mr. No more Mr." Bai grabbed Kakashi's hand and said the last half sentence with great effort. Due to the powerful paralyzing attribute attached to Lei Che, Bai entered a state of suspended animation. My uncle's future is only death, hum. You're wrong again. Kakashi is still cold-blooded if you don't cut it again. Good job. Bai said that he raised the decapitation knife to kill Bai and Kakashi. Cut into 2 pieces together. Peng had just raised the beheading knife, and he was kicked and kicked out without being cut. The decapitated broadsword almost broke out, and at this time some messy facial numbness finally arrived. Teacher Kakashi, please hand this child to me soon. Myanmar couldn't explain anything, put his hands on an acupuncture point of Bai's arm, and separated Bai's hands from Kakashi's arm and lay flat. Treatment began on the ground. Fortunately, I took the Yangjing pill before leaving, otherwise, with my current medical ninjutsu level, I may not be able to save it in vain. Yangjing pill mentioned earlier, it is after facial numbness awakens Mu-Dun ability. Combining the medical and pharmaceutical technology of the Nara clan to create the holy medicine for healing. Although it is not as good as the bones of the living dead, it can also cure major internal and external injuries super fast with medical ninjutsu. At this time, the left white chest was penetrated, it should have died. But because Rachel's thunder attribute chakra greatly stimulated Bai's heart muscle, he was proud to keep his weak beating. Myanmar promptly took the Yangjing pill to Bai to stop the deterioration of the injury, and used the powerful vitality attributes of the wood attribute chakra and medical ninjutsu to quickly heal the white injury. Finally, Bai's life was saved at a critical juncture. Asshole, you guy, if you don't cut the body that was already seriously injured, you will be kicked hard by the face. At this time, it will be a bit difficult to continue the fight. But the sturdy one didn't cut it anymore, still carrying his beheading sword to cut to Kakashi. However, Kakashi was easily defeated by Kakashi, he was wounded again and again, and even his arms were destroyed by angry Kakashi. Chapter 37, Don't Cut the Last Request. Chapter 37, Don't Cut the Last Request. If you don't cut it, you are already at the end of the battle. How can it be Kakashi's opponent? Kakashi broke his arms 3 times and divided them by 2. Bang, bang. Just when Kakashi was about to give the final blow to not slash, the unfinished side of the bridge heard the sound of a stick tapping the ground. It's really disappointing to lose so badly. Don't cut it anymore, Cardo said in a playful tone. Kaduo. What do you mean by coming here and bringing so many people with you? Sudden changes caused Nazai and Kakashi to stop, looking at Ka that brought a group of wandering ninjas. Duo-Buzan had already faintly guessed the purpose of Carduo in his heart. Hehe, I changed my mind. I'm sorry, please die here if you don't cut it. Cardo's tone was full of mastery of the situation. It will cost a lot of money if you want to hire a regular ninja, so I will hire you rebels. Smoothly letting you ninjas kill each other can save me a lot of money and time. Cardo said here involuntarily. I walked a few steps forward. Why don't the ghosts of the mist stop cutting? The puppet manipulator Shi Shenziji, the name is very scary. Bah, in my eyes it is just a funny clown. That guy did not appear here. It should have been killed by Konoha's ninja. Really weak. Cardo's words were full of not cutting. Ha ha ha, these guys are just graduating kids, maybe they're still looking for their mothers. Hey, the little baby will call dad to listen. A bunch of brainless guys, I can kill them all. Guy the samurai behind Cardo kept filthy words, and the laughter was full of irony. When you both lose and lose, my people will crush you easily like a tsunami, so I can save a lot of money. Not bad, Mr. Ghost. Kakashi, I'm sorry that the battle is over. Since I don't have to kill Dazna, it doesn't make sense to fight with you. Don't cut, and Kakashi said calmly, as if they had just been fighting a life and death battle. The guy is not the same as the two of them. Ah, yet. Yet, what? This little girl seems to be dead, she is really cheap. She and I have some holidays, and I actually broke my uncle. I was planning to break the bones of her whole body. She fucked her to death. What a useless guy, he died like this, but the beautiful corpse just died. Still has a lot of things to do, said Cardo with a wicked smile on his face. Xiang Myanmar walked over. Hey, what do you want to do? Myanmar was trying to repair Bai's injury at this time, and saw Cardo coming over. He cast an icy look at Kato, and covered Kato with murderous aura. Read more at wuxiax.com. Ah, you bastard! What do you want to do? Naruto rushed towards Cardo excitedly, but was grabbed by the quick-eyed Kakashi. Stop, Naruto, what do you want to do? Speak, isn't that fellow your companion? She is so insulted, don't you feel at all? Have you forgotten that she has been with you all the time? Naruto did not answer Kakashi's words, and moved to stop cutting. It's a series of mouth escapes. Just like Cardo is using me, I am only using Bai. What I want is her ability, not her person. Without cutting the tone at this time, I thought of a wise man full of vicissitudes. Do you really think so? That guy likes you from the bottom of my heart. She likes you so much, do you really feel nothing at all? Don't you really care about her? He wants to change? It has to be as good as you. But did you only get this result? That guy could not even have his own life for you. He didn't even have his own dreams, and only wished to die like a tool. This reality is for her, it's too cruel to say. Naruto was already in tears at this time. Little devil, stop talking. Bai fought not only for me, but also for you. I know better than anyone that she is a good old man, and it's great to be able to fight you in the end. Don't cut it and say here. Looking at Bai, who is being treated by facial anesthesia, there is no blood on his face, but at this time he has returned to weak breathing. Even if he is a shinobu, he can barely tell the difference. Bai is really seriously injured. Little devil, I and Bai are not from the same world. From now on, Bai will ask you. No longer looked back at Naruto, at this moment no longer saw the light of father's kindness. You ninjas are really long-winded. Anyway, they are dead for a while. Why are you crying? Do you miss your mother? Come on, call the uncle mom twice. Ha 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 ha, say what to say to give up feelings, I'm already crying. I'll be scared to pee in my pants after a while. When you don't cut the face to Naruto and entrust the white, the Ronin on the opposite side is another foul language. Little ghosts are just like you said, ninjas are also humans. After all, they can't be a tool for no emotions. I lost. These words undoubtedly stimulated no more slashing, and no slashing. At this time, there was a hostile spirit in his body, a very strange hostile. Inside, the yin wind surrounds and listens carefully, as if there are ghosts who cried and howled, which made people creepy. The kid lent me your kunao. Naruto looked a little surprised to stop cutting, but still didn't say anything to pull out a handful of kunao and throw it at it. Without cutting his hands, he was useless, but he caught the kunao thrown by Naruto with his mouth. Looking at Cardo, his eyes projected a death will, and he rushed towards Cardo at an extremely fast speed. Cardo was so frightened that his knees were weakened by the aura and ambition that broke out of the slash. He staggered back into the crowd and shouted, "Hurry up, you guys go and kill this guy for me." However, it turns out that a person who has an explosive ambition. Shangren is indeed not something a mob can stop, even a severely injured Shangren. If you don't cut it, you will completely ignore the weapon stabbed in your body, and use a wound for life style of play along the way, rushing through the blocking crowd at an extremely fast speed. Kaduo heard the fighting sound coming closer and closer, and when he looked back, he saw a red evil spirit with a height of 15 feet and a naked upper body rushing towards him. No longer cut is the position of the evil spirit's sharp mouth. Ghost, ghost. Puff Cardo's right chest was stabbed by the kunao from no longer cut his mouth. If you want to see your companion so much, then go by yourself. If you don't hear the words, you don't look at the card. It's a pity, Bai won't go to a place with me. You'd better go to hell with this uncle. Wait and see, the misty ghosts will become real evil spirits when they reach hell. Am I a clown or not? You must take a good look. Saying that, don't cut it and bite Kyuugai again with your mouth. A fatal blow to Cardo's sinful heart. Chapter 38, Cardo's Wealth, 1. Chapter 38, Cardo's Wealth, 1. Those who were supposed to attack the waivers who weren't cut again, were forced by the momentum of no more cut, and stood still one by one. At this time, any child may be able to kill them, but the next serious injury will not be cut but fall to the ground. I want to say goodbye, bye. Thank you so much for walking along the way, I'm so sorry. As in the original book, the Ronin found that Cardo was dead, and the person on the opposite side was obviously unable to resist his group, and immediately rioted. Inari and the villagers arrived in time at this moment, and with their huge numbers and determination, they deterred the rioters who were about to riot. Naruto and Kakashi also timely separated a group of shadow clones to help the momentum. After seeing the numerous shadow avatars of Kakashi and Naruto, the Ron who didn't understand ninjutsu couldn't help thinking of the terrifying combat power that just didn't cut. Finally, forgive me, a Ronin flees, followed by the second, the third, all of them. The battle was finally over, and the final performance won the approval of everyone. Kakashi walked slowly to the side of the surviving one who didn't cut it again. Maybe it's a return to the light. If you don't cut it, it will look very good. It looks like it's over. Don't cut it, while looking at Kakashi who came by, and said lightly. Yes. People are about to die, and their words are good. At this time Kakashi had let go of the guilt he had committed, and looked at him calmly. This may be the fate of the ninja. Kakashi, I want to ask you for something. He said without a short continuation. What's the matter? Kakashi said, read more at wuxiax.com, I want to take another look at that guy's face. No longer cut it, and even said so cleanly. Okay, said Kakashi, squatted down and took off the weapons inserted in the body again. He gently picked up and walked towards the white who was being healed by facial numbness. At this time, the sky was also abnormally light snow. When Kakashi would not cut it down, a thin layer of clear snow had accumulated on the bridge. Thank you, Kakashi. After Kakashi finished thanking him again, he felt that his strength was slowly pulled out of his body again, and he knew that he was really leaving. It's always been, you're by my side, and I'll be by your side at the last moment. No longer strenuously raised his hand to touch the white face, but was afraid of disturbing the treatment of facial numbness and dialogue. Finally, I gave up and looked at Bai. If I really want to go to the underworld, where is the possibility of seeing you again? I did not finish saying this and slowly closed his eyes, as if it was as peaceful as falling asleep. At the same time, Zhu Weihong also received the voice of the soul of the face, and he was ready to take action. Myanmar himself finally rescued Bai, and the wound was slowly healing at an extremely fast speed. I'm sorry, boss, in order to survive in this world, I have to accept your wealth. Myanmar and Zhu Weihong's agreement changed when they were separated. Cardo robbed him of his wealth as soon as he died. You must know that Cardo is a well-known wealthy businessman in the Hokage world. Its financial resources can already control a small country such as Namibia, and you can know that Cardo is rich. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a chaebol. Myanmar made Zhu Weihong's early entry into Cardo's company with this intention. Now Zhu Weihong has entered the core decision-making department of Cardo Kong Division, and this has the possibility of taking over Cardo's wealth in a very short period of time. But now what I need to get is the confidential account book, bank card, and official seal of Cardo. These were all in the headquarters of Cardo Company, and there were 2 guards from Cardo who had been attracted by Cardo. In Cardo's majestic president's office, the spacious space is as large as a basketball court. The interior decoration reveals an atmosphere. Next to the sofa, there is a billiard table specially invented for Cardo by Zhu Weihong, and the soundproofing in the president's office is excellent. Zhu Weihong, what are you doing here? This office has no orders from the boss, and everyone is not allowed to enter. The former subordinate, Taro Fuyahashi, looked at Zhu Weihong's tone of command proudly. The boss asked me to come to the 4 of you to get some things. Zhu Weihong was not angry, but said with a smile, take yours, life. She said that the 4 karma in Zhu Weihong's hands are like Fuya Kiao Taro's vitals. Ma knew that it was better to break one of his fingers than to hurt his 10 fingers, and planned to kill one person in the shortest possible time. The kid is looking for death, said that a cyan chain in his hand wanted to Zhu Weihong lazing, and Taro Fuyahashi did not use ninjutsu in order not to damage Cardo's office. I saw that the iron chain was like a cyan poisonous snake, and it came to Myanmar in an instant. When Fuyahashi Jiro saw suffering, he stood in front of Fuyahashi Taro, and a blue stream of water sprayed out from the mouth of Fuyahashi Jiro. A water wall with a height of 3 meters stood in front of the 2 of them. Kyo shot into the water wall and was instantly impacted, and was bounced out while spinning. Seeing this scene, Zhu Weihong's face changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the 2 people cooperated so closely. It seems that none of the ninjas who have really survived life and death are simple. Zhu Weihong also quickly printed the fire escape Phoenix fire technique. Under the traction of Zhu Weihong's chakra, several fireballs turned 2 large arcs, flying like 2 flexibly. In a vain attempt to bypass the wall of water and attack again. Hey, look down on us too much. Fuyahashi Jiro changed his handprint and pointed to the middle of the water wall. The wall of water split from the middle and sprang to the sides, stopping the fireball. There were several bangs cracking sounds, and the fireball could not avoid the water wall that suddenly appeared, and slammed into it. The water wall shivered violently, and it almost collapsed after being bombarded. "Take it to death, kid." At this time, Taro Fuyahashi's iron chain also attacked Zhu Weihong's eyes. Zhu Weihong was not in a hurry to grow a thick rattan beside him, and surrounded Zhu Weihong in the middle. It was as if a Tengman python was protecting Zhu Weihong in his body. Ping Dongqiao Taro didn't expect Zhu Weihong to have such a change. The green spikes of the iron chain blocked Tengman's skin and flew to the side. But the part where Tengman was shot by the iron chain spikes made a sound of shishi, corroded wrought green. Obviously Fuyahashi Taro's chain was painted with poison. Chapter 39, Cardo's Wealth, 2. Chapter 39 Cardo's Wealth, 2. In order not to disturb the guards outside, Myanmar decided to fight quickly. With both hands fast, it is necessary to prepare for the powerful ninjutsu, and Fuyahashi Jiro's second round of attacks at this time also attacked a dozen water bombs in front of the Shui Dun Shui Lingbo, rushing from Fuyahashi Jiro's handprints. Condensed in the middle, and rushed towards Zhu Weihong. The speed of these water bombs was too fast. They were just in front of Fuyahashi Jiro and reached the top of Zhu Weihong's head in the blink of an eye. Their speed could even exceed the rate of fire of pistol bullets in the original world. Had it not been prepared for protection in advance, Zhu Weihong might have been shot into a sieve without a chance to react. It is necessary to know that Zhu Weihong's wood attribute chakra can stimulate the growth of plants extremely quickly, even exceeding the birth-promoting ability of the deity's face hemp. Zhu Weihong and Myanmar don't know why this is, but in short, the two of them didn't study the good things in depth. Since knowing this ability, Zhu Weihong has collected various special plant seeds to use when needed. The vinamin currently in use has the strongest toughness. It can be said to be the best vinamin with softness and rigidity. However, at this time, the vine was first corroded by poison and then hit several pits by Shui Lingbo. It seems that it is still not good enough. In the future, we must cultivate some special plants by ourselves to deal with various situations. Zhu Weihong thought secretly. Fuyahashi Jirozawa was even more stunned to know that this Shui Lingbo was a type of ninjutsu that was modified by Master no more. Its power was not comparable to ordinary water bombs. Although it looks similar, it is a genuine B-level ninjutsu. The attack just now seemed simple, but Fuyahashi Jiro couldn't make it several times. Who thought that even Zhu Weihong's outermost Tengman could not break? How to not let Fuyahashi Jiro's heart be shocked? Zhu Weihong, Fuyahashi Taro, and Fuyahashi Jiro felt each other's hands, but the actions of the two parties were quite different. Zhu Weihong is still preparing for powerful ninjutsu in Jaian to accumulate chakras. Fuyahashi Taro and Fuyahashi Jiro glanced at each other and knew that Zhu Weihong was preparing for the big move. We must not let him finish the preparation. It is the most stupid behavior to let a ninja who is not weak to prepare for the big move. Read more at wuxiax.com. Fuyahashi Jiro didn't hesitate to use Shui Riembo again. This time the water bomb was more than doubled, and it was much larger. But the individual power of the water bomb has declined. If the Shui Lingbo just now was a submachine gun bullet, then the current Shui Lingbo is a small caliber pistol bullet. Although the power is declining, the victory continues, uninterrupted. A blue torrent formed. Peng Chong with amazing momentum passed by. Zhu Weihong's vinamin also grew crazily to make up for the breakdown and broken parts, and transformed into a vinamin shield, and the blue torrent once again produced a fierce collision. The shape of the shield is the most suitable shape for defense, and its defense power is much greater than the natural power of the vine snake shape just now. Therefore, facing the seemingly crazy water blue rapids, it is like a rock in a waterfall, and it looks more than enough to be motionless. Seeing this, Taro Fuyahashi was shocked, and the iron chain in his hand viciously rushed towards Zhu Weihong. Like a wicked worm that wants to eat people, there was a deafening noise from Peng, the sawdust splashed, and the green leaves were flying. The shield formed by Tengman was smashed, and Zhu Weihong's ninjutsu was finally ready to be completed. Mu Dun, the technique of sudden stabbing, and Mu Luo. I saw Zhu Weihong's palm, a several meter long spiral wooden thorn, rushing towards the cyan torrent like a big sword that could fly by itself, and suppressed the cyan torrent for a while. Fuya Qiao Taro's iron chain also completed the process of recovering its power and lazed again at Zhu Weihong. The Tengman shield in front of Zhu Weihong was broken, so he had to avoid it if he couldn't harden it. The feet moved in conjunction with the previous life's transfer technique, and the whole person flashed out like a phantom. Under the traction of Zhu Weihong chakra, Thug Moro pierced Dong Hashijiro's abdomen again and again. From now on, Fuya Hashitaro is good at physique, and Fuya Hashijiro is good at ninjutsu. It is very likely that Thing Mura went to assassin Fuya Hashitaro and returned without success, while Tsuyu Hashijiro had a high probability of directly wounding or even killing Fuya Hashijiro. Sure enough, Mu Luo made a hole in Fuya Hashijiro's left abdomen, as if he had been bitten off in half by some fierce beast. When Fuya Hashitaro saw Fuya Hashijiro's death, the iron chain in his hand was like a snake chasing Zhu Weihong and changing positions in the office. Zhu Weihong took the transfer technique of the previous life to the extreme. Turning left and right constantly in this small area, a number of phantoms were faintly transformed. The iron chain followed closely like Zhu Weihong's tail, but it was often too late to catch up. Zhu Weihong knew very well that Fuya Hashitaro was a long-range physical art ninja, and close physical art was relatively inadequate. As long as he found a chance to attack in close quarters, the battle would be over. To Dun to long spear technique, Zhu Weihong quietly accumulated chakra to launch this surprise attack while piercing Fuya Hashitaro in the opposite direction. There is a fatal loophole in this single attack by Fuya Hashitaro and Fuya Hashijiro, but when the two perform a joint attack, this power is so powerful that they will not be careful to be attacked. Let's take a look at the wealth of Cardo. Right. Zhu Weihong couldn't help but think after the battle. This battle seems to take a long time, but it's just a few face-to-face efforts. The danger is really not enough for outsiders. However, all the hard work is worth seeing the wealth of Cardo Zhu Weihong. There are more than 30 land deeds in coastal countries and more than 10 million in cash. The most important thing is that Zhu Weihong found a box in Cardo's wealth, a box made of special materials. The moment Zhu Weihong opened the safe, Zhu Weihong felt that the box exudes a special energy. This energy gives people a feeling of breathlessness. It feels like the air in the mountains after being washed by heavy rain, but it is 10 times stronger than it. More than. Myanmar immediately opened the lid of the box carefully. Inside the box was a fist-sized green crystal. The crystal also bloomed with this soft green light. A natural breath instantly filled the entire space. This is the star core. Chapter 40, Back to Konoha. Chapter 40 Back to Konoha. Star nuclei, planets only have tiny strange things that may form when they die abnormally. According to the different conditions of the planet's death, the star nucleus will form a variety of different attributes, some with strong rays of all kinds, some full of death radiation, and some full of elemental attributes. The most precious of these is the star core full of natural aura. Its strong natural aura is completely concentrated by a natural lifelike planet, and the energy in it can be said to be vast and boundless. And in the entire Naruto world, only the 2-in-1 transversal of Myanmar and Zhu Weihong can know the star core. One of the fun of Myanmar in the previous life is to read the various strange materials collected in the Dragon Group, the original world. It used to be a world with a civilization of cultivation, although it has already declined. But there are still some magical things left. For example, the Xian golden beast, which is now fused with the face and hemp, is one of them, and the star core is also a wonder of the world that all major forces must compete in the era of the peak of cultivation. There are only a handful of occurrences in the world. The most famous is that the core of the conferred god platform in the Battle of Conferred Gods is a coin-sized core of wishing power. Its preciousness is not the same as that of this natural star core, and this natural star core is actually the size of a fist. This is really the probability of being struck by thunder and lightning for hundreds of years. It does not appear in the original work. It seems that no one in the world of Naruto has recognized this treasure. Cardo disappeared after his death, right? Maybe it became the collection of a certain daimyo in the end dividing line. Without cutting the final awakening, Myanmar recalled a sentence from the origin world, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Although I still didn't let go of the obsessions in my heart if I didn't cut it in the end, but in the last time I didn't cut it, I suddenly realized my wrong understanding of people. Fighting with a great father's love and finally returning free to freedom is also considered as atonement. You are a respectable ninja if you don't cut it anymore, Kakashi thought lightly in his heart. A week later, a large and exaggerated beheading knife was inserted on the edge of a newly built tomb in the back mountain of the Dasna family. In front of the grave stood an adult, 2 youths, and 3 teenagers, namely Kakashi, Myanmar, Shiro, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Bai's face was still pale abnormally. Although his physical injuries were treated with facial numbness, he was only able to walk down the ground. This was still based on Bai's strong physical quality. Change to a ninja with poor physical fitness, and he can't even get down to the ground at this time. At this time, Bai was full of confusion and curiosity in his eyes when he looked at the tomb that would not be cut. It seemed that I didn't know why I came here, why I came to worship the owner of this grave. Read more at wuxiax.com. In fact, I don't know the white at this time. The battle face Num a week ago felt that Naruto Ohashi rescued Bai at the last moment, but Bai was extremely fragile because of his desire to die. After he was sober, Bai was sober. Amnesia. Kakashi was also very troubled with Bai's handling of Kakashi. It's very troublesome to take a person with the identity of a ninja in Konoha. And the amnesia of White can't be abandoned, and Kakashi couldn't help but look at it. Naruto, who always pays attention to White over there. Since the battle on the bridge that day, Naruto's tragic confession has resonated in Naruto's heart, and Naruto's exhortation that Naruto will not be the last has a strong emotion at this moment. This kind of emotion is not love yet, but there is a little taste in it. Myanmar also saw Naruto's performance at this time, and thought to himself, Naruto, although the eldest brother took Hinata away, he saved the White for you in the hands of the god of death. With your super warm male attributes, you two will be very happy in the future. I must follow my own way of forbearance in the future. I will never become a tool without feelings like I will not be cut again. Naruto announced the path he would take in the future in the middle of the grave where I will not be cut again. There were 2 more people on the way back to Konoha than when he came. As Bai's injury was not healed and his group was not fast, Kakashi used this time period to report Bai's situation to Konoha. Half a month later, in front of Konoha's gate, I finally got home, Mr. Kakashi, let's have ramen. Uncle Whiteel's ramen is superb. Naruto was excited in front of Konoha's gate. Shouting. Naruto, the ramen may be late. Bai, she has to do a registration with me and Mrs. Kakashi first. Myanmar looked at Naruto's single-cell performance with envy, Naruto from beginning to end. They are all on the dark side of being kind to others. As the little son in the Hokage world, he always puts all his thoughts on his face. This is why Naruto can get everyone's approval. Registration? Isn't it enough for Bai to be with us? Why do you need to register? Naruto looked blank. Bang, you stupid! Shira used to be a ninja in the hidden village of mists, and she used to be a member of Anbi. How could such an identity casually move around in the village? Sakura violently faced Naruto. It was revealed in an instant, and then there was a lady's expression toward Sasuke. Sasuke, it's hard to complete the task, let's go on a date, okay? I'm going to practice. Rather than thinking about the useless things, Sakura should improve herself a little bit. Sasuke still coldly explained her point of view, and then walked away coolly, leaving behind a shock. Very heavy Sakura. Hey, it's really a headache combination. Kakashi looked at the noisy people with a helpless expression but felt warm in his heart. In the special reception room of Konoha Intelligence Department, Kakashi was sitting on the sofa, and Bai was standing next to Kakashi, with a small face full of tension looking at Marino Ibiki on the opposite side. Ibiki's scars matched, which cold expression caused a lot of psychological pressure on Bai. His face was numb, leaning against the door with a calm expression. This kid used to be a defected ninja from Wuyan, and is a subordinate who will not be slashed. In this battle, who will not slash, the blood inheritance limit of the Water and the Moon clan has been revealed, and the strength should reach the realm of ninja among the elite. Marino Ibiki introduced the basic situation of this white. In this battle without cutting, this child was seriously injured, and now it should be amnesia. Okay, leave this child to our intelligence department. I will know everything she knows, and at the same time, please ask Yamanaka Kai to come over. It's hard work, Marino Ibiki said blankly. Then, trouble you. Kakashi sighed for some reason, feeling very complicated, and sighed secretly in his heart. After all, Bai used to be the hidden part of the mist. It is estimated that he will be extradited. Chapter 41, White Past. Chapter 41 White Past. In an examination room where technology and fantasy are perfectly integrated in the interrogation department, a series of complicated instruments are worn on the white beard. The various inscriptions on the instruments look mysterious and elegant. Marino Ibiki conducted a series of interrogations and tests and formally confirmed the fact that Bai had lost his memory, and then Bai was brought here to conduct deep-seated memory excavation by Yamanaka. Once Yamanaka hero took action, even the memory of Shiro's mind that was sealed in the depths of his mind would be dug out. Note, there is this kind of seal in the original work. Yura, who has been a defense chief in the village for 4 years, is controlled by Scorpion's ninjutsu. Before this technique was unlocked, a high-level man in the village had a shot. Didn't notice it. At this time, Yamanaka Kai gently stroked the white head. White, are you called Bai, right? Don't be nervous, just relax. Then, Yamanaka Kiki signaled that the 3 people behind Bai's instrument can start. Bai's mind was empty, showing an empty white, without sky, without earth, and without the concept of time and space. As the mountain Kiki continued to search, some broken mirrors began to appear in this space, and the images in the mirrors continued to change. This is a small snowy village. When the young Bai was washing his hands, he found that the water for washing his hands seemed to be alive, just like the snow rabbits he had raised before. When they touched it, they would respond gently to themselves. Bai was very frightened. He felt that he might be sick. How could the water be alive? In the second broken mirror, there is still the small snow-covered village, and Bai has grown up a lot. At this time, Bai squatted on the ground and tried to stroke the water. Who knew that Shui actually responded to Bai's touch, and Bai carefully held a small amount of water in his palm. The water actually seemed to be alive, and it was moving slightly, very naughty. Bai tried this to communicate with the water, and the water in his palm began to change shape, and a woman walked behind Bai. But no matter how hard Yamanaka tried, he couldn't see the woman's appearance, but he still felt the woman's disappointment. Mom, look! Do you see if I am great? Bai saw that the woman was very happy to show her ability to communicate with water. Why not even you? Why not even you as a child? The woman held Bai's hand and was a little sissy. Why? After slapped Bai's face, the woman cried with Beitong. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's my mother who is sorry for you. In a dimly lit room, there is only a small window that casts in a tiny bit of faint sunlight. A woman was combing her hair for Bai, repeating it over and over again, as if she had no chance to comb her hair without combing now. Bai, the era of war and chaos will surely pass, and your life must be different. Mom will always pray for your happiness, you must be strong. Bai looked back at his mother with some ignorance. Read more at wuxiax.com. In front of his house, where a man appeared, he was a father but he couldn't see his appearance. He came back early today and uncharacteristically cooked delicious meals for Bai and his mother. After eating, it was the first time that Bai played a game of ghost hunting in the yard with Bai. Bai was really happy that day. In the evening, his father gave Bai a small flower carved out of ice. Although the small flower was very rough, Bai was still very happy because it was the first time Bai received a gift from his father. The next fragment of the mirror changed the scene again, and it was white in the house of my own home, and the cold wind from the outside of the door opening was blowing in the doorway. As soon as my father entered the house, he overturned the water tank in the house and the water ran across the ground. The father, who took out a knife in the kitchen, pointed the knife at his mother's face with tears. Two men came in behind his father, and Bai felt familiar with them. They were neighbors in the village, but they were hugging their arms as if they were talking to their father. The father lowered his head as if resisting. At this moment, the mother moved, and the mother threw on the knife in his father's hand. The knife pierced the mother's heart. The blood kept flowing out, but the mother was smiling. The mother must be in pain, 2 lines of tears flowed down her face. The mother fell, and the 2 men said loudly to their father when the mother fell. Father kicked Bai to the side of the broken water tank, and his father walked towards Bai step by step, raising the knife with his mother's blood in his hand, but it did not fall for a long time. The tearful father looked at Bai shrunk in the corner, and stopped 3 meters away from Bai. The 2 men were talking loudly again, and one of them had stepped forward and picked up a water-carrying pole beside him. Ah! Bai yelled in surprise, and the water all over the ground instantly turned into soldiers defending the king, quickly condensing. When Bai regained his spirit, the home was already penetrated by several thick ice cones. Both the father and the 2 men were killed by Bingzu. The faces of the 2 men were so frightened and hideous, while the father's face was just a smile of relief, and a moment of relief was projected from the glaring eyes. Bai curled up on a small snow-covered bridge. None of the people around you pay attention to Bai. Bai feels a deep loneliness, the kind of loneliness that everyone in the world does not need you. At this moment, Bai felt the gaze of a figure in front of him, and that figure had not left for a long time. Bai looked up and found a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes that are not needed by everyone. You are a kid like you, no one wants it at all, and will only die on the streets in the end. Wearing a Shangren costume, he said such a sentence without thinking. Big Brother's eyes are the same as mine. Bai felt the loneliness no matter how lonely he was. He also made a ghostly sentence, "Little devil, do you want to be needed by someone? Can you give everything for me?" Bai said slightly. Nodded, "You will be my tool from today. Come with me. Don't cut it and leave in vain. In a forest, I was trained hard without being cut again. Although I was constantly injured, it felt good to be recognized by the adults without being cut again. And finally awakened the secret technique Magic Mirror Ice Crystal, hoping to be useful to adults who don't cut them again, and can help them in the future until they don't cut them." Asshole, you asshole! Each of us can't choose our own birth, our own blood. But you give yourself to that guy. Have you thought of your father and mother? How can anyone in this world want to die of their own children? Parents. Think about what your parents said to you. If you are not recognized, you can work hard to get everyone's recognition. Do you think that guy recognizes you like this? The final picture turned out to be Naruto's dialogue on the Naruto Bridge rebuke that tears the soul. Chapter 42, Prohibition Soul Development. Chapter 42 Prohibition Soul Development. Yamanaka's ninjutsu skills discovered some scattered memory fragments in Bai's mind. Although Bai still maintains basic intelligence, he really has amnesia. Although Bai has amnesia, to ensure that Bai will not harm the village in the future, he will take him to Danzang and place a curse. I have to say that only Danzang's curse seal can guarantee that this child will not betray the village. Because of Danzo's character that imagines everything as the worst, the ninjutsu passed by him is of the kind with the highest level of security or super powerful. I have to say that this can be regarded as the contribution of Root to Konoha. After receiving confirmation from Yamanaka Yoshiichi, Marino Ibi was inoculated with the special curse seal developed by Danzo to the dark part of Danzo to ensure that Shiro would not harm or betray the village. As the leader of the high-level root of the village, Danzo is not ashamed of his character, but his devotion to Konoha is worthy of recognition. And the curse seal he invented to practice in the root is one of the powerful curse seals that can ensure that people will not betray, and it is also one of the few unsolvable curse seals in Hokage. The Cursed Bai was assigned to work at Konoha Hospital, where he could not have access to any Konoha's sensitive departments and related sensitive information. At this time, Myanmar was sorting out the spoils obtained by Shishens and everywhere. What? It's also a traitor who has the strength of Shangnan. That's the family background. Myanmar was still very interested in Shishenziji's ninja bag. After all, Shishenziji's strength can't run rampant. One side, however, is also the strength of Shinobu, and even the strength that finally broke out was the busyness of Kakashi's encounter. But after Ma checked Shigenzawa's ninja bag face to face, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Only 30,000 or so Naruto World's universal currency was found in Shigenzawa's ninja bag, a large pile of puppet parts, several emergency medicines, and a scroll. But think about it, this Shishens is a crazy puppet manipulator, and if you have a little spare money, you may buy materials to modify the puppet. Read more at wuxiax.com. Disappointed Myanmar readily opened the scroll, only to find that the scroll was sealed by a strange seal. Nayan is like a whirlpool, which makes people feel that mental power is drawn into it at first glance. Myanmar's use of mental power can be said to be rough, but the amount of mental power is definitely super shadow level. Myanmar's soul is constantly torn and repaired in the wormhole that passes through, and Myanmar also passively continuously improves its mental and soul power. However, Myanmar Kong has base hand and I don't know how to apply it. In the world of Naruto, there are very few skills in the use of mental power. Of course, Myanmar Kong does not. The difficulty of practicing Helix Pill allows Myanmar to use mental power. The technical desire has reached a new height. The more well-known skills in the use of mental power are illusion and puppet manipulation. Although the seal of the scroll in front of it is a bit weird, the ninjas of the Whirlpool clan are naturally very sensitive to various types of seals. Myanmar speculates that this strange seal should be a seal that absorbs spiritual power. When the spiritual power is input to a certain level, the seal will be automatically broken, otherwise it will be sucked up and killed. It just so happens that Myanmar's mental power may be half weaker than Daetong Muhui, and immediately increase his horsepower to infuse his mental power. After the seal had absorbed enough mental power, it let out a chi sound, the swirling seal slowly subsided, and the entire scroll flashed with a light blue halo like water waves, and then the scroll automatically bounced off. The first thing that Soul Evolving caught in the eyes were two blood-red typings. After reading The Secret of Soul Evolving, the admiration of the Red Sand Scorpion reached a new height. Soul Regeneration Secret Technique, a kind of forbidden technique. Its original idea is that a person's soul power has a certain amount, so the spiritual power must also have a certain amount. The soul regeneration forbidden technique is to release all the spiritual power of people through 4 stages and meticulously master it. The reason why the soul regeneration secret technique is listed as a forbidden technique by the Red Sand Scorpion is similar to the 8 Doors Dungia secret technique. Once the mental power of the 4th stage is released, it is very likely that all will be released, and later people will die because of the explosion of mental power. At the same time, the outburst of mental power is more terrifying than the outburst of chakra, and the outburst of chakra can be observed and guided by some secret techniques. And the explosion of mental power is uncontrollable, and every stage of the explosion must not make a single mistake, otherwise it is very likely that the surgeon will become an idiot because of the violent mental power. When this technique first appeared, it caused a wave of waves in Cheyenne village, and 9 out of 10 puppet masters in Cheyenne village had practiced this technique. But the end result was that no one succeeded except the Red Sand Scorpion, the inventor of this secret technique, and countless people lost their lives and became idiots. The scorpion of red sand was rejected by the other people in the village, and he finally defected after killing 3 generations of Fengying. Therefore, when Xiao found the scorpion of red sand, the scorpion of red sand would walk so firmly. Faced with such a risk, if it is the face of numbness in the previous life, he will hesitate. Because if you make a mistake, the consequences are too serious, but the experience of the wormhole while crossing allows Myanmar to know that his healing ability is as good as the healing ability of the soul. In the 2 weeks before the Zhongnan exam, Myanmar has been practicing the secret technique of soul regeneration, and finally completed the free control of the first paragraph of soul regeneration before the Zhongnan exam, the imperial envoy of spiritual power. Greatly enhanced. But the biggest result is the improvement of perception. Once the facial hemp is calm, he feels that he is a part of the world. The facial hemp in this state can clearly perceive a little breath within 10 kilometers. A little breath represents a person or animal. Once focused on a certain point, that point is like the stars in the universe locked by the Harley telescope, and every minute change can be more clearly captured. At first, Myanmar thought that he was the eyes of Kagura who had awakened the Uzumaki clan, but when Myanmar felt it, he didn't need to close his eyes. Therefore, analyzing this ability should not be the eye of Kagura, or it should be a variation of the eye of Kagura. Myanmar is like a child who has found a new toy. After constantly trying, he remembered the strong perception ability of aromatic phosphorus in the original work and could not help but secretly thought, I don't know how my perception ability is better than that of aromatic phosphorus in the later period. Chapter 43, The Special Specially Shinobi. Chapter 43, The Special Specially Shinobi. In the office of the 3rd generation of Naruto, the face is numb. I have read the mission report of the Nami country this time. Kakashi mentioned in the mission report that you beheaded the rebel stone Kanzawa in the sand-hidden village. Played an important role. The 3 generations dangled their pipes, looking like the grandfather next door chattering. It was Mrs. Kakashi who passed the award. Myanmar scratched his head in embarrassment. Your abilities are completely capable of being the special upper endurance. I know that Shijins and I were the special upper endurance of Cheyenne village before he defected. 3 generations said, suddenly and seriously, I am now 3 generations. The identity of Naruto officially gave Uzumaki Myanmar a special upper nin status and acted as a supervisor in this Zhongnan exam. Said 3 generations of Naruto, handing Myanmar a special upper 9th identity certificate, and Myanmar bowed to take it. After the facial numbness left, an Anbu ninja in the corner couldn't help but ask, Naruto-sama, would it be too hasty for you to appoint him as a special ninja? He is only 15 years old. The 3rd generation took a cigarette and slowly he said, don't underestimate him. His performance in Anbi was very outstanding. It is absolutely okay to be an Anbi squad leader. And the mission report of this time, detailed records of his battle with Shi Shenziji. If it is true, if that is the case, the strength of Shi Shenziji should have exceeded the general special upper endurance. The child's ability to defeat itself shows his strength. Myanmar is also the first person to naturally awaken Mu Dun ability after Lord Zuma. I don't need to talk about its importance. I appoint him as a special Shangren based on the decision made by combining these information. In addition, you also said that he is only 14 years old and has unlimited room for growth, isn't it? Read more at wuxiax.com. Konoha Hyoshin, the training base of Myanmar and Hinata. Hinata is working hard to remove the attack of Myanmar. The attacks of the 2 of them did not carry the slightest anger, and their footsteps seemed to be slow and fast, and they gave people a dazzling feeling. Myanmar attacks such as antelope hanging horns make people unrecognizable, and they are like the unpredictable movement of horses and horses, only to meet the combination of Mahjong Tai Chi swimming dragon step and the instantaneous technique of Naruto world, constantly attacking from the defensive corners of Hinata. Suddenly Hinata's right hand was locked by the face hemp, and a Tai Chi cloud hand removed the strength from Hinata's arm. Pulling his right hand backward made Hinata lose his balance and fell forward, and his left hand stopped like a cone before Hinata's throat. Afterwards, the numbness loosened Hinata and said, "Hinata, you have improved a lot in Tai Chi routine. I didn't expect your improvement to be so great. But you still have too many flaws when you release your opponent's strength. It's easy. I was caught by someone else." Myanmar said in a teacher's tone. "Ah, I'm sorry Myanmar-jun. I let you down," Hinata said with a nervous look on his face, and the blush on his small face rose rapidly. "Ah, no. That. Hinata, it would be better if you make more changes when you take the shot." Myanmar looked at Hinata nervously, and quickly organized a language to explain to Hinata. As the 7th class ended the Nami country mission, the time for Zongnin's exam quietly approached. As a special shinin, the first part of the Zongnin exam, which is the written test, will start after 3 days after receiving the news. The identity of Myanmar is one of the many secret supervisors in this exam. The supervisor is a hidden existence who comprehensively records the performance of outstanding ninjas from various countries in the Zongnin examination. If the performance is good, the ninja will be listed as a key concern, and the potential is extremely high. The outstanding ones are likely to be arranged for special operations such as assassinations. Knowing more, Myanmar became more nervous about Hinata's safety. Myanmar came to feed Hinata after finishing the practice of the soul-evolving secret technique. In the original book, Hinata's strength can be considered middle to high in the ninja, but for those peak ninjas who come to take the ninja exam and some monsters who can burst out of elite upper ninja's strength, it's still not as good. At this time, Hinata had been in contact with Tai Chi soft boxing for some time. Although his strength was still low, he could pass the first 2 rounds without encountering those enchanting players. As for the final battle, it was only luck. You must know that Tai Chi Ruquan originates from Tai Chi in the original world. Tai Chi is broad and profound, defeating the strong with the weak, and breaking the strong with the soft, that is the pediatrics. At this time, Hokage world's physical skill, even soft boxing, is also a rigid boxing method, and it is exhausted within the range of Tai Chi restraint. The Hinata Nakanin exam is about to begin. This time I will take the Nakanin exam as a supervisor. Myanmar's trust in Hinata is 120%. Menmakun, then I am not. Do you want to call your teacher? Hinda Yitang took the Myanmar meeting as a supervisor to participate in the Zongnin exam. The first reaction was that he was going to call Myanmar teacher, and he seemed a little entangled. Hinata, I'm only 15 years old, how old you call the teacher? You should call me Num. Let your future wife call yourself a teacher, don't be kidding. Among the foreign ninjas of Hinata this time, you must be careful of the 3 people in Sandiakara village and the 2 men in Otanan village. They can't be beaten by you now, especially the red-haired one in Sandiakara village. You must be very careful, that guy can really kill, and you must run away without hesitation when you meet him. Well, I've written down Myanmar. Hinata said obediently. By the way, there is a guy named Yakushado in Konoha. I can't see through that guy. It's better to keep a certain distance from him. Well, good. Myanmar-jun. At the same time, the 7th group also received Kakashi's Zongnin examination notice. Because of this, Naruto was so excited that he didn't sleep all night, and the next day he arrived at the gate of the ninja school just before dawn. Naruto, you're here too early. Myanmar received the order to report to Marino Ibiki at the ninja school at 6 o'clock in the morning. Just when I arrived at the gate of the ninja school, I saw Naruto, who was very excited over there. Why did you come by yourself for Myanmar? Don't you want a group of 3 people to take the Zongnin exam? Naruto was a little surprised when he saw Myanmar alone. Naruto, I'm not here to take the Zongnin exam, I'm the invigilator OU of the Zongnin exam. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Naruto's eyes were dizzy with a flash of teeth. Chapter 44, The Most Important Ability of a Ninja. Chapter 44, The Most Important Ability of a Ninja. Can Xiaren be an invigilator too? Naruto was a little confused at once. I'm very forbearing now, Naruto, you have to work hard. Myanmar deliberately wanted to tease Naruto with a slight ridicule. Ah, you guy has become a special ninja, how could it be like this? You obviously haven't taken the exam like me. But I will definitely beat you, but I want to get the first place in the ninja exam and become Naruto man. Naruto was a little surprised after knowing that Myanmar had become a shinobu, but immediately started to get excited. Hehe, Naruto, you are really excited. But there is one thing I want to tell you, the first test of the ninja exam is a written exam. Myanmar showed a rather sinister expression and looked at it with a strange smile. Siang Naruto. What's the matter, isn't it just a written test? My whirlpool Naruto is going to become a fire, shadow. Naruto slowly became calm from his triumphant look, and his neck that was still flexible just now seemed a little stiff. Ah, why is there a written test? Naruto collapsed instantly, holding his head in both hands and the pupils in his eyes disappeared. Read more at wuxiax.com. Of course, Naruto needs to know that ninjas don't only need to be powerful. The 3 generations of Naruto are super ninjas called ninjas. Even the ninjas of the same movie level are quite famous. But the same 3 generations of adults. He is also a wise man with outstanding instructional ability. All the plans proposed by 3 generations of adults are used by the ninja school. He is the perfect person of our Konoha ninja school. Naruto, do you know what the most important abilities of a ninja are? Although Myanmar knew that Naruto would definitely pass the ninja test in the end, she was still a little worried. There is no such thing as my own butterfly in the original work, and my own butterfly wings still have a certain change even though I try my best to control it. There is no Shishen's Ji in the original Nami Nami missions, and Shishen's Ji's strength has surpassed the special Shangren. As long as his physical fitness improves, he can be promoted to Shangren. The requirements for Shangren are all strengths have reached a certain standard. Shishen Ziji's own physical fitness is too poor, and his perception is not strong. Although he will always maintain the guardianship of the 4 puppets during battle, he is still easily captured by Myanmar by using the heart beheading technique to kill. Myanmar even has a feeling that this stone god may be fanned out by his own butterfly wings, and the world seems to be refreshed for self-correction. To put it simply, Myanmar is like a computer virus that shouldn't exist, and Shishen's Ji is an antivirus software born to kill Myanmar. Although Shishen's and Myanmar beheaded this time, stronger enemies will definitely follow. Ninja's ability. Naruto was still in the bloody novice stage at this time, and did not have the powerful analytical power of the later stage of the Ninja World War. What is that? The ability to fight. It's the ninja's ability to collect and analyze intelligence. In many missions, intelligence is one-sided or wrong, and we even have no intelligence in some missions. In this way, the ninja must inquire and collect intelligence and analyze the target without revealing his identity. Find the details in every sentence to judge the mission situation. Once the intelligence is wrong, it is likely to make wrong judgments and give wrong instructions, resulting in the death of companions and subordinates. Myanmar said here, I think of Konoha's once heroic character, Muyebuya is Kakashi's father Sakumo Hagiki. In the end, he was framed by Danzang in a classified mission, and the intelligence was wrong and forced to make a dilemma. The mission is to rescue his companions, but in the end Sakumo Heiji gave up the mission in order to save his companions, causing Konoha to suffer heavy losses. The people in the village were maliciously distorted by Danzang, and everyone began to slander Heiji Shimao, even his rescued companions slandered Heiji Shimao. His body and mind went from bad to worse, and he finally had to stop himself. Naruto, this is for you, I hope you can be useful. Talking about the noodles, I threw Naruto a small wristband. The whole body of the wristband is purple-brown, which is very attractive. The surface of the wristband is attached by dense thorns. Profound pattern. Naruto liked it very much when he saw it. Is this really for me? Thank you for your facial numbness, this is really great. Naruto put on the wristband on his left hand, Naruto Myanmar suddenly became very formal after giving Naruto's wristbands. Naruto felt that the wind around him had stopped, as if the whole world was quietly waiting for Myanmar's next words. Naruto could not help becoming very solemn. Naruto, no matter what kind of pressure or situation you encounter in the future, I hope you can implement your forbearance and never lose confidence. Go forward bravely, Naruto. I believe you can overcome all the difficulties. In order for Naruto to pass this Zongnin exam, and for Naruto to grow up faster than the original, Myanmar uses a certain amount of mental hypnosis when saying this. Okay, Naruto, I'll leave when Sasuke comes, and walk into the teaching building while talking. Sasuke, who came from a distance, was still the same indifferent. Looking at the face he was separating from Naruto, he couldn't help but think of the last scene of the Nami country mission. Many Ronin are planning to rush to the town to plunder the wealth in the town. Kakazabe's battle with no more cuts is the end of the battle, and he has no ability to stop so many Ronin attacks. He was severely injured again, but the charge of the Ronin group solidified under that guy's aura. That kind of murderous intent comparable to the god of death envelopes the survivors who have already launched a charge without any scruples. Only behind that guy, I feel the murderous intent comparable to never cutting, how heavy the survivors who are facing him will face. Murderous. That guy is so strong, I don't know who is stronger than that person. I am still too weak, and I have to become stronger, no matter what method I use. Chapter 45, Ninja Exam First Exam, 1. Chapter 45 Ninja Exam First Exam, 1. In a small room on the third floor of the ninja school, Myanmar walked straight to the door of the room. A few taps of bang 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 come in, and a blunt voice came from the room, like a zombie that had been dead for a long time. The tone was extremely blunt. Inside the room, a man with a long scar on his face handed him a list of tasks. Uzumaki numbness, this time the task is clear. You take the first test as an examinee, as the source of information dissemination. Looking at Marino Ibiki's cold eyes, the numbness did not buy it. IBI Mr. Hai, I have learned the exam questions. But anyway, we are also colleagues now, can we not look at me with the eyes of the interrogator? Myanmar reached out and took over the task details, and after checking the correctness again, I opened a little with Ibizai. A joke. By the way, in order to increase the authenticity of this test, I made 1 point before the test and passed the answer to one of the test takers in this test. You won't mind it. Marino Ibiki's expression instantly dropped again. At tens of degrees, if there is water around it, it may be condensed into ice in an instant. Don't be like this. Unexpected situations also happen from time to time during missions. Since the purpose of the first exam is intelligence collection, the identification of intelligence during the mission is also an important key. The intelligence that I spread out is only 5 questions. Myanmar's knowledge of Merino Ibis may have surpassed Ibis himself. When in Anbi, every member of Anbi had to receive special training in intelligence collection. The instructor of Myanmar was Mr. Ibis. At that time, there was an important sentence in Ibizai's tutorial: as an intelligence collector and torturer, you must always judge all the information you have obtained as false, and be careful to verify it based on the information you have obtained. Information sometimes does killing. At this time, Myanmar perfectly applied this situation to this Zongnin exam. With Naruto's crude skills, it must be able to cause many people to relax their vigilance or raise their vigilance. Okay, I see. This time you will write your own opinion in the task report after the Zongnin exam. You should go to the classroom first. Marino Ibiki thought about it carefully, and the suggestion was numb. Quite right, but such self-assertive subordinates really make people angry. Yeah, Ibizai boss. After the Zongnin exam, the 3 generations should be killed in the Konoha collapse. Now my strength is no less than a death-seeking match with Ashimaru. After Tsunade-sama returns, I will go on a wandering trip. How can I raise my strength to the shadow level? At least I must be able to face the evildoers of Akatsuki head-on. Read more at wuxiax.com. At this time, Suzuki had just completed the first confrontation with Xiao Li, and Suzuki was struck by Xiao Li with some doubts about his life. These guys all popped up there, each one is so strong. That's how the facial numbness is, that's the red hair, and the one with the thick eyebrows. Am I really weak? Suzuki, I want to tell you one last thing. In fact, I came to you to confirm my abilities. I just lied. The strongest man Konoha Shinobu is probably another person in our group. I came to take the Zongnin exam just to beat him, and you are also one of my goals. Please be prepared for this exam. After Xiao Li said a beautiful leap, he jumped onto the second floor and disappeared quickly. It's gone. You just saw it, the hand with thick eyebrows, he probably receives harsh special training every day. It's a lot harder than you. Naruto put his hands behind his head, not looking at Suzuki, just taking care of himself, talking. Naruto and Suzuki at this time are rivals even if they are teammates. Fighting against Suzuki can be said to be a great pleasure for Naruto. Humph, this Zongnin exam is getting more and more interesting. Naruto's words made Suzuki awaken his fighting spirit. They were not so strong at birth. Now that these guys have appeared, then hit them first, otherwise how can we beat that guy? The appearance of Kai just now made Suzuki realize that there is Kakashi beside him. Kakashi's name is not weaker than that of the man. After completing the exam, he must ask Kakashi to guide himself in practice and strive to become stronger. Brother, please be patient and wait for my arrival. In the classroom, Myanmar used the transformation technique to turn into a Zhu Weihong appearance. There is no way anyone can let himself be promoted, especially Shangren, as the invigilator teacher. He told Naruto about that, and had to do a little disguise. Looking at the other two people who were serving as students in the classroom, they couldn't help but feel a little funny. My first Zongnin exam turned out to be taken as an undercover. It is estimated that Naruto and Shikamaru will beat themselves severely after the exam. Just thinking about it, Myanmar heard the door opening. All the candidates looked towards the door in unison, and 3 Konoha Shinobu came in outside the door, 2 boys with blonde hair, 1 with black hair, and the girl with pink hair. As soon as they entered the door, the 3 of them seemed to be a little nervous, but immediately Naruto revealed that the prototype was arguing with several people in the same session. Kozakura's original tense atmosphere has also been relieved. At this time, the pocket as a good old man appeared on the scene and began to introduce the ninja cards he collected. Sure enough, everything is the same as the original book. I have been in this world for many years. It is the first time to watch a play like this easily. It would be better if I had a little coke. However, the pocket is quite handsome, and the expressions are completely okay. Sure enough, every senior spy is a figurine-level acting skill. I don't know if my pouch is there. When Myanmar was still wandering, Naruto's classic lines appeared. I saw Naruto's left hand akimbo, right hand raised up index finger and pointed at everyone in the classroom. My name is Vortex Naruto, I will not lose to you. Yes, I heard it. Sure enough, the arrogant Naruto led out the 3 people from Otanin village. Although it was only a small test, the strength of the 3 people still surprised Myanmar. Sure enough, it was brought out by Uncle Snake, who has the strength of the elites. It seems that Uncle Snake's trump cards are far from those shown in the original book. Horror. Chapter 46, Ninja Exam First Exam, 2. Chapter 46 Ninja Exam First Exam, 2. While he was traveling in front of his face, the TOU was successfully approached by Das Anvil. Das Anvil's head swung to the right for a punch. Then the strange ninja on Das Anvil's right arm came into play, and Yakushi's pocket was unbalanced by the sonic attack. After reading the original Myanmar, I have always been puzzled. Although the physical skill of the Yao Shidu is indeed not very high, it will not be so easily hit by a cannon fodder. Moreover, the character of Uncle Snake is not so arrogant, why Do's anvil and the others will attack so conspicuously? No, although Tou did the same thing, he was not injured. And his ears have subtle chakra blessings. This attack seems to have connotation. The sound wave of the Do's anvil seems to hide something. One of the characteristics of a wave is superposition. In the coexisting space, the total wave is the vector sum of each subwave, and each subwave does not affect each other, and the characteristics can remain unchanged after separation. There is another weak wave band in the sonic attack of the Do's anvil. Uncle Snake should use this method to convey a certain command to the pocket. It turns out that this is the case. Uncle Snake is really a genius in the Hokage world. He actually figured out this way to convey information. It's not acceptable. At this time, Myanmar is a heartfelt worship of Ashimaru, despite Ashimaru's position. Opposition to Myanmar, but this does not affect the genius of Myanmar worshipping Uncle Snake. Bang, quiet everything to me, you trash. Ibizai's chilling voice was accompanied by a burst of disgust, and a group of Zongren in the costume of the Invigilator appeared on the stage. I'm Marino Ibiki, the examiner of the first exam. As I said, Ibizai's cold eyes scanned the audience, and everyone except a few people felt as if they were being hit by an invisible knife. The skin wandered around, and the cold sweat instantly shed. Do you need me to take special care of those little ghosts of Otanin? Ibisi looked around and turned to the blackboard, but the cold voice brought even more powerful psychological pressure to the three people. Let me listen to your trash. From now on, anyone who makes trouble will be disqualified from the exam. Anyone who makes me feel like making trouble will be disqualified directly. Ibizai wrote on the blackboard while speaking. The rules of this exam. 1. Each examinee has 10 points at the beginning, a total of 10 questions, 1 point for each question, 1 point will be deducted for a wrong answer, and the deduction system will be implemented. 2. The test is divided into groups of 3, and the judgment is based on the total score of the last 3, read more at wuxiax.com. 3. If caught cheating or found to be cheating, 2 points will be deducted once. 4. All 3 people in the group that were deducted and scored 0 points lose their qualifications for the exam. Now the first exam begins. Those who want to take the exam should submit the application now, and then draw the number plate and sit in the designated position. I do not accept any questions. The test will take 1 hour to start the test. Since you want to be a ninja, you have to act like a ninja. As the answer maker, my face is numb, and I didn't answer the questions in the first place. Instead, I observed the cheating tactics of the rest of the players on the field. It was really all means. In a short period of time, some used blood stains, some used animal language, some used puppets, and some used the organs laid out in advance. However, what is the method of the pharmacist's pocket? Unconsciously, he turned on the first stage of the secret technique soul regeneration to enhance the perception, because he paid attention to the breath of the pocket in advance and soon found the pocket. At this time, the eyes of Ji Jiandu seemed to be slightly opened, but there was no focus in the pupils. And his left hand on the table seems to be actually pressing the paper, but under the perception of Soul Evangelion, it can be found that the chakra in the pocket has formed a faint ripple like a water wave, slowly radiating from the left hand of the pocket to the surroundings. It is like the sound wave of a bat, and it returns after touching something firmly. The facial numbness also found that the ripples penetrate the body surface like X-ray rays, giving back to the subtle movements of the human muscles. Then I analyzed the person's arm movements brought about by the subtle muscle movements according to the medical ninjutsu technique, combined with the writing habits and the gestures of pen, to analyze the answer written by the person. Pocket, no loss is a boss-level character in the later stage. This brain analysis ability can be equivalent to a high-precision and large-scale computing-level supercomputer. No wonder that in the later stage, you can summon and control so many characters of the dirty reincarnation at once. After discovering Do's cheating method, I was really hurt. Myanmar asked himself that he was considered a genius-level figure, and he was already particularly strong at Shinobu, but the use of this brain strength completely made people lose the heart of comparison. But fortunately, the physical strength and ninjutsu strength of the pocket are relatively dish no matter what period, otherwise this guy would be the second place of Uncle Snake, and it is also non-human level. Myanmar took back the monitoring of the pocket and started to answer the questions quickly. Myanmar did not answer 9 questions as required, but answered 5 questions in a fancy way. The rest of the questions are numb and I am not prepared to answer them. In the process of carrying out the mission, I will often encounter it when the intelligence is broken and the intelligence is collected again. To endure the exam, he must recover his energy from himself in the shortest possible time and search for new answers again. If you are not decisive enough and continue to wait for the numbing answer, then you deserve to fail the exam. At this time, Naruto was holding his head in his hands, not knowing what to do. Hinata, who is next to him, has no secret love for Naruto in the original book, and has not given Naruto any chance in this test concerning the fate of himself and his teammates. Is it really that finished? Naruto, no matter what kind of pressure or situation you encounter in the future, I hope you can implement your forbearance and never lose your confidence. To move forward bravely, Naruto, I believe you can overcome all difficulties. What Myanmar said to Naruto before the exam came up from the bottom of Naruto's heart: I can't give up, I can't give up. Chapter 47, Ninja Exam First Exam, 3. Chapter 47 Ninja Exam First Exam, 3. Naruto, do you know what the most important abilities of a ninja are? Before the exam, the conversation between Myanmar and Naruto was like colorful bubbles, passing through Naruto's heart. Ninja ability? What is that? It's the ninja's ability to collect and analyze intelligence. In many missions, intelligence is one-sided or wrong, and we even have no intelligence in some missions. In this way, the ninja must inquire and collect intelligence and analyze the target without revealing his identity. Find the details in every sentence of to judge the situation of the mission. Once the intelligence is wrong, it is possible to make a wrong judgment and give wrong instructions, resulting in the death of companions and subordinates. Myanmar's words at that time seemed to burst from a flash of light. The fear and hesitation in people's hearts. I don't accept any questions. The test time is 1 hour, and the test begins. If you want to be a ninja, you have to act like a ninja. Then Marino Ibuki's cold voice: you want to act like a ninja. Naruto secretly thought about Ibuzai's words. Naruto, this is for you, I hope you can be useful. Myanmar gave herself a wristband before entering the school, and the guy Myanmar was one of the invigilators for this exam. The patterns on the wristband that he gave me are: the arithmetic code, this is the arithmetic code. Just as the basic password in the origin world is the More code, the basic password in the Naruto world is the arithmetic code. A kind of carry system cipher, is widely used everywhere in Naruto world. One of the basic abilities of the ninja is to master the science code. Although Naruto's basic knowledge is very poor, he can still master a large part of the science code. The guard given by Myanmar has answers to the first, second, fifth, sixth, and eighth questions, but the answer to these questions is relatively small. Although Naruto will play the protagonist's halo at the end of the original book and pass the first exam. But because of the addition of noodles, the course of history has already started to go wrong. In case Naruto fails to pass this first exam, the noodles will be embarrassing. History has been changed too much, who knows what landslide and tsunami will be greeted with numbness later. That's why Myanmar made this brace overnight to ensure that Naruto could pass the first exam. Read more at wuxiax.com. Naruto was overjoyed, and hurriedly finished answering the 5 questions with answers. At the right time, Ibuzai's cold voice sounded. Okay, let's announce the 10th question below. For the 10th question, now I have to add a few rules. As I said, Ibis stopped talking, and the whole classroom instantly became solidified. Only Ibis walking sound, the sound of my own breathing, seemed extremely depressed. First of all, give me your choice, whether the 10th question is tested or not tested. If you don't take the 10th question, your score will be 0, and you will lose the qualification for the exam. And the people in the same group will also lose the qualification for the exam. After saying this, Iby paused, shaking his cloak, and issued a poo-poo. The sound of this poo-poo sound seemed to affect the soul at this time. If you choose to test but you don't get the correct answer, then you will not be eligible for the Zongnin exam in your life. What kind of shit is this? It's not just here. Is there anyone who has taken the Zongnin exam several times? Ya heard this rule and went violently. Unlucky for you, I have formulated the regulations for the Zongnin exam. If you are not confident, you can choose to not take the exam. If you are acquainted, you will have the opportunity to take the exam next year. After a slow fermentation, Marino Ibiki created at this time. The psychological pressure reached its peak, and only 5 minutes later, 3 groups gave up and chose not to take the test. Just when Sakura was about to give up, Naruto's trembling left hand was raised, as if a hand-raising gesture exhausted all Naruto's strength. When the left hand was raised to the highest point, the fierce left hand carried all the momentum of this Naruto and swung it down, slamming it on the table with a loud bang. In this depressed atmosphere, such a loud noise seemed to sound directly in people's hearts, shocking them. Don't look down on people. I won't shrink back. Even if I can only endure now in my life, I will go forward courageously, work hard towards Hokage, and ask questions. No, afraid, you, Naruto's words were like a thunder, shattering the depressive atmosphere in the classroom, like a ray of sunshine, giving strength to the remaining candidates. Forbearance for a lifetime, you can also make an impact like the shadow in your heart. What to be afraid of? Ibizai looked at everyone present and sighed in his heart. Interesting, it calmed everyone's anxiety at once. There are still 78 people left. It seems that no one will withdraw. Then I declared, you have all passed the first exam. In fact, don't have the 10th question. If you want to count, choose one of the 2 questions I just said is the 10th question. You should feel the difficulty of the first 9 questions of the first exam. There should be only a few candidates present. Answer it, and the rest of the people have to rely on cheating to pass the test. This test is your intelligence gathering ability. This time the test questions are still too difficult for you, so I put 3 in the beginning. The examiner is among you, the most intelligence source. If a ninja is not even good at collecting intelligence, then there is no need to become a ninja. Intelligence is sometimes more important than life during the mission, said Ibizai. He took off his headscarf, revealing a bald head covered with various scars. In many missions, intelligence is one-sided or wrong, and there is even no intelligence in some missions. Then you must inquire and collect intelligence without revealing your identity, and analyze every sentence of the target to find details. Judge the mission situation. Once the intelligence is wrong, it is likely to make wrong judgments and give wrong instructions, leading to the death of companions and subordinates. The 10th question depends on your ability under strong psychological pressure. Some tasks are very desperate. Yes. But the task must be taken. At this time, as the captain, you must be able to withstand the pressure to bring courage to your companions and lead them out of trouble. Morinabiki looks like Shura's face. She showed a very awkward smile, but it was indeed a smile. Chapter 48, Dinner before the second exam. Chapter 48, Dinner before the second exam. This is a necessary ability for Zongren as a captain. In my opinion, a waste of weak willpower. They are not worthy of being Zongren. Marino Ibiki has a rare smile on that stiff face. The first exam of the Zongnin selection exam is over, you will have to work harder in the future. The cold-faced Ibiki rarely sent her blessings at the last moment. The sound of banging glass shattered shocked all the people present, and then a brainless beauty named Mitere Adzuki Bean, who appeared in an unexpected way, officially appeared on the stage. Children present, this is not the time to be happy. For the second test, I will be Materai Adzuki Beans, but as the chief examiner, now all of you guys should cheer up. I will wipe out more than half of you in the second test. Assemble location and time to ask your respective guidance. Shinobu, let's enjoy the last meal now, someone will die tomorrow. I have to say that the character of Materai Adzuki is very different from the original, although it is the same. Yes, but at this time Materai Red Bean is more like a black-bellied queen, which is well known in Konoha's special Shinobu, and everyone is helpless and careful to avoid her. At this time, the black-bellied queen was staring at Myanmar. Little guy, don't you come to my sister to report? Be careful that my sister will wear shoes for you tomorrow. Myanmar suddenly looked black, and the red bean was taught by Da Shiwan. The black belly of her character must have been affected by Da Shiwan, it is better not to be missed by her. Thinking about the face numb, the transformation technique was released and the original appearance was restored. The invigilator Iori face numb reported to the examiner of the second session. There was a sound of discussion all around. I have become an examiner at such a young age. Who is this guy? Is he Zongren? The strength of the Kaolin, who is wearing the grassland ninja guard, is interesting to the strength of Ma. Red hair, so handsome. Ino whispered in a low voice, this guy has such a heavy evil spirit. As an excellent spy, Do discovered the amazing evil spirit on Myanmar. It's him, he really is in this exam. When Suzuki met Ma Yi, the examiner appeared in the Chunin exam, and his fighting spirit burned. As the only fellow who graduated early in the same class, Ma Yi also became one of Sasuke's imaginary enemies. Read more at wuxiax.com. He. This little brother is the first person to be specially promoted in recent years to become a particularly forebearer. I don't know what to say to these little rookies. Hong Do added his tongue and his eyes were full of jokes. As a newcomer, my senior will guide you tomorrow. Remember to bring the balls. Now disband. A cloud of smoke rose from where the red beans stood, and the red beans disappeared after the smoke dissipated. Only then did the face numb and let out a sigh. The aura of the black-bellied red beanie is really. Forget it, Hinata, the second exam will start tomorrow. Let's have hot pot today. Myanmar walked to Hinata and issued an invitation to dinner. Hinata's complexion was flushed with red hands and her index fingers were facing each other. That, Mr. Myanmar, before the shy Hinata could say anything, the tooth on the side made a decision for Hinata directly. Okay, Hinata, let's go to the hot pot with Myanmar, right? Ding Ci. As a member of the Autumn Dao clan, Ding Ci might refuse to hear how he eats. Well, go to your store for noodles. You have to cook for us yourself. I want to eat the most authentic hot pot. The hot pot since Myanmar and Chu Dao Co operated to open the first store, and quickly spread in the Hokage world. But how could Myanmar not be wary of this situation? So the soup base in the hot pot spot where the Fanfiction Dao clan and Myanmar partnered was kept secret by Myanmar. Only the taste of this shop is the most delicious, and the noodles draws on the package marketing model of the previous KFC, the exquisite decoration, and the various packages make the noodles and the Kyudeo family's partnership quickly become the most popular hot pot restaurant. Even the daimyo of the Country of Fire personally named the first hot pot. Although it is very earthy, it clearly defines the status of this number one hot pot. And this meal turned into a big gathering of Myanmar in the 7th, 8th, and 10th classes. In order to make the face numb and become a special forbearance, let's drink a toast with juice. The Gayab proposed. Cheers! Everyone also celebrated for the noodles. Noodles, you guy is really unexpected. Not only is our first graduate in this class, but now we are also the first ninja who is particularly good at ninja. Really, I also want to become a middle-level ninja this time. Transfer you to my team as a subordinate. You looked depressed when he spoke. Okay, you guys are really troublesome. Isn't it a celebration of noodle numbness becoming a special shinobu and we passed the first test? Just keep it simple, don't be so troublesome. Shikamaru looked at and wanted to do it immediately. The tried tooth couldn't help but speak. At this time, Ding Xi also blocked the impulsive yay, you can't beat him in strength, anyway, he is also recognized by the village, but you can surpass him in appetite. Ding this time showed his wise and foolish side. The words seemed a bit ridiculous, but they directly diverted Ye's attention. Okay, you are going to take the second test tomorrow. I will tell you about the test venue first, so that you don't have to ask the guide Shangren. Seeing that everyone has eaten halfway through the face, I will lead the topic to the second ninja test. The second ninja test was held at exercise number 44, which is the deep forest of death. In addition to testing the ninja's own growth and strength, the ninja test is also a comparison and challenge of the ninja's strength in each village. And this second test has always been regarded as a small-scale war in the ninja world. In the second test, it is tacitly permitted to use various means to defeat the enemy and even kill the opponent. When it comes to this, Ma clearly pauses. Seeing the small faces of the people who looked very solemn, let them have a heart ready, and said solemnly again. The test method is scroll competition. After entering each team, they will be given one of the two scrolls. The condition for the completion of the task is to grab the other scroll and rush to the designated location within the specified time. And it only needs the team. If one of them loses their lives or loses the ability to fight, then the team will lose the qualification for promotion directly, that is, the elimination rate is at least 50%. So don't take it lightly. Chapter 49, Strength Test, 1. Chapter 49 Strength Test, 1. Then the examiners. Does the examiner just sit back and watch the examinee die? Hearing this rule, Ino, who was the most innocent and romantic in his heart, couldn't help but drip a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Ninja, this is a profession that can die at any time. Everyone should understand this. And in order to avoid diplomatic disputes, before the second exam, candidates who choose to take the exam will be required to sign the life and death consent. Even if you die, no one will be held accountable. Said that he glanced at the tense-faced small strong in this exam. Please don't trust anyone, the examiner don't believe it. It is very possible that enemies will become examiners. Assaulting the candidates is also allowed. If you want to pass this second exam alive, you must cheer up. Even if the person you meet in the exam is me, you must never relax your vigilance. Myanmar was talking. He even couldn't help adding a trace of soul energy, making the small and powerful people couldn't help but imprint this sentence deeply in the depths of their minds. This is also an application of illusion. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, Myanmar reported to Hongdo on time, and brought the balls that Hongdo had requested. Although Hongdo is just talking, but with her black belly, if she doesn't have numb face, I don't know what she will do. Yet, my little brother is very punctual. There is also my favorite ball. The red bean couldn't help but start teasing when he saw the balls, but when he saw the balls, he decided to put the noodles first and waited until the end of the meal. Mariko is teasing the youngest one in particular. Hey, thanks for the balls. Feeling Hongdo's attention on the balls, he let out a sigh of relief. The next moment Hongdo turned around and found a more interesting little ghost, Naruto Uzumaki. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Hongdo was the main examiner who came to take the second exam and introduced the number 44 exercise site. And Naruto's kind of big-hearted character, at this moment, he said, "Stop scaring people, I don't feel terrible at all." Sure enough, Naruto successfully attracted the attention of Atsuki. Naruto, thank you this time, brother. Myanmar-jian Atsuki's attention was drawn to the same as the original, and he couldn't help but completely relieved. It's no fun to stare at the black-bellied queen. If Naruto's pranks are child level, then the tricks of red beans are devil level. Myanmar just relaxed for a moment, and noticed the mysterious three ninja trio of Kus no Kuni at this time. Among the three, there is Uncle Snake, under the induction of the first stage of the soul-evolving secret technique. Uncle Snake's chakra is not strong, even far from the strength that Adzuki beans showed at this time. This may be the reason why Uncle Snake dared to approach Adzuki beans at such a distance. If it weren't for the fact that I had just sensed it carefully and discovered the cold breath in Uncle Snake's body, my face would feel like my butterfly wings had swayed the plot again. Read more at wuxiax.com. At this time, Ashimaru was talking to the two subordinates like an ordinary shinin, but at this moment, Ashimaru's expression changed, suddenly turned around and wanted to stare in one direction, only to see a big tree in the exercise field. There was nothing unusual nearby, and there was not a trace of flickering. Seeing this situation, Onoshimaru's eyes flickered slightly, a trace of surprise flashed across her face, and she didn't go to investigate. After all, she was playing the role of a shinobu. He felt an inexplicable throbbing just now without warning, making himself faintly unpredictable, as if someone was observing himself in the dark. In fact, Uncle Snake didn't really discover anything, just a trace of psychic induction he possessed after 100 battles, urging him to make such a subconscious action. This kind of psychic induction was when Yuan was still very weak. Has saved his life several times. Uncle Snake's subconscious reaction was shocked by cold sweat behind his face. Uncle Snake's induction was so sensitive. Just after careful observation of Uncle Snake, he was sensed something by Ashimaru. Look directly at where he is standing. Fortunately, I didn't underestimate Uncle Snake in the first place, and used the first induction of the secret art of soul development to observe Uncle Snake. If I use ordinary methods, I will definitely be discovered by Uncle Snake right now. Here he touched the cold sweat that didn't exist on his forehead. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Myanmar swaggered and followed the 15th group of Uncle Snake directly into the Death Forest from a door on the east side as the invigilator, but Myanmar didn't know how much trouble this behavior caused him. The kid at the back is the special shinobu reported by Dos Anvil. Longping, you go and try this kid's strength. Takahashi, you go find that kid. Uncle Snake ran forward and arranged. My lord, please rest assured. Matsudarayaping responded with a big snake pill and turned to stop. Another person following Ashimaru, Takahashi Iken, separated from Ashimaru and shot in the other direction. After a few flashes, he disappeared from the numb field of vision. Master Examiner should not be allowed to intervene in this exam. I don't know what the examiner is doing with our team. Matsudarayahei's tone was full of ridicule, which made people feel like to beat him. The truth is that Matsudarayahei was also deliberately angering his facial numb, so as to draw the numb into the deep jungle. A strong murderous intent was brewing silently in the dense forest, and the screams of the rookies who had just entered the dense forest were ambushed from time to time. Matsudarayahei's loose sleeves have a special short knife firmly gripped by him, transformed into an invigilator. Rookie. The regulations say that you can use all methods, so you must have done it well. Realize it. The expression in the eyes of this Matsudaraya PI became extremely cold, and the strength he showed was not much worse than that of his face. This guy turned out to be a special upper ninja. How many ninjas under Uncle Snake? There are more than 10 people revealed in the original work. Is this still a newly established shinobu village? Judging from Matsudarayahei's murderous aura, this guy is definitely a man who has experienced battles, and because he is the invigilator today, he didn't bring the broken teeth with him, so I don't know if the kunao in his hand can withstand the opponent. The special short knife. Matsudarayahei looked at his emotionally stable face and felt the slightest contempt in his heart and was taken up by him. Although this guy is very young, judging from how calm he faced his murderous aura, this kid is not easy. In the world of ninjas, strength is never judged by age. It's a pity, this Konoha genius kid is still too young, so obviously following up, the price to pay is very heavy. Does the examiner know why I stayed? Because of the three of us, my abilities are more balanced, and I can ask the examiner for advice. The examiner won't be cruel to me, right? When Matsudarayahei spoke, the figure quickly fell to Myanmar's side. At this time, Myanmar's spirit was attracted a little by Matsuda's words. When he found the figure, the other party had already arrived in front of him. It's illusion, sonic illusion. It's like the hypnotism of the original world, which makes the enemy unconsciously relax his vigilance. Fortunately, the facial numbness is not the same. Chapter 50, Strength Test, 2. Chapter 50 Strength Test, 2. The heartbeat of facial numbness accelerated instantly and the pupils in his eyes shrank rapidly. At this moment, the effort had been reduced to the limit. It is necessary to know that the strength of facial numbness itself was not weak, and it was a hard work for the instantaneous technique. This Matsuda Ryuhei could get close to his side so quickly. If the average Zongnan might have been in a different place at this time, terrifying guy. On one side of Matsuda Ryuping's body, the short knife in his hand, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, slashed silently towards the numb carotid artery. The timing was precise and vicious. Bang was numb with the carotid artery, and the sound changed instantly. A wooden stake fell to the ground. When did the substitute operation do it? Matsuda Ryupi quickly jumped into the air, and at this time it was on the ground under his feet. A figure sprang out without hindrance, only listening to the continuous sound of Jiang Jiang, Myanmar, and the Matsuda Ryupi attacked in the air 7 times in an instant. Seeing the strength displayed by Myanmar, Matsuda Ryuhei's killing intent was even better, but his tone was still frivolous. Examiner sir, your strength is good. As expected of Konoha's youngest special Shangren. You are not a ninja from the country of grass, right? You are the least capable of being a ninja, right? What do you want to do when you come to the Zongnan examination? There may be unexpected gains. Examiner, if I want to know if I am a ninja from the country of grass, won't it be fine? I think the main examiner of the Red Bean will be very happy. Come on. Matsuda Ryuhei's voice seemed to be processed. People can't help sounding like they're going to freak out and lose their minds. A ray of sharpness disappeared in front of Myanmar's eyes, Kyawu, and the short knife violently collided in the forest. A bit of cold light flashed in the eyes of Myanmar's eyes with sparks, and the hands that clenched this Kyawu trembling slightly, but it doesn't retreat like a stone. Myanmar knows that if he retreats, the sharp weapon will definitely cut his own vitals mercilessly. From the confrontation just now, it can be seen that this guy's sword technique looks messy, but the sword is pointed at the vital point. The throat, lungs, liver, and subclavian arteries, if it weren't for the numbness of the fog, they would think that they would not be cut again. One of these two people used assassination methods to silently, the other used speed and power to violently attack. It seems that this guy has either been trained in the hidden village of fog, or he has fought no more. He is really a difficult guy. Read more at wuxiax.com. Examiner, you can see my knife clearly. There are 2 shots, but it's not enough. There is a hidden fear in the eyes of Matsuda Ryuping, and he finds a chance to say a few words between each confrontation. Like a conversation. While Myanmar doesn't use too much nonsense when fighting, but Myanmar always observes the subtle changes in Matsuda's body and muscles while Matsuda Ryuhei is speaking. Matsuda Ryuhei's attack is as fast as thunder, and as fast as a gust of wind. After each attack for a period of time, he will stretch a distance and talk nonsense with his face. During this time, his muscles are trembling slightly. It seems that his high-speed attacks are not so easy to display. Chiang 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 is another series of sparks blooming in the air. This kid. It's not easy. Matsuda Ryuping watched the tricky and vicious attacks be resolved by his face. His fear was magnified a bit, even though he acknowledging that facial numb is a rare genius, but based on the age difference, he still slighted it slightly. For this reason, he did not use all his strength at the beginning. Although the battle was well matched, he still failed to leave a scar on the opponent. After another round of melee separation, Matsuda Ryuhei's hands quickly formed seals. In his surprised eyes, Matsuda Ryuhei's body flashed with a blue breeze visible to the naked eye. He felt the breeze on his body, and Matsuda Ryuhei's short knife was lightly swiped. The breeze danced. The numb pupils shrank quickly, and the numbness in the face instantly noticed that this guy's speed had greatly increased. "Go to hell, kid!" Matsudaraya with a breeze short knife passed through Kyowo's interception in an instant, piercing his numb throat. In the field of vision, Matsudaraya figure turned into phantoms, and some of them could not be tracked. For a moment, Myanmar smelled the scent of death, and the pain in his hand was not too late to block the sharply increased speed of the short knife, but there was still some distance between the body and the short knife, enough to make some reactions. Myanmar only felt his soul tremble, and his mental power seemed to explode. The soul-radiating secret technique that was originally only practiced in the first stage of the Tao broke through the second stage in an instant. The blue light flashed in his eyes, and time seemed to be at this moment it solidified, and the swift short knife seemed to have turned into slow motion. Puff! At the moment, the face numb moved a small distance to the right, and Matsudaraya was bound to pierce the face numb and his collarbone. Enduring the pain, his face numb pierced Matsudaraya's kunao in his hand, and at the same time, his left foot lifted a forward kick and kicked Matsudaraya's abdomen. Unexpectedly, Myanmar would react at a critical moment, avoiding this deadly knife, and seeing Kumo hitting his face, did not choose to withdraw the knife in his hand, and when his head flashed past Kumo, he would flip the hilt and cut the face directly. The numb collarbone and the numb head were shaved off, but it was too urgent to implement it, and I felt a force coming from my abdomen. Boom! Matsudaraya kicked and flew upside down when he was caught in the face hemp, and flew out with a short knife that pierced the face clavicle. The numb wound instantly spewed blood and the bleeding continued. His numb eyes became extremely terrifying at this moment, like a lone wolf hunting alone. Feeling that the wound on his left shoulder is healing quickly under the healing power, but for a while, he will not be able to use his left arm. After all, this time it is a penetrating wound. Myanmar took a deep breath and instantly adjusted her state. Decided not to hide his strength, the chakra on his body began to boil and cast a light blue halo. Is the chakra concrete? How is it possible? How could this kid have such a powerful chakra like a curse seal state? Matsudaraya couldn't believe his eyes, his face was full of disbelief, and the penetrating injury of the numb left shoulder actually stopped bleeding at this time. Is this the ability of this kid? What a terrible resilience! Chapter 51, Strength Test, 3. Chapter 51 Strength Test, 3. Is this the ability of this kid? What a terrible resilience! Matsudaraya saw his numb ability and determined his mission in his heart. Oshimaru-sama, you want me to test this kid's measuring instrument? Isn't it? Oshimaru's methods for measuring his favorite young people or young people who can become bodies are simple and rude. Choose an elite of the same level to fight against. If the young man is killed, it is unqualified. And if the measuring device is defeated or counter-killed, it will naturally be an excellent talent that can be used to carry his body, and the strength of this Matsudaraya absolutely surpasses the elite Shangnan. Thinking of this, Matsudaraya murderous intentions skyrocketed. This young man must be killed, or he will lose the value in the eyes of Lord Oshimaru. And now, it is the only chance to kill him. Matsudaraya-pi's blue breeze stopped suddenly, but the wind energy contained in it made the face numb and the scalp numb. The energy of the breeze just leaked slightly, and the current breeze is actually restrained and seems to have stopped. But the energy flow inside it is many times more condensed than it was just now. Matsudaraya figure flickered, and he appeared straight in front of Myanmar, and the short knife in his hand that surrounded the breeze pierced the Myanmar. Myanmar's soul development secret technique broke through to the second stage and awakened the special ability of the eyes. At this time, Myanmar's eyes flashed with a faint blue light as if wearing a pair of azure blue color contact glasses. Myanmar calls this ability the Eye of Blue Spirit. Under the observation of these glasses, all movements seem to have turned into slow motion, and Myanmar just discovered that these eyes can observe the magnitude of energy. The energy of any ninjutsu or physique cannot be evenly distributed in all positions, there are always its strongest and weakest points. Read more at wuxiax.com. but with the change of chakra, the weakest point is constantly changing. Sometimes ninjas who change rapidly in battle are not capable of capturing the weak points of opponents' ninjutsu, while some S-rank ninjas can accurately find or analyze through experience the opponent's weakness, and use it to defeat the enemy. For example, Kakashi has this ability. Facing the knife that stabbed Myanmar straight, Myanmar's body flashed over the sting slightly. Matsuda Ryohei seemed to have expected that this knife would be evaded by the Num, and when it failed, he turned the blade of the handle to face the aorta of the neck of Num, and passed it horizontally. Before the knife arrived, the sharp blade had already stimulated the pores on the Num neck. The icy cold light filled the corner of the eye, his face suddenly bowed his head and flashed the short knife coming towards the neck, and then he twisted his waist, his body turned upside down in mid-air, and the kunai in his hand directly drew towards Matsuda Ryohei. Wrist. The latter's eyes dazzled, and he kicked forward very quickly, kicking at the face Num with his body turned upside down in the air. At the same time, he turned around and smashed with the help of the explosive force from his waist. The place where the knife smashed was exactly a foothold turned over by Myanmar. Myanmar's body was still in midair without landing, and his left hand condensed a spiral pill a few tenths before the knife hit and exploded on the ground. Ma used this recoil to quickly land on the ground and slid backward for a certain distance. Matsuda Ryohei was shocked by the sudden explosion of the spiral pill and withdrew more than 10 meters away. After standing still, the two rushed towards each other at a very fast speed. The face Num was fast in the forward dash. Forest skills, the wood chakra instantly stimulated the tough rattan seeds prepared on the left wrist. The 5 rattans, like 5 spirit snakes, blazed towards the opposite Matsuda Ryohei. The unprepared Matsuda Ryohei had no time to use it. The short knife in his hand slashed fiercely, and he was bound by the Num in the Tengman. Myanmar didn't plan to capture him alive. Uncle Snake was about to start Konoha's collapse plan. Of course, such a master had to be killed in advance to weaken the enemy's strength. Kyo in his right hand crossed a simple arc and pierced the man's face. Suddenly his face was numb and he found that countless weird lines appeared on the left side of the man in front of him, instantly covering his entire face, as if open. A layer of camouflage like birthmarks is average. Matsuda Ryohei's chakra suddenly nearly doubled, and his arms shattered the Tengman who was restraining him. The man also flew backwards just before he was about to be stabbed. The speed was already as fast as the wind. It's a bit fast. This is the state of the curse of the earth. It's troublesome. I have read the original Myanmar and know that Uncle Snake's curse seal has 2 kinds of curse seals of heaven and earth. And the curse of the sky seems to have only Adzuki beings, Suzuki and Junmaro who can be regarded as the body of the Uncle Snake. The other uncle's powerful subordinates have been given the curse seal of the earth. The two are indistinguishable in appearance, but the heaven's curse seal is Uncle Snake's whole card, and naturally it will not be given at will, and there seems to be a trace of Uncle Snake's soul in the heaven's curse seal as a backhand, so this guy's spell print it can only be the curse of the earth. Seeing that Matsuda Ryohei activated the first state of the curse of the earth, Myanmar knew that his reaction, speed and chakra would be greatly increased. Fortunately, our Myanmar also had plugins that could be used. 8-gate Dungia 3rd gate Shenman open face numb, the body began to congestion and turn red, and the whole body emitted green energy visible to the naked eye. Not only does it have a strong resilience, but it also has the bloodstain of Mudun that can use the forbidden technique of Hachiman Dungia. What a great young man, it seems that you are more suitable than the Uchiha family to become the new container of Osamu-sama. Ma opened the gate, Matsuda Ryohei didn't care. He opened the curse seal, except for the perverted Junmaro, he had never encountered a second person who could easily defeat him. At this time, he wanted to catch him alive. Give credit to Yuan. Myanmar didn't talk nonsense with him, Ian with both hands suddenly emitted a dazzling green light, and Matsuda Ryohei could not help closing his eyes. When Matsuda Ryohei opened his glasses again, he had lost his numb figure. And the breath of facial numbness was all condensed under the secret technique given by the 3 generations. The facial numbness did not expect that the second layer blue spirit eye of soul resurrection had the ability to increase the aura in a stringent secret technique. At this time, the breath of facial numbness seemed to follow this world has disappeared in general. Matsudaraya Pi couldn't sense it at all, and it is estimated that he would fail when he changed to a general perception type ninja. In this state, the numbness in this state may only be sensed by a few top-level sensory secret arts such as the Eye of Kagura. Chapter 52, Strength Test, 4. Chapter 52 Strength Test, 4. At this moment, the dense jungle of the number 44 exercise site has become an excellent place to cover up and assassinate. He moved lightly and changed his steps, and after his mind calmed down, he gradually entered a strange and ethereal state, completely blending with the surrounding environment. Seeing that Ryuhei Matsuda could not feel the numbness, some wanted to retreat but feared that he would be suddenly hit by the numbness. At this moment, Matsudaraya Pi felt that he was 3 steps behind him, and suddenly a figure violent, like a cheetah that had been poised for a long time, pounced on its prey. "Boy, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Matsudaraya Ping smiled, turning his hand back to quickly seal the wind blade and lose it to the wind blade, shooting in the direction of numbness like a fast-fired Vulcan. His face numb and his body swayed for a while, and the whole person seemed to be vaguely vague as if there was no entity. Under Matsudaraya gaze, it turned into a wisp of blue smoke, flashed through the wind blade and rushed towards him. Illusion. Matsudaraya was also decisive. The short knife in his hand pierced Myanmar's chest, and the speed of Myanmar in the third gate increased more than 10 times. The speed of Matsudaraya in the state of Curse Mark 1 was only increased by 4 to 5 times, and Myanmar barely managed to keep up with the speed of Matsudaraya. Now the situation has reversed, and Matsudaraya is barely able to keep up with the speed of the hemp above. Myanmar dodges the straight thrust of Matsudaraya. The bitterness in his hand suddenly appears, but Myanmar did not expect Matsudaraya's defensive power to be in a better state, and Q now did not give Matsudaraya what harm was caused, but a small wound was left on his chest. The art of shadow clone. Matsudaraya separated 2 shadow clones in the process of retreating. They were surrounded and wanted to come back. One of the shadow clones jumped up, and the short blade in his hand condensed into a huge wind blade. Escape wind cut technique. Another shadow clone shot a shuriken. The 2 shadow clones cooperated very tacitly, and the timing was just right. Read more at wuxiax.com. Seeing the sharp blade rushing from the flank, the sharp wind blade is close in front of him, the face is numb and the hand is too fast to be shocked, but it can be reached in front of him. Kyowa fought with the short sword, and there was a crisp sound, and both of them were shocked, and the shadow clone's short sword could hardly advance. Matsudaraya stopped his retreat in an instant, and quickly Yuian was about to complete a ninjutsu. When Myanmar blocked the shadow clone, he forcibly resisted the second shadow clone's shuriken attack, and rushed to Matsudaraya Pi at the fastest speed. Matsudaraya met Ma's 2 shadow avatars' interference, still without any hesitation, and his heart was full of shock. Meeting the brave on a narrow road wins. Seeing Matsudaraya's ninjutsu is about to be completed, Matsudaraya's lasing shot out of his hands. Matsudaraya has to go to ninjutsu to escape, forcibly interrupting ninjutsu's backlash. Matsudaraya's chest is depressed. When the shadow clone met Ma, the moment he attacked, he rushed to the main body and interrupted the main body's ninjutsu. He couldn't help but shook his heart, raised the short knife in his hand, and slammed into the facial hemp like a charge. Tank. Myanmar dodged sideways, avoiding the impact of the shadow clone, and the Kyowo in his hand stabbed the back of the shadow clone fiercely. The bang shadow clone turned into smoke and dissipated, and the shuriken of the second shadow clone arrived late at this time, and the numbness lowered its center of gravity and quickly reached the front of the second shadow clone. The short knife in the second shadow clone's hand he hurriedly cut down and hit the right shoulder of Myanmar. Myanmar pushed the chin of the second shadow clone with his left hand, and knocked the second shadow clone's feet off the ground. The power of the rotation pierced into the chest of the second shadow clone, and the bang second shadow clone also turned into smoke and dissipated, and the whole process only took a few breaths. Matsuda was also decisive. After being interrupted by Shinobu, he once again inspired the curse mark to enter state 2. At this time, Matsuda took a fierce look at the sharp-mouthed monkey's gills, like an ape, but when he looked closely, it was quite different. At this time, Matsuda eyes were silver and Chengliang, as if there were no pupils, 2 high protrusions on the back, like 2 meat bags, and his hair instantly grew to ankles. As if he felt the numb face and then observe him, Matsuda grinned at the numb face. "Little devil, let you see the power that Master Ashimaru has given me." Then his shoulders trembled, and he said twice, starting from 2 voices. 2 large silver-white meat wings stretched out from the meat bun. Seeing the weird image of Matsuda Myanmar upgraded the plug-in Boman Dungia 6th Gate King Minkai without any hesitation. This is also the highest door that Myanmar can master Bayman Dungia at this time, from the outside. The facial numbskin is still red, emitting green energy, but its power has increased tenfold again. At this time, the facial num is like a god of war. Matsuda sensed the increase in the strength of the noodle hemp, and he did not wait for the noodle hemp to be released. The breeze once again surrounded his body, a fierce light flashed on his face, and a huge breath was suddenly released from his body. Then he bowed, and his wings disappeared in place with a flick of his back. With a loud bang, where the face was numb, a breeze collided with a burst of cyan energy, and the collapsing energy burst out, and in the next instant, it was shocked and shot backwards at the same time. "You are really not a simple kid, even an elite shinin doesn't have such a fighting ability, right? Lord Oshimaru asked me to test your strength, but I didn't expect your trump cards to emerge in endlessly. The kid used all your strength to fight with me. Well, I can't keep my hands in the second state, so let me test your limit for Master Ashimaru. I am very confused about the strength of Matsuda. How could such a tough guy not appear in the original work, and he is obviously a Dragon Set character who followed Uncle Snake to participate in the Zongnin exam." Myanmar faintly felt a causal force, and every time he strengthened the enemy's strength, he improved, and his own traversal led to the self-repairing power of this world. In the village of Konoha, the damage to the plot is very small, and the power of repairing the world is not high. Just before the start of the mission of Nami country, his true doppelganger art was completed. Zhu Weihong started to build the team of this world. The resistance of causal forces has become stronger. In the Nami no country mission, I encountered the first strong enemy puppet manipulator Ishigamizawa that was not in the original work. Now I ran into the Nakanobu test and encountered Oden and Matsuda. It seems that I am not there. Absolute strength cannot change the direction of the plot too much before, the consequences are really terrible. Chapter 53, Strength Test, 5. Chapter 53 Strength Test, 5. Matsuda, you are a very strong and respectable opponent, but I am sorry that I cannot let you leave the Death Forest alive. The battle just now should have aroused the vigilance of other invigilators. I don't want to reveal my strength yet. So I don't want to reveal my strength yet. The battle will be decided quickly. Myanmar surrounded the Myanmar in dense vines, forming a clumsy armor. His hands with numb face condensed into a mysterious handprint, and the 2 vines, like 2 dragons, rushed to Matsuda fiercely. Seeing Tengman approaching, Matsuda grinned and quickly Kiian's body breeze surged. In a blink of an eye, a typhoon with a diameter of several meters quickly formed with Matsuda as the center. Fujiman's Dragon Peng smashed the typhoon ball into pieces, and at the same time, the numbness flashed to the front of Matsuda. His hand turned into a wisp of awning, and he cut Matsuda in half. However, Myanmar was not happy and surprised. He didn't believe that Matsuda was so unbearable. Sure enough, an incredible scene appeared. The fragments of the typhoon ball gathered in the middle at the same time, remelting into a big typhoon ball. The cut-in-half Matsudaraya appeared in the center of the typhoon ball intact, as if nothing happened. The way it was. Seeing this, Numbface frowned. Once again, the Tengman flood dragon was driven to attack the typhoon ball, and the same strange scene appeared. The huge typhoon ruptured easily again, and Matsudaraya Pi was torn into pieces by Fujiman's dragon again, but when the typhoon was restored, this Matsudaraya Pi appeared in the typhoon intact, like an immortal body. Matsudaraya Ping's face showed a sneer, and he did not launch an attack. His hands were still in a state of imprinting, and the surrounding breeze was slowly being sucked into the wind ball, making the giant wind ball more than 10 meters in size. Read more at wuxiax.com. There was a trace of solemnity on his face. Although I don't know what will happen to be covered by this wind ball, it will definitely not be a good thing. Myanmar urged the two dragons to circulate and merge into one. Ryuping Matsuda was still easily torn apart like a phantom. This time the Vinaman was not leaving, but was in the typhoon. The wreckage was tossed and turned, smashing the small wind ball that condensed in the middle into a smaller existence again. At the core of the typhoon, the wind raged violently and screamed loudly. His face was numb and his eyes narrowed slightly, the eyes of the second layer of soul reaching open to the maximum, and the blue light flashed in the depths of his pupils. This seems to be using the wind system ninjutsu to forcibly twist the space slightly, making all attacks impossible to him. And with the attack of the Tengman Flood Dragon, the energy in the Tengman Flood Dragon was rapidly passing away, which seemed a lot more clumsy than it was at the beginning, but within the scope of the ninjutsu domain, it was still slowly absorbing the attacker's chakra. If you want to break through this ninjutsu realm, you must break through it with a domineering ninjutsu. Thinking of this, he stopped his attack. There is no way, let's try it. If you have time, you must complete the attributization of Helix Maru as soon as possible. Now I have to use this. The power of the sixth gate of Myanmar Jingmen was developed to the maximum. A chakra ball spiral pill condensed quickly in the right hand. After the spiral pill was formed, the chakra puffed into the spiral pill continued to inject the spiral pill. The spiral pill was slowly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it formed after only a few minutes. A basketball-sized Deu spiral pill was created. This is considered to be the advanced ninjutsu of Helix Maru, but it is not simple to implement. Deu Helix Maru increases the amount of chakra injected, making the energy inside it spin faster. The energy is also more violent. If one is not well controlled, a difference in energy injection will cause an explosion. Myanmar tried this easiest way to advance after the success of Helix Pill, and the result was indeed injured n times. If it weren't for Myanmar's body with wooden escape and healing ability, there would be no Myanmar at this time. It was the first time that Myanmar used the Deu spiral pill in the battle. The back of the Deu spiral pill after forming the Ma was soaked with cold sweat. Deu spiral pill hits somewhere in the typhoon ball. In an instant, a group of blue lights appeared in the air, as dazzling as the scorching sun. Then the light condensed, and the breeze and Lan Mang thought about that point and collapsed, as if a crack appeared in the space and sucked everything in. After a tremor of the wind ball, it was directly broken by the shock and disintegrated. After the light disappeared, but there was no figure, Matsudarayaping appeared in the low air not far away, staring at his face numb with a haze. Matsudaraya Pi sensed the power of Oyu Helix Maru and finally did not dare to hardly take the blow of the face hemp. Just before Oyu Helix Maru appeared, his wings flew out with a shock. Seeing Deu Helix Maru Jiangong, his body shuddered and came to Matsudarayaping's body for a moment. Kakuno carried the power of the Wanjun in his hand and stabbed his head again. Tengman Jiaolong didn't know when to detour to Matsudarayaping's body. A big mouth with countless wooden thorns came out densely. Matsudarayaping grabbed his right hand into the air, and dignifiedly grabbed it to Kyawu. Suddenly a layer of breeze appeared on his right hand, like a tight armor. At the same time, the wings also swelled by a large amount, turning into a shield behind him. After a hurried pouch sound, the wooden stab hit the shield formed by Matsudarayaping's wings and was easily bounced aside. When the right hand came into contact with Kiwui, the explosions of boom and boom continued to be heard. The wind escape armor on the right hand and the chakra attached to Kiwui disappeared from each other, and Kiwui successfully pierced Matsudarayahei's right hand. A full 1/3. Matsudarayahei made a fist with his left hand in pain, hitting his chest, and his left leg was caught between his chest and abdomen. The two involuntarily shot out again. Matsudaraya sturdily directly pulled out Kumisu in his right hand. This round of confrontation Matsudaraya suffered a little loss. If Matsudaraya reaction is slower, his right hand will definitely be cut off by the Numkyu. Chapter 54, Strength Test, 6. Chapter 54 Strength Test, 6. Myanmar sensed his physical condition. It's not ideal, it must be a quick decision. Although owning Mu Dun Bloodstain and healing ability can greatly extend the opening time of Bayman Dungia, but Bayman Dungia is still too heavy on the body. On the other side, Matsudaraya obviously also has the idea of a quick battle. Although the second state can increase the combat effectiveness, the second state of the curse seal of the earth will consume the life source at the cost. If it is opened for too long, it will cause the curse seal to be dismissed. After being extremely weak and will reduce the corresponding lifespan. The energy of the two people who looked at each other quickly soared, and there was a crackling sound in the air. At this moment, the aura of the two reached their peak. The figures of the two of them kept disappearing and reappearing again, and the positions of the flashes appeared irregular. The last moment may be in the east, and a moment later, it may appear in the west. After the two disappeared, the sound of cracking metal clashing sounded at the location where they just appeared. Suddenly the figure of Face Hemp appeared from high above, and countless purple flowers bloomed strangely from the venoman armor of the whole body. These little flowers bloomed in an instant and all burst, and the purple pollen of Face Hemp appeared within 10 feet of the body. Was shrouded in it. The facial hemp was just set up, and the space in front of him was fluctuating about 5 or 6 feet away. A faint figure appeared there. The facial hemp raised with one hand, and the venoman armor on his right arm burst into countless wooden thorns in an instant. Ryuhei Matsuda was also shocked when he saw this momentum. His wings flicked behind his back, and the hair that grew to his ankles quickly flung in front of him, forming a white metallic shield, enveloping him. The wooden thorn that Tengman exploded seemed to have pierced a smooth glass cover. Instead of passing through, it was bounced out by the shield relay. Matsudarayaping once attacked and just wanted to use his strength to stay away from here, but the dark purple pollen around him quickly absorbed the surrounding heat, forming a giant purple talking ice block in the air. Read more at wuxiax.com. This purple flower was cultivated by Zhu Weihong in the laboratory by chance and was named Purple Luo Flower by the Mehmeh. The opening of this kind of small flower requires a great chakra. Chakras that are so big that they only open the third door Shenman cannot produce this flower, and only the chakras that break out after the fifth door Duman are opened. Carrot can give birth to this flower. And the pollen of this flower has this extremely anti-sky ability. It can be controlled by attaching a certain amount of chakra to quickly absorb the heat of 1 cubic centimeter of the space around the pollen, and the concentration of pollen in 1 cubic centimeter of space can reach 1.5 mg/m3 will cause an ultra-low temperature of -96 degrees Celsius within 2 seconds. But at this time, Matsudarayahei was surprised in the shield formed by his hair. Obviously he did not expect that the dark purple pollen possesses such power. If it weren't for the situation, he would quickly use his hair to protect his whole body. Don't be frozen into ice cubes. Even though he had not been frozen to death at this time, he was frostbite. Matsudaraya still trembled violently, the hair on his head broke, and the long hair that had grown to his ankles became shorter and uneven than that of his head. The breeze that Matsudaraya body guarded turned into countless filaments, and even pores appeared in the ice. Seeing this, his hands quickly formed the fire escape, the art of dragon fire, and he saw the hemp quickly forming in front of a fire dragon with the thickness of a water tank, but he controlled the fire dragon to hover around his body to continue to absorb the chakra to raise the temperature of the fire dragon. At this time, Matsudaraya just crushed the ice above his waist. When he met, he did not know that the fire dragon was attracted by the formation of a knotty seal. He ignored the ice on the lower body, and quickly printed the wind escape breakthrough. A large number of gusts came from Matsudaraya's mouth. It blows out in the middle, like a very terrifying storm rushing toward the face. Dang, dang, dang unexpectedly concealed countless inches of silver hair in the wind. For a moment, half of the sky was shining silver, attacking like raindrops, and there was nowhere to hide from the numb face. And these heads fired on the condensed fire dragon, and there was a substantial impact sound. At this time, the energy radiating from the whole body slowly dissipated. Almost half of the chakras in the face swarmed into the fire dragon. Only an orange-red flame appeared inside the originally dark red fire dragon. From time to time there will be a flash of orange flames at the position of the fire dragon glasses. The dark red flames formed outside actually condensed substantial dragon scales, like a fire dragon flying out of mythology. The temperature emitted by this fire dragon blared from the surrounding trees, as if it was 1 degree Celsius higher. It will be quickly ignited. The grass under your feet has long been unable to withstand such a high temperature and turned into fly ash floating in the air, and the ground is scorched black. Myanmar felt that there was not much chakra left, and he could not even continue to open the door of Bayman Dungia. Matsudaraya saw the wind escape, and the metal-like hair was unable to penetrate the fire dragon surrounded by hemp, panicked in his heart, twisting his body frantically, attacking the ice and trying to escape. However, the lower part of the body was imprisoned by the huge ice and could not escape, so he had to quickly condense a powerful whirlwind around his body to protect himself. At this time, the fire dragon issued a loud dragon roar, and plunged into the whirlwind of Matsudaraya Pi. The wind blade fiercely cut the scales of the fire dragon's body, and the cut scales turned into little sparks and dissipated in the whirlwind. The fire dragon groaned softly again, and the flames all over his body seemed to have formed profound runes, which looked extremely gorgeous. On the forehead of the fire dragon, a small red flame golden beast actually formed. When the fire escape chakra used in the face hemp was enough, the red flame golden beast inside its body quietly revealed a trace of power into the fire escape, making the face Maz Huodun seems to have life, and its power is multiplied. At this time, the wind blade shot at the fire dragon, trembling slightly in the halo, disappeared silently, as if instantly vaporized. At this time, the fire dragon twisted its body in the whirlwind and broke into the whirlwind. Matsudaraya, who had cleared the huge ice to the calf position, looked at the fire dragon with a look of despair. The halo on the surface of the fire dragon rose and shrank, suddenly turning into a small sun with 3 color flames, brilliant and dazzling. Ashimaru-sama, the potential of this kid is absolutely beyond anyone I have ever seen. Be careful. Matsudaraya Heizi had time to flash this thought in his mind, and the sound of the future was vaporized by the terrifying flames. Up. Chapter 55, First Seeing Aromatic Phosphorus. Chapter 55 First Seeing Aromatic Phosphorus. Matsudaraya wanted to shout loudly, but when the sound came out of the flame ball, it was inaudible, and it disappeared after a gust of wind blew. It took a full quarter of an hour for the flame ball to dissipate, and a large pit was formed on the ground. The land in the pit was baked and semi-liquefied and glowing red like lava. A layer of porcelain-like enamel formed on the edge of the pit. Matsuda Longping completely evaporated, leaving no ashes left. Matsudaraya, this guy's strength is against Kakashi teacher and I don't know who will be stronger. Myanmar felt relieved at this time, and fell helplessly on the ground. With a dry cough, Bayman Dungia disappeared. The last fire escape, dragon fire art used by Myanmar was not the B-level ninjutsu used by Suzuki, but a forbidden art invented by Uchiha Senna in the Book of Seals by the second generation. Myanmar does not know that although the power of this forbidden technique is strong, it is not so exaggerated. The power of Fire Escape Dragon Fire Art is increased because of the Red Flame Golden Beast gene that travels with Myanmar. Because of the Quiet Resurrection. When Myanmar used the power of the outer golem to create the true clone technique, that is, Zhu Wei Hong, the Xian Golden Beast's genes absorbed the power of the outer golem and restored some activity. Then in the process of cultivating the face hemp, the chakra quietly absorbed the face hemp, and when the upper hemp was added, it was integrated with the Red Flame Golden Beast, and the healing ability of the face hemp also affected the Red Flame Golden Beast. To the repair role. To this day, the Xian Golden Beast has recovered a certain amount of activity. Although it hasn't been able to wake up yet, it is not far away. After recovering a little bit, Chakra's facial numbness immediately rushed to the depths of the forest. The facial numbness situation at this time was terrible, and his strength dropped to a level that was inferior to ordinary numbness. It seems that because of the appearance of this butterfly, the plot has changed. I must ensure that Naruto is immortal. After all, Naruto is the protagonist. As long as he does not die, he will definitely grow up. Cough cough cough. Myanmar was leaping rapidly among the trees, and suddenly felt abnormally depressed in his chest, and a mouthful of blood flowed upstream. Almost spit out. Damn it, it seems that you need to heal your wounds first, otherwise the only way to meet Uncle Snake is to deliver food. Myanmar quickly found a suitable place to stay. A tree hole as high as one person, there is a small river nearby, the river is clear and sweet, and the tree hole is not wet. In the tree cave, the original owner, a big snake as thick as a bucket, was made with Noodles for dinner. After entering the Death Forest in the afternoon, Noodles directly fought with Matsuda Ryu, fierce enough to open the 6th door of the 8-door dungeon. Now it's time to replenish energy. A big snake was easily eaten by the Noodles until it was eaten into the stomach. No, I have to find something else to eat. Since the Noodles used the outer body to shape the true clone surgery after each battle, Myanmar is especially edible, and the strength is constantly increasing. A little stimulation with chakra is stronger than the average physique madman. Sometimes Myanmar feels like a beast. Read more at wuxiax.com. Roar, a roar of a wild beast. Ah, where are all the people? A girl's voice came not far away. Hee hee, what do you really want? This roar sounds like a big beast. Voice. Myanmar distinguished a lower position and hurried over quickly. A little girl with red hair and black glasses stumbled forward, and behind her was a huge black bear pacing and slowly following, roaring from time to time, and there was no excitement flashing in her dark eyes. Ha, the big black bear cat and mouse is too bad. The little girl was holding an earth scroll tightly in her hand and she didn't have any idea to go to her feet in a panic. She was tripped by a tree root and the glasses and earth scroll flew out. He quickly rushed out with his face numb, and he opened his left hand palm down in the air and enveloped his right hand, clenched a fist, and his right arm was tightly arched, and the arched right arm gave birth to the power of thunder and lightning. Go to hell! Boom! His numb right fist punched with a bright electric light. Like a thunder and lightning that struck 9 days away, the black bear's head was bombarded out of a large pit, and the ground hit by the ton of the black bear's body trembled. Immediately after Myanmar squinted at the tree trunk on the right, a figure was startled and left quickly. It's Sasuke. It seems that he hasn't been found by Uncle Snake, and it's only the first day. Ah, so handsome. Myanmar turned around and saw that Xianglin's eyes were almost full of red hearts, staring straight at herself. Hey, how does Xianglin say that you are also one of the few ninjas of the Whirlpool clan? Don't you be such a nympho. Myanmar felt vomiting in her heart, but she still asked, are you okay? Ah, I'm fine. Well, the examiner, thank you for saving me. Xianglin flushed all of a sudden and lowered his head shyly. Also for Phosphorus is still a child after all. It's nothing, mean. Myanmar said in a very pretending bee posture. Goo, a hungry protest sounded from Xianglin's belly. You haven't eaten yet. I'm going to make barbecue. You discovered this big guy. Let's eat together. Myanmar said with a very sunny smile. Ah, how embarrassed. Although Xianglin said embarrassedly, the desire in his pupils could already roast the noodles. It doesn't matter, you are responsible for finding some firewood. I will deal with this big guy now. Myanmar said as he drew out the special knife from Matsudaraya, and carried a heavy black bear and walked towards the river. Half an hour later, the bonfire was very hot, and there was a cracking sound from time to time. The huge bear paws on the limbs were roasted instead of dripping crystal oil. Xianglin, why are you alone? Isn't the Zongnan exam a group of 3? They went to wait for me near the central tower. Let me find a scroll of the sky and rush over to the round, Xianglin said, lowering his head, his face very lonely. Facial numbness found that the 11 or 12-year-old fragrant phosphorus already had a lot of tooth marks on his left arm, some of which were large and small. If you are injured, I will know medical ninjutsu, let me see it for you. After hearing this, Xianglin quickly hid his left hand behind him. No, it's useless, I tried medical ninjutsu treatment. Xianglin shook his head instinctively, but when he saw Myanmar's eyes like stars, he couldn't help but handed his left arm to Myanmar's hand. Myanmar used medical ninjutsu to check it carefully, and at the same time he had some guesses about the system of Xiang phosphorus. The physique of aroma phosphorus is somewhat similar to the wood escape ability of the Thousand Hands clan. It has a special physique chakra. This is a special bloodstain belonging to the Whirlpool clan. The injured can recover from the injury by biting her skin and sucking the special chakra of phosphorus. But this ability is cruel. The skin after being absorbed by the raw chakra will not be able to regenerate the special raw chakra, and the tooth mark will not be eliminated by other chakra treatments because it is the place where the growth chakra is absorbed. This is also the reason for the last tooth mark that Xianglin lost. Chapter 56, Ambition. Chapter 56 Ambition. But if there is a second ninja with a special chakra who is treated with phosphorus, it should be able to remove the tooth marks on phosphorus. As Myanmar is a vortex family and has mu-dun bloodstains, the chakra of life is naturally very surging. Under the slow treatment of facial numbness, Xianglin felt that the numb hands were full of warmth, and the tooth prints on his arms were crisp and numb, and the breath of life continued to flow from the facial numb hands to his whole body, as if he was soaked in it. In the magical hot spring, I don't want to think about any problems, I just hope that time will stay in this moment. The good time is always short. After a while, the fragrant phosphorus injury has been cured. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? How come you are in the ninja village of grass? Myanmar Xianglin's left arm was lowered, and he asked seemingly casually. I don't know if I am a member of the Maelstrom family. Since I can remember, I have been wandering around with my mother. We have been to many places, and my mother and I have the same ability. Both can quickly heal people's injuries. I used this ability to heal people in exchange for meager rewards. Later, my mother's ability was seen by the shadows of Kus no Shinobu village. Kus no Shinobu village took in my mother and me, but my mother died in a battle a few years ago. I saw the death of my mother. The mother was killed by them. Xianglin's voice was a little low, and tears were streaming down his face as he spoke. Through the words of Xianglin, the face hemp seemed to see such a country in the beating flames. The country is not very big, at most it only has the area of the original world motherland Hainan Island. The people of the Uzumaki kingdom are very kind, even the ninjas in this country are not domineering at all. The most people in this country are the whirlpools with red hair. In the evening, a hotel guy is constantly walking through the crowd. People who have finished their workday are walking on the street. This guy will run into pedestrians from time to time. Boy, slow down to see if I won't beat you. A middle-aged uncle looked at the distant back and cursed with a smile. Uncle Hotan, come to the store to drink, I secretly give you a little more. The young man didn't care about the uncle's scolding, and instead asked the uncle to go to his house to drink. A group of children wearing all kinds of graffiti masks on their heads were playing in a corner of the street, a game of ninja confrontation. Read more at wuxiax.com. Xiao Guang, you're dead, you're dead. Big children yelled to a bald child. The wooden kunao in his hand was still there and screamed. Look at my secret art, cocky bullet. The bald-headed child turned around, and shouted poof at the child after birth. A loud fart was released by the naughty boy, and the bald-headed boy turned and ran. A group of children who reacted behind immediately chased after him. A ramen shop on the side of the street is undergoing a big belly king contest. Two strong middle-aged men rolled their eyes and drank the noodle soup in front of them. There were already more than a dozen large sea bowls next to them. Today I must have beaten this guy. You look down on me too much. I will have another bowl at the store. At the corner of the street, two old people with grey hair were playing chess. The old man with glasses kept putting a chess piece back on the board. No, no, it doesn't count. I didn't think about it just now. No, you have regretted chess several times. The other old man smiled and stretched out his hand, pretending to prevent him from taking back the chess piece. The warm picture was broken by the countless kunao that suddenly struck from high altitude. The civilians died and wounded countless in the first round of attack, followed by the explosive talisman tied to the kunao, and countless others were taken away by the explosion of rumbling the life of a survivor. Groups of soldiers rushed under the leadership of the ninja, murderous. From time to time, one's own ninja hurriedly jumped up to meet the enemy, but in countless shurikens, they could only die with hatred. People panicked like frightened rabbits, constantly fleeing to where they thought they were safe, booming a huge fireball and hitting a two-story small building. The small building was instantly destroyed, and the falling masonry was under the small building. The passing civilians were drowned and buried. Tide-like ninjas are constantly pouring in from all directions, and all kinds of summoned beasts, puppets, and ninjutsu bloom in this chaotic space. The land is scorched and black, and the result of various types of ninjutsu is powerful destruction. Soon there will be no complete house in the town. The panicked civilians either flee from wearing the flames on their bodies, or roll over in an attempt to extinguish the flames on their bodies. The smoke billowed to obscure people's sight, and there were various sounds of destruction, calls for help, and wailing. The medical ninja carrying the stretcher kept rushing out of the corner, helping the wounded and disappearing again. Two rival ninjas in a large ruined pit were fighting each other, and a kunao with an explosive talisman shot down at their feet, and the two ninjas directly they were all blown up, and they ended their lives before they landed. Fighting, constantly fighting, almost all people are fighting, the only difference is that the clothes on both sides are different. War is the cruelest existence in the world. The country of Uzumaki was finally attacked by a group of countries, only because the ninjas of Uzumaki were proficient in sealing ninjutsu, which was feared by all countries. The seal ninjutsu of the Uzumaki kingdom has been studied to a very high level, and Zhu Weihong went to the Uzumaki kingdom site to collect information. As a result, they accidentally discovered the solar energy conversion device in the ninja world. The ancestors of the Uzumaki kingdom used the sealed ninja method and wisdom to convert the light energy of the natural world. Wind energy forms a kind of energy source, energy defined outside of chakra, similar to the original world of electrical energy. The use of energy has brought great convenience to the development of the country of Nami, and even the popularization of electric light energy used in various countries is due to the outflow of civilian technology in the country of Uzumaki. But the ninja of the country of Uzumaki does not. Overbearing power cannot protect this century-old invention. Looking at the crying fragrant phosphorus on the opposite side, the facial numb felt a strong sense of sorrow in the body. This feeling was produced by the original owner of the body and was completely uncontrolled by the facial numb. This is the will of the owner of this body. Rebuild the Uzumaki kingdom and protect the people of the Uzumaki clan. Is this your ambition? Since I have taken your body, then your last wish I will help you realized. Up to now, I have no illusions about returning to the original world. Sometimes I also thought that since I was reborn in this Naruto world and naturally wanted to do some business, let me build a new home for the Whirlpool family. Chapter 57, The Face-Numb Being Stared at. Chapter 57 The Face-Numb Being Stared at. After Myanmar made a promise to the original owner of the body from the bottom of her heart, she only felt that the last shackles in her body were also opened. This world has also reduced its relevance to itself. If the world had used 12% of its power to annihilate itself, now it would only use 10% or even 80% of its power to eliminate itself. Myanmar didn't talk about his thoughts with Xianglin. After all, it was just an idea. The existing land in the Hokage world has been occupied. If you want to redivide the cake, you must first have that strength. Xianglin only felt that the examiner in front of him seemed to have suddenly changed to another person, becoming even more charming. At the same time, in the Hokage office, Master Naruto, after investigating that both sides of the battle have used Mu Dun, Wind Dun, and Fire Dun's abilities, especially the final Huo Dun level reached the S-level Forbidden level. Comprehensive analysis of both sides of the battle has more than the average ninja's strength is likely to fight for the elite level ninja level. Suspected it is Uzumaki Myanmar. An Anbu wearing a black and white cat face mask is reporting to the third generation, while another Nikonin examiner who has been dispatched by Red Bean requests from the side. To Naruto-sama, 3 weird ninja candidates were found this afternoon. Atsuki-sama judged that there was an invasion of advanced ninjas that could threaten the ninja test, and asked 2 or more groups of dark ninjas to enter the Death Forest. Atsuki-sama has already gone to chase him, and asked Naruto-sama to suspend the Zongnin exam. 3 generations of right-hand fingers kept tapping on the desktop, and did not immediately answer. Order NB to immediately send 5 teams to the Death Forest to investigate everything, and monitor the progress of the Zongnin exam throughout the whole process. At the same time, we inform Zongren that the exam has been postponed due to venue reasons. Shan, you can't suspend the Zongnin exam. 3 generations were saying something. The door of the office was pushed open and 3 people walked in, Danzo, Mizuto Minyan, and Zhuan Xiaochun. It's not the first time that a high-level ninja invaded the Zongnin exam. It is still unknown what his purpose is to enter the Zongnin exam. Abandoning the Zongnin exam now will cause a series of diplomatic disputes, and at the same time, Konoha's image it is also a major injury. At the same time, the second Zongnin exam itself is a microcosm of the Ninja World War. Any situation that occurs is tacitly approved by all parties. After receiving the report from Root, Danzo seemed to be a diplomat. In a very short time, they persuaded Mitamonian and Zhuan Xiaochun to agree to put pressure on the 3 generations and keep the progress of the Zongnin exam. I will let all the Root members enter a first-level alert state. Danzo also seems to have turned into a righteous man who loves Konoha, pulling out his strength to overcome difficulties. 3 generations thought for a while, took down the pipe and spit out a puff of smoke. Inform Anbu to enter the alert state, and the rest of the situation in Shinobu village remains normal. Read more at wuxiax.com, in the Death Forest on the other side. Atsuki Beans wanted to use the forbidden technique taught by Ashimaru to drag Ashimaru to death. But I didn't expect that what I tried my best to catch was only Oshimaru deliberately letting herself grab a large dirt clone, and Oshimaru suddenly heard a gloomy voice at 5 o'clock behind him. As a particularly forbearer, how do you always use the forbidden technique I taught you? As Yuan uttered, the curse of the red bean neck suddenly broke out, a pain from the depths of the soul struck. Why are you here? Atsuki Bean asked intermittently with pain and trembling all over. It's been a long time, don't you be so cold, Atsuki Beans. Dashimaru took off the human skin and mask on his face and said jokingly. Hey, you won't come to assassinate Hokage-sama. Atsuki Bean has a deep understanding of her teacher, and this teacher definitely didn't come to Konoha to talk to herself. How come? How can I cope with so few subordinates? I just want to find a few craftable materials in the village. Dashimaru said with a calm face, as if to say, I'll buy some from Konoha. The special product is just as easy and freehand, the figure suddenly appeared strangely in front of the red bean, and he used his left hand to straighten the loose hair of the red bean and continued, "I just gave him a curse like yours as a gift. I really want to get it. What about that child? Humph, you still do whatever you want, the child will be killed by you." At this time, Hongdo only felt the pain of the curse imprinted in his soul. Indeed, the chance of surviving is only 1 in 10, but maybe that child will survive like you. Dashimaru said indifferently. "It seems that you like that child very much." The corner of Red Bean's mouth flashed without cutting. "He, are you jealous? Xiao Hongdu. It seems that you are full of resentment towards me when you left you. He is a very good child, different from you. After all, he is a descendant of the Uchiha clan and is also a suitable one. If he survives, it will be very interesting." After speaking, Dashimaru stood up and turned and walked towards the trunk of a big tree. "Don't stop the Zongnin exam. There are 3 people in our village who have come to take the Zongnin exam, so let them have fun," said Osameru, who walked to the trunk, and smiled sinisterly. "It disturbs my nature, or I will ruin Konoha." When I spoke, the Ashimaru slowly sank down into the ground like a phantom. "By the way, the special ninja you subordinate is very interesting. You have the ability of Mutin. I really want to congratulate the village again for the ninja who has the ability of the first generation." The voice of the phantom disappeared, but the voice of the Ashimaru was strange. It kept ringing in all directions, went away, and finally dissipated. At this time, the face was numb, and an unknown premonition passed through my heart tightly. "What's the matter? Why is there such an unknown premonition suddenly?" Looking at the little fragrant Phosphorus who was sleeping with tears on his face, he took out a blank scroll and wrote the hidden ninjutsu passed on to him by 3 generations in combination with his own experience. "Come out, fragrant Phosphorus, there are too few people entering the ninja world among the orphans of the Whirlpool clan. I hope you don't fall halfway because of my butterfly wings." After thinking about it, Myanmar took out a hidden weapon technique scroll and placed it in the previous one. "Next to the scroll, I can't help you too much, otherwise I will be finished if the plot is destroyed." Myanmar looked like the sky outside, and it was about to dawn, so I had to find Naruto and the others. In front of a tree hole, Sakura had just finished trapping and was exhausted and returned to the tree hole. Seeing the 2 people side by side in a coma, Sakura instantly hated herself. "Why I can't help them when I am so weak?" Sasuke groaned in pain and pulled Sakura's consciousness back to reality. Sakura measured Sasuke's body temperature with her hand. Breathing is not so fast, but she is still feverish. Then she looked at Naruto in a coma. He secretly made up his mind, I must protect both of them. Chapter 58, The Strong Black Sasuke. Chapter 58 The Strong Black Sasuke. Where is it? The damn sky is already bright. Myanmar rushed in the death forest quickly, calculating based on time. At this moment, Naruto and the others have encountered the Odanin cannon fodder trio in the early stage of the plot, and Sasuke and Naruto are in a coma. Only Sakura alone was fighting continuously, and then Li Look, the pig deer butterfly trio of the 12 Xiaoqiang came out to rescue, and persisted until Sasuke awakened his deep desire to live and kill that man. But because of his own journey, the plot has changed, and I don't know what twists and turns will be there this time. Thinking about it, the speed of facial numbness was mentioned again. Naruto, I hope your protagonist's aura is strong enough. At the edge of a small river, the face was numb and found that a Kyowu was nailed to the ground, and there were traces of 3 people staying around Kyowu, and there were no signs of fighting around. This should be the gathering place for Niji and the others. A rookie is a rookie. As a ninja, removing the traces is one of the necessary homework. These traces will cause fatal injuries in future battles. But at this time, the face numb. But there is no idea of teaching the 3 people, but there is a hint of happiness. It is very difficult to find specific people in the death forest. If the plot has not been changed, Niji and Tian should be heading to Sasuke's battle location. Myanmar made some faint footprints along the traces left by Ning Xi and Tian, and the branches with the leaves scraped off slowly moved forward. In order not to lose sight of the target, Myanmar deliberately activated the Soul Development First Stage Induction Mystery, and searched carefully. With the energy emitted by the surrounding living bodies, Ma finally followed Ning Xi and Tian to find the battle site after half an hour. At this time, Sasuke had begun to emit visible purple chakras all over his body, but he was still in a coma. But soon, the first to discover Sasuke's change was Niji, who had opened his eyes. At the moment Ning Xi opened his eyes, he also found the Myanmar who followed him to the neighborhood. This chakra is, the examiner, there is. If you can't get used to it, don't stand where you fart, come down. Dos Anvil's tone is not difficult to hear, he is stimulated by the enemies that keep appearing. Finally found it, just make sure they don't die. Okay, let's take a look at how it is different from the original. Myanmar did not turn off the Soul Development First Stage secret technique, but instead used the first stage of soul development to sense the battle below, just like watching TV. At 10 o'clock, this is, the cold chakra is Uncle Snake. Sure enough, since Uncle Snake wanted to observe how Sasuke might not show up, read more at wuxiax.com. No, it seems that there is no need for that. Niji closed his eyes and said very relaxedly. Dos Anvil also felt Sasuke's awakening under Niji's reminder. A vague and cold chakra burst out from the tree hole protected by Sakura, instantly attracting everyone's attention. His face felt as if he saw Uncle Snake's sinister smile at this moment. In the next second, a blue figure slowly stood up and appeared in front of everyone. It was Sasuke. But Sasuke now is a little different from the past. The evil smile with the black curse of the sky, coupled with the scarlet writing wheel eyes, actually gives people a kind of evil feeling. Seeing Sasuke wake up, Sakura was inexplicably surprised at first, but immediately noticed the curse of heaven on Sasuke's body, and her eyes became flustered. At this time, Sasuke's body was constantly escaping dark purple chakras. Obviously, Sasuke had not been able to grasp the power of the curse just after waking up, causing the chakras to escape. Sakura, who beat you like this? Sasuke, what is on you is? When Sakura heard Sasuke's caring words, all the panic disappeared, but instead cared about the strange curse marks on Sasuke's body. Don't worry, I feel the power is constantly emerging. It feels very comfortable that guy gave me. I finally understand that I am an avenger. Even if I sell my soul to the devil, I must step up to gain power. Road. Sakura, tell me who hurt you. Sasuke saw that Sakura hadn't answered for a long time, so he couldn't help asking again. I did it. Sak said with extreme disdain. Sasuke's cold eyes instantly swept towards the shinobi trio, and Ino also unlocked the heart-changing technique under Shikamaru's reminder. Seeing the arrogant Zack, the curse mark on Sasuke's hostile spirit spread again, leaving only a small amount on the right side of his body that was not covered by the curse mark. Dos Anvil was instantly stunned by chakra after Sasuke's promotion. Dos, what's so terrible about this kind of kid who almost died? I swept all these guys out and cleaned up you all at once. Extreme wave. This shock wave is the strongest attack that Sark has released after a long period of time. The shock wave passed by as if a typhoon of level 12 was hung up, and wherever it passed, sand and rocks were flying, and sound waves roared. Hey, you've been blown to pieces. Who are you talking about? Hi-hwa. Sasuke's cold voice sounded behind Sak, and Sak turned his head as if he was looking behind him, but he had just turned halfway, and Sasuke's left back swing punched him out. The Dos Anvil on the side can see clearly that Sasuke's speed completely surpassed Zak's reaction just now. At the same time, Sasuke's power seemed to be overstrengthened. It was just that random punch that knocked Zak away for more than 10 meters. Is this the power of the curse seal? Lord Ashimaru, why gave him this powerful power? Haven't we demonstrated the value yet? And just now he took 2 people with him, so fast. Sak just felt like himself. It was very uncomfortable to be hit by a running horse, and the whole body was painful, and the internal organs were all backlogged with blood. It was very uncomfortable. Sasuke obviously didn't give them time to froze. The 10 fireballs are like impatience blooming towards Sak, but behind the beauty is a terrifying murderous intent. Don't be overwhelmed and watch me kill them. Fire Sakyang raised a chakra and used his modified arm to release a wave of air to blow away the fireball, but he saw the shuriken flying in the fireball in horror. Can't hide the instinctive Zack used his hands to protect the vitals, but vaguely heard Das Anvil's shout Zack. Below Zack opened his eyes and saw a dark shadow, and then he felt his hands were touched. A huge force stretched back to his back, a huge force came from his back, followed by unspeakable pain, a chi and blood flowed up in the chest, a mouthful of blood spewed out. Chapter 59, Uncle Snake, why are you? Chapter 59 Uncle Snake, why are you? What you are most proud of is these remodeled arms. Sasuke said grimly while exerting force. No, please don't. Sak's begging for mercy did not have any effect. Sasuke's arms were abruptly torn apart, most of the muscles and bones were torn apart, only a few were connected. Sasuke turned to look at Das Anvil, it's up to you next. You can play with me a little longer. Sasuke-sama, I'm sorry. We offended, please let go of our way of life, as compensation. As Das Anvil took out their earth scroll and gently placed it on the ground. Cut. Sasuke appeared in front of Das Anvil, and a beautiful right-handed kick directly kicked Das Anvil away. Das Anvil seemed to be hit by a sports car at a speed of 280 miles per hour, and a big tree behind him was forced into a big hole, and Sasuke's hand picked up the scroll of the ground under his feet. At this moment, a sense of dizziness struck inexplicably. Sasuke looked at the only actionable Kim in Odanin, and said coldly, "Get out." Kim immediately received an amnesty, and quickly stepped forward to support Das Anvil and Sak. Run away. Sakura also wakes up in a series of actions in Sasuke at this time. Wait a minute, who is that Orochimaru? What is the strange scar on Sasuke's neck? What does he want to do to Sasuke? Sakura asked in a series of questions. There were several problems, but the center always revolved around Sasuke. Your instructor should know about Lord Orochimaru. The 3 of us just received an order to kill Sasuke at dawn today. Goodbye. Haha, kill Sasuke. Your cannon fodder squad is just a sandbag that Uncle Snake gave Sasuke to adapt to the power of the spell. Myanmar was hidden in the distance. Hearing Jin's answer, he couldn't help but probe in the direction of Uncle Snake. Run away! The probe was so shocked that my face was numb and the hairs were standing upright, and Uncle Snake disappeared. Read more at wuxiax.com. Haha, didn't your teacher tell you that peeping is not a good habit? Myanmar just ran 3 kilometers and was directly overtaken by Uncle Snake, and at this time Uncle Snake had recovered his original appearance. Killing the top 10 existence in the manual, this is the rhythm to be played hard. Uncle Snake, why are you that? Now my strength has just returned to the mid-tolerance level. It's not worth your persistence. Myanmar looked nervously at the Orochimaru in front of him and cried secretly in his heart. The youngest Konoha is especially Shinobu, Mudun blood-stained naturally awakened, and he also has the power of Thunder Dune and Fire Dune. Especially after I have killed my capable stop Matsudaraya. Hey, what do you think I should do? Not in a hurry to shoot Myanmar, jokingly constantly impacting Myanmar's heart with words. No, you have to fight. And you must use all the means to fight, otherwise you will probably be destroyed by Uncle Snake as worthless. Myanmar instantly analyzed the situation in front of him. Senior Orochimaru, as Konoha S-class rebels, what do you want to do when you return to the village by hiding your identity? The face secretly accumulates chakra and prepares to make a big move, attracting the strong to gain vitality. Oshimaru looked at the numb face in front of him, and his eyes flashed quickly. Obviously, he had already figured out a countermeasure, and his words were obviously bewildering himself. Hehe, what a funny kid. Fire escaped the art of big fireball. A huge fireball suddenly appeared in front of Oshimaru. The fireball was huge but slow to move. It was easily flashed by Oshimaru. The big fireball hit the only half-dry tree trunk behind Oshimaru. A lot of black smoke hit the sky. Clever kid, he thought of his idea so quickly, and the ability to kill Matsudaraya Pi is also good. Ha ha ha. Oshimaru couldn't help but smile, and the whole person was divided into four as the figure moved, and the four people moved from four directions respectively. Outflank the face hemp. The strange facial hemp of Oshimaru is deeply experienced in the original work, but I dare not let these clones come close. My hands quickly form a thunder dungeon and the facial hemp makes a right lunge. The palms of both hands are printed on the ground, radiating from the palms as the origin. A large semicircular thunder and lightning web appeared like a spider web, and the jumping thunder and lightning rushed back and forth within the web. The fastest avatar of the big snake pill was struck by lightning and entangled in an instant, unable to move. The avatar immediately behind was slightly surprised that the face numb reacted so quickly, and then quickly printed the earth escape earth flow river. The face numb felt the ground under his feet softened rapidly, and a 720-degree back somersault fell to the rear. On the trunk of a big tree, the body's slight bow quickly adjusted the body to be perpendicular to the trunk and the foot force, bang, the trunk was blasted apart by the numb. The numb was like a crossbow fired by a heavy siege crossbow and shot at the Oshimaru. The doppelganger who had just started the Tuliudehi didn't reflect before being stabbed in the chest by the flying Myanmar with a short knife. Cough. The stabbed Oshimaru doppelganger spit out blood with a weird smile, and grabbed the numb wrist with both hands. On both sides of Myanmar, the roar of Oshimaru suddenly sounded, snake shadow snake hand. Several large snakes came out of the arms of the two Oshimaru from both sides, and quickly bit off the Myanmar in front of them. Bang, a wooden stake fell to the ground. Myanmar knew that he was dealing with the most weird ninja in the Hokage world of Oshimaru. How could he not be more careful? Seeing that it didn't hit Myanmar, Oshimaru showed a satisfied smile. As soon as Myanmar fell to the ground, Myanmar, who was pulled into the ground by the palms of his hands, suddenly turned into a wooden person. Wooden clone, when did this kid finish? Oshimaru appeared strangely on the ground, slightly surprised in her eyes. Wooden escape 4-pillar prison technique. Suddenly a wooden cage appeared around Oshimaru to imprison him. Ha ha ha, kid, your performance really surprised me. Deshawan smiled as he looked at the face outside the cage, and slowly walked out of the cage, as if a pool of liquid. The hard wooden cage all around did not show up at all. The desired effect. Chapter 60, The Peculiar Curse Seal. Chapter 60, The Peculiar Curse Seal. Seeing this, Myanmar wanted to leap back fiercely, but he hadn't just left the ground with his legs. The sound of snake stepping Oshimaru sounded, and two huge snakes appeared, twisting and strangling Xiang Myanmar. Seeing the two big snakes, a tuft between the face and eyebrows jumped up while quickly throwing out two kunao. Peng peng, two kunao accurately nailed to the 7 inches of the big snake, and instantly defeated the ninjutsu. Osamarumoto wanted to say a few words with the noodles, but a thin white snake hovered up in the ears of Osamaru for a while, feeling the dark part that was gathering around him, and frowned slightly. The little devil can't play with you anymore. The nasty fly appeared. Ninfa shuriken shadow clone, Oshimaru said as he threw a shuriken, and it turned into a sky shuriken numb to the face in an instant. Oh my god, is this kind of large-scale attack when Uncle Snake is serious? Myanmar's face instantly turned pale, and the ground in front of Mu Dunwood ingot wall rose from the ground in front of Myanmar. 2 rows of tight wooden pillars formed a defensive arch by blocked the sky full of shurikens, and before the voice of Uncle Song Snake, there was a sound of Ninfa 10,000 snake array, and saw snakes with infinite arm thicknesses instantly attacking in all directions. Myanmar quickly killed more than a dozen and was entangled and bound by these serpents. Dashimaru's hands and Notian neck stretched infinitely. Dashimaru opened a big mouth and bit into the left side of the facial anesthesia neck. Facial numbness saw the Ashimaru's neck stretched and knew it was not good. Forced to explode, the physical strength shifted slightly to the right. Little by little, Yuan could not bite on the facial numb neck but bit on the facial numbness of the left arm deltoid muscle. Under the unseen clothes, the healing ability of the bitten face was working at full force, and the wound was quickly healed. But a strange dark attribute energy combined with the healing ability in a spiral of DNA forming a special Uncle Snake smiled and slowly sank into the earth after finishing the Sky Blue Sky Curse seal. Little devil, try to live. Read more at wuxiax.com. When Uncle Snake slowly sank into the ground, a lot of phantoms were produced. Uncle Snake's figure was constantly distorted and the voice changed, and everything seemed extremely unreal. If Uncle Snake knew that the noodles happened so quickly, the impact of such a strong curse imprint must be surprising. The curse imprint will generally change gradually within 24 hours of being planted for the first time. Most of the strong reflections of Xiang Myanmar just after inoculation are the manifestation of special system or curse imprint mutation. The curse impression became more apparent. At this time, the brain of the facial hemp quickly became drowsy, and the body continued to heat up. At this time, if the facial hemp grabbed a raw egg within 40 minutes, it would be 10% ripe. I felt numb in the groggy middle of my face as if it had been a long time, but in fact it only took less than 2 minutes. 3 Anbu ninjas suddenly appeared strangely in front of Myanmar, all of whom were wearing black cloaks. Master Myanmar, Master Denzo, please go, you may see the weakness of Myanmar at this time. The appearance, or the 3 dark root ninjas. The absolute newcomers of their own strength, seemed a little unscrupulous. I knew that I was going to suffer as soon as I heard Danzo's name. It's definitely not luck for Ashimaru to find Suzuki accurately. It seems that Uncle Snake and Danzo have definitely reached some kind of agreement. A root ninja please go is definitely not the result that Myanmar wanted. He must fight quickly and make up his mind secretly, with Kyo Meng thrusting his hand into his left arm. Puff Kyo is directly inlaid on his left arm. The huge pain of tearing the muscles makes the facial numb a brief period of clarity. The 3 rooted ninjas didn't show any surprises as they watched the facial numbing movement, as if numbing numbness just drank a glass of cold water in front of them. Don't do indifferent resistance, otherwise we don't mind bringing back your body directly. One of the root ninjas wearing a cat face mask with whirlpool marks on both sides directly took out a sickle-like weapon, and the cover with the blade flashing over clearly told Myanmar that they were not joking. Danzo-sama is looking for anything with me? I have left the Anbu. Myanmar asked directly when he was born. We are the roots guarding Konoha. We have no name, no feelings, no past, no future. In Konoha pierced the earth deep under the big tree, Master Danzo needs your power, Iori face is numb. The lead ninja wearing a bear mask slowly said that there was even a slight worship. Sorry, I am not suitable. The root wind will blow the fallen leaves far away, and where there are leaves flying, Konoha's will of fire must bloom. Myanmar's answer clearly reveals his political background, and he is a supporter of the Hokage family. The 3 Anbis didn't speak much, they directly took out their weapons to surround the Myanmar in a swastika formation, and Kunao, the short sword, and the sickle directly greeted Myanmar. It's really straightforward. To achieve the goal, he will do everything he can to achieve the goal, and he will not show mercy when he starts. It is really the most direct root ninja. Myanmar's left hand was abolished by himself in exchange for temporary sobriety, and the suffering of his right hand. Wu surrounded himself, and the short round of confrontation had blocked the sickle that cut his throat, the short knife that attacked the cervical spine on his back, and the kunao who took the kidneys directly. It was extremely dangerous. The ninja using the sickle's root slashed across the head of the face, and the ninja with the short knife made a straight stabbing on the side of the face, and immediately turned the knife face and slashed across the face of the face. Myanmar's feet jumped up vigorously and flew into the air, using 2 shurikens of Kunao's ninja to shoot at the newly leaped Myanmar double clavicle. Myanmar flicked through the 2 shurikens from his waist in the air, but under the action of the steel wire, the shuriken swiftly revolved and took the Myanmar's wrists and ankles again. Myanmar's Akao quickly printed fire done, Yanbo with one hand, and the flames from Myanmar's mouth were not directed at the shuriken or the 3 ninjas, but below him. A reversal force suddenly acted on Myanmar, and Myanmar rushed forward like a jet plane to avoid another attack from the shuriken.